OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And so welcome back to RES LATAM. Day number 3 is about to hit your way, and we're going to have to say goodbye to 2 of our teams, but also decide 2 of the winners out of Groups A and Groups B. It's going to be a really awesome day today as we're seeing some of the favorites even take the stage and seeing what happened, as a result of those day 1 upsets as well. So we get to check in. So all of that, first things first. Cole, what's good?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a lot of exciting action here. We're going to be saying goodbye to some teams here, and maybe some of the reigning champions possible to say goodbye to as well. There, Flexo, obviously one of those rosters that we'll be talking about a little bit later down the line, as they did lose one of their opening matchups, and they lost it in a big fashion and kind of a massive deal for this squad here. But yeah, it should be a good day of Counter-Strike here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things turn out.
Yeah, that's one of the main storylines of this tournament. We got to look at the grand scheme of things. What games are we taking away today? Again, another run of 4 best of 3s. We kick it off with Fluxo versus Corinthians. Then Team Solid take on Velox. And then it gets spicy towards the end of the day with our winners matches, Sharks and Case, and Red Candace W7M. Some real class games down the stretch as well. But first things first, here, Cole, I mean, Fluxo versus Corinthians, it is crazy to think that it's unlikely, but it is possible to see last series champions get knocked out in last place.
Yeah, and honestly, like, again, we were kind of talking about this before here, but Fluxo definitely not invulnerable to the upset here or there. And obviously, I think Corinthians should be coming into this one struggling a little bit more. But as you can see right there, Fluxo, they start off their series versus Case incredibly strong, have some of that talent to show up there on the first map. They got into some frustrating situations there later down the line. They start kind of collapsing mentally here, and all of a sudden, you kind of see a world where Case can kind of pull it back, and they do. They reverse sweep them on some of Fluxo's best maps there. That's how they've gotten to this lower bracket, and well, I mean, again, Corinthians, not a team that you can completely count out right now. They've got some experienced talent that has been playing up against some of the top level competition for quite some time. So it'll be interesting to see if they can challenge this Fluxo roster.
And I mean, they were able to challenge Sharks just the other day as well. So it's not impossible here versus Fluxo. It could have been even a 2-0. They were the team that ran it 3 rounds in a row in Ancient to drag it into overtime there, which could have been the finishing map. They could have been the 2-0 for Corinthians. Unfortunately, they fell flat in map number 3 against the Sharks. So, anything can happen here. Anything can happen for this Corinthians team. And they've been slowly and but surely, improving compared to the last series we've seen from them.
Yeah, I think so as well. They have been able to consistently bring some more life into this roster here. I mean, again, newest addition here in Leggy has been playing out for a little while now. We saw him a little bit that last roster doing some decent work. So it's good to see him kind of developing over time and getting more comfortable in this squad here. As for like big wins, this roster is kind of missing out on a lot of those. They've been taking a lot of tough losses here. Their Challenger League gets started off with I think it is I mean, it's just so many losses that they've only gotten one big win so far in that season, so they're losing best of ones consistently. And so there is a little bit going wrong here, that they've kind of set their sights into this Latin American Series number 2, and they're looking to recover. They're looking to bounce back, and we'll see if that happens here. Unfortunately, they drew Fluxo, which again are reigning champions, and unfortunately, they're in the lower bracket with you.
Yeah, you hate these events where it's like, oh, darn, literally the number 1 seed just got upset, and now he's going to go down and tear up the lower bracket. But here it is for Fluxo. I mean, these players, again, name value says everything for this squad. Like, you have all of these players who are willing to play internationally. They are, tier 1, caliber players. Like, you could see them at the top of Counter-Strike if the work comes through. But right now they fell victim to an upset to Case in the opening round, and now, well, they're gonna have to tear up Corinthians to get through to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, just so many caliber players on this roster here that you'd expect to be able to just be able to shut down this region. Again, there are some like big like bumps in the road here to start off 2024. I'll just say missing out on the RMR was a massive deal for this squad here, kind of developing. And of course, you know, hopping into some of the other qualifiers and just not being able to really punch through and get their ticket in towards international competition, which is obviously a big goal for this roster now. Gathering enough points to consistently get to that point in this online series is going to be a big deal. That'll be
Right.
maybe their ticket through to some of that international competition. But yeah, I think it's a big deal that this roster is kind of slowed down in that department because, like you said, there's caliber players that are only playing up against their regional rivals.
Yeah, and that's the thing here for Fluxo is I think even this tournament is important just to get more points to start securing invites to the closed qualifiers because right now they are struggling to even punch through the opens and make it. Of course, those brackets are brutal. Like if you get upset once, boom, you're done. Day's done. Boom, you run into a Pain Gaming at 9Z. Oh well, it looks like we're not going to Dallas anymore, I guess, guys. But or or even some of the best teams in the region, a Bestia running through a bracket here and there. So it's tough. Like it's really important for this team to get these wins and secure really deep placements in these tournaments. But right now, another rocky start. Fortunately, again, they could kind of, they should be coming into this matchup with supreme confidence over the Corinthians opponents. But, these Corinthians guys have kind of been in the chamber since the last RAS series, and they put up a good result against Sharks. What's to say they can't do the same versus Fluxo?
Yeah, they definitely gonna need to dig deep, deeper than like this roster, at least underneath this banner has been able to do. This is definitely gonna be Corinthians, yeah, I mean just straight up toughest competition of the year so far. So that's
Yeah.
gonna be a big challenge, and if they can actually pull it off, that'd be incredible. But I think it's gonna be more so on Fluxo getting to that stage where we saw them frustrated once again. As we take a look at the veto here to kick things off, Mirage picking it into Fluxo, it's always a little bit of a risk here. I feel like you're picking into a real strong
Yeah.
suit here. Lukowski's specialty, Zevi, whole lot more effective, but it's Corinthians saying, "Hey, we feel comfortable enough, and this is where we kind of target some of our better work that we've done here in the past." Ancient, I think, is a map that everyone has just clearly used against Corinthians to try and to best them. They play it a lot, but it gets picked into them a lot, and they usually don't come out on top. And then we finish things off on Nuke as well. So if you're Fluxo, you're pretty excited about all three of these maps. I feel like it just comes down to what Corinthians really deliver on Mirage to say maybe otherwise.
I mean, hey, there is one thing going the way of Corinthians. All these results are from months past. The most recent ancient result was an overtime affair versus Sharks, which is, to be said, not bad. Right there. And Fluxo as well. Yesterday, or rather on day one, suffer a 13-4 loss to Case as well to put them down in the series. And they were just getting ran over. Honestly, Case were just taking over all the middle, and Snow was having a field day with them. So it's still possible, Cole. Dread it as much as you think. I don't think this is going to be as clean as we might think here. But as we move to Mirage, you talked about it a little bit. It is in Corinthians ballpark to hit this one out because Fluxo, no doubt, are a solid team.
100% agree with you. It is going to be more of a challenge here. I think for Fluxo, what they're going to be looking forward to in this series is a little bit of leadership to keep them in high spirits when things are down. That's what I want to see. If things go south, are they going to be able to build back here? Chase got the dualies. He's going to get a chance to work here because this A-side play is coming through. Zevi might be taking that first contact, but I mean, Cuts has the flashes. I don't know if he'll be able to effectively flash this angle, though.
There's a miss smoke in the mix, though, but Shay, 1-for-1, and Zevi does get his, so small advantage. being in the favor of Fluxo. But it looks like Bomb Plant will actually be allowed at this stage. So perhaps the win already gained here for Corinthians. What else? Not much. Lukowski and VSM tap down 2 and Cuts with nowhere to run. VSM's got his double, but a Bomb Plant there for Corinthians.
Yeah, we'll take the bomb plant for sure. I do wonder where that smoke that landed in Sandwich was actually meant for. Maybe deep jungle, I'd imagine, as the secondary smoke there. But as you can see, pretty easily handled. And the post plant, Jay able to take care of business as they press forward there. Lukowski with a nice shot to get things off. Not giving him much of a chance to operate here. And the post plant, no troubles, shutting that thing down. Fluxo start off with success here, but of course the force spy going to come back from Corinthians. They're not going to stay down for too long.
I actually am interested to see where that smoke would have landed if it nailed, because I haven't seen that lineup come through before. A running jump throw. Not at all that common. All right, but we have Corinthians on the force. Shay playing on top of the ladder. Does have backup in the form of PKL. That re-smoke to Palace is going to need to come through fairly soon. Wow, the odds really don't favor Corinthians here. I think it's more possible than that. We'll see. As Lukowski holds down for 1, but it's Che firing into the back of 2. And that makes things very tough here for Corinthians.
I'm just getting punched in. Just gonna start another post plant at least. More damage done, and I just can't escape.
Yeah, Dash hoped for some respect out of Zevi, but with the whole team behind him, he says, let me at him. Another bomb plant, though, for Corinthians. We'll see if that brings in another force, but for now, it's 2-0 for Fluxo.
Nicely done. Gonna handle the force by here. Corinthians maybe having the option to continue that, or just go for a half by. Finally give yourself a round with good utility, which is the more logical option. Although this is a team that likes a good hero rifle, I feel like. You know, Cuts coming through there does like himself a little investment, a solo investment. I can't remember, there was a team in NA that we were watching that was always buying the MP9 every round. Forget who it was.
Shout out Calamity.
Calamity, yeah,
yeah.
Just every round he could, just full investment of a MP9 and armor or Mac 10 and armor. The rest of his roster could be on full eco. He wouldn't care. He wanted to kill. It might be the best way if you're like a little bit on the rougher end of the ECL caliber players. Just like farm some stats every round. Get yourself a chance every round.
I couldn't imagine like doing that. Buying an MP9 every single round. It's just like an insult to your own like mechanical ability. Oh, wow. For cut there. Maybe just unable to connect. 3 shots to the body. Easy does it. But the rest's not going to follow that much into place. Look, I want to be able to hit like a sick AK headshot. No one's like saying, wow, that was a really cool MP9 shot you hit.
Yeah, for the most part, it's like, oh, okay, you just ran and gun and hit all of your sprays. Maybe like some people are impressed with like people's ability to burst that gun, but I think it's a little bit easier now to like get away with those long range bursts while moving.
Like, it's more like it's more luck, honestly, when you hit the long range burst because of the atrocious first bullet accuracy. Like, remember, in Counter-Strike, not every gun is a laser pointer. In fact, fairly few of them are. The only one you could actually say is one is an AWP and the AUG. Everything else has a little bit of random chance associated. Yeah. For some reason.
Nicely timed HE right there. VSM. They're gonna queue up a full B exec here. There needs to be some help coming through for VSM. He needs to figure out a way to buy time.
Look at this. They're coming through underpass. They're flying up underpass here. Dash is lobbing utility. But they're about to find out that there is no one home on this B site. And like 2 players go down easy, and Che is still out towards Ticket. He just runs across and picks up an AK, gives him a ghost right there from Leo Monster. And he will actually tap down PKL, trying to give himself some space, but Aber can't make it happen. And Zevi's also got the cross cut off. A little fake execute there for Corinthians, but turns into a 3v5 and then goes even further south.
Yeah, good discipline from Che right there, not to rotate off. Still in such a strong position as Guts just tries to fly in. Especially when you lose your B play instantly like that, you need some positioning in a post plant. So Guts tries to develop it, but Che just gets a freebie for it. Zevi connection on the job finisher will come through. 9-0 for Lukowski is not what you wanted to deal with here if you're Corinthians on your map pick. Not a fun kickoff here for their T side, having to deal with this defense.
It's already pretty cold. And I mean, the strat there was nice if looks like it didn't have the perfect response to it, which was truly that double underpass flank for the understaffed B execute. And now just a straight A run, which looking like it's a dry run here, Cole. There's no smokes. They're just mostly hoping and praying that Zevi ain't here, but to their dismay, he very much is. First kill's easy. Che with the second. DKL on follow-up, and this round never got off the ground.
Never easy when you can't make it out of Palace. Can't even run around that corner because they're spamming the smoke with their entire roster zoned in on you. Just knifing the smoke right there. Hoping for something cheeky. Gauzy. We'll spot him out there. You're gonna give him a fight. That's his first death. You wanted one. Aber will deny.
VSM has yet to die, but that will stay that way. As it is 5-0 to start, and I think it's also just the fashion that these rounds have been won in that is the most worrying sign right here for Corinthians.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. Not a lot of competitiveness on some of these gun rounds. Some of these executes just getting shut down. Full confidence from just about everyone here on this play. CT side. See a little bit of a mid-fight though early. It could be fun. Utility just thrown out here, dispensed. Cow's gonna go forward to fight.
Yeah, inside around the smoke. The perfect pop flash. There's 3 players blind, and he transfers to Dash. That is money.
Just such a tough way to start your round off, Lukowski. Just disrupts your entire default here. You gotta pick up the pieces now. Cuts gives it a shot. It is spotted on this campaign up catwalk here. Instantly everything repositioning here. Nah, it's not gonna work there. Leggy trying to dive through the smoke, but Savvy is zoomed on your location.
Oh my, and VSM. Now the goal here for VSM is to stay deathless. Can he pass this test? Jiggle peeks there. I don't think Aber was seen. So there's going to be a wide swing and a pre-fire? Not today. He's hoping to find a back turned. But nothing gives.
Oh.
Aber. Oh, he's going to get cleared as well. VSM too aware. Molly. VSM will fight forward, and deathless he will stay. 6-0 for Fluxo.
PKL's got his back right there to really secure that one. A great setup, man. I mean, again, you start to see maybe a little bit of a change, a little reroute there for this Corinthian squad, and look what it gets met by. Lukowski just doubled a perfect flashbang. And every little solo play you got afterwards here is shut down piece by piece. Another dominant round for the CT side. Money's just stacked up so high. Concerns are low here.
down middle, though. At least the Tech-9's trying to knock on the door of Connector, but Fluxo say, no, sir, no soliciting. So now A main is just under control, but oh, look at this. Leo Monster's actually made his way out from stairs, and the shots are not clean here, but PKL will stabilize. Just leaving Leggy. Just one little uprising, a little dink onto Che. That is all. And I think he's just seen as well, so he will make do. It almost puts the first death onto VSM, but not today. As a 7-0. Imagine if he missed that nade and it bounced right back towards him.
If it hit his teammate. That might be the second craziest nade of the event.
We
First one was
almost
that one that almost won them the game.
won the map. For those who were missing it yesterday, the craziest map of RES so far. MIBR versus La Ruganeta. The game almost ended with a post-mortem grenade. And it might start here for Corinthians, finally. An opening fight with Zevi down and cuts. Lukowski on the other side of this will make it for an easy kill. Actual advantage here rolling for Corinthians.
You need to scratch your head here. VSM trying to get to work on this B side as well. Going with a annoying leggy that just won't stop swatting. At this B side. Chase still on his little solo adventure up towards that A side, clearing out so much space. PKL is taking that advantage and is going to go and reinforce the B side of the map here. So this is still going to be a pretty effective two-man defense. That is if VSM was able to say anything.
Yeah, first death on the board for VSN, RIP, but no. They gotta clear this out. PKL now alone here on the B site, tasked with the 1 versus 3. He's been strong so far this map. He's got the flicks in him. Now he gets the bomb as well. PKL up for the 1v3. He's been so crisp on the aim, and Cuts is down to 28 HP. What an individual play we're seeing here out of PKL. Ooh, between the angles, though, and Cuts caught a shoulder. That will not be the clutch, though. PKL, too many angles to deal with, and a lot to say. A lot in those Glock shots, I'll say. First round for Corinthians.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible clutch right there from Cuts. Has to do it all for his squad. Be able to kick it off. But Cuts getting in towards window. Not stopping there. PK, look at this aim, though. My God. Just perfectly zoned in right there. Leo's trying to retreat. He's trying to run away. Cuts is able to fight forward, though, and give him a little bit of grace right there. So if that round went sour for Corinthians, you would just say there's no hope in this map. But right now, with one round to kick things off, there's some hope. There's some life. Is that going to be the spark?
To light the $10,000 that VSM has on fire? I suppose so. Tons of cash in the wallets. Guys over at Fluxo, but maybe to set them down just a little bit. PKL does drop. Cuts has been doing some good work, at least, to take down that IGL. Captain versus captain battle.
Back-to-back rounds that he's been able to best that. Get in towards B here. It's VSM without much support. Flashbang. Again, trying to buy some time for some extra help, but he's not going to get it. He's got to do this alone.
Yeah, util sets being lobbed on in, but Lukowski's got the help from Catwalk, and then the corner from VSM. Aber with a quick trade and a double to get his team in the round. The backstab as well coming through from Leo, but it's not clean. Zevi won't be good enough on the shot, however. Che didn't rush the trade. Now it's coming in late through the murder hole, and the off angle from Leo Monster is fierce. But Che might just be better. 1 versus 2. Made 1. Che has a lot of angles to clear, though, but he does have a molly. But Aber with the swing, not even gonna let it get there. A triple kill on the site there for the second round for Corinthians.
Well, there you go, doubling it up here, getting 2 in a row. Like you said, it's about lighting that money on fire here if you're Corinthians. Slowly breaking through that economy. A couple of 1 clutches can do that. Is he done? Aber, I mean, just saving this round big time. This is set up. I said Lukowski, he wasn't going to be in a position where he could help out that B defense. So VSM, you know, 1 quick clear and that side is over. But he made it in time. So Aber has a 180-degree flick he's got to get done here, but Lukowski just deletes Leo out of the gates here. We also lose PKL, though.
Another opening death. A perfect flashbang, though, but there's no swing to back it up. Zevi eventually gets onto the angle, though, and Cuts will be knocked down. And another advantage here for Fluxo as soon as Corinthians start to get going.
Good stuff. Trying to save this round, though. Gosh, gonna try and entry with the op here. Che's been pretty disciplined on this A side, and that timing is unreal.
The irony as he wide swings. Oh my goodness! Aber never had a chance. Desh looking for his first kill as well. He's not getting it. It's been tough days here for Desh, and Corinthians will fall back into the same lane here as Fluxo put them in their place. It's 8-2.
Che just timed that swing right there so that he could avoid the op shot by peeking in front of his teammate. He knew that timing. That's just clinical from him, really. Freebies for Che to close things out. And it's back-to-back clutches, 1 for Corinthians. That is going to leave them very limited on economy here, but Leo has this little gift for you. Lovely headshot.
And a sick reply. Nades as well go down. VSM with 1, but there's another Desert Eagle headshot here for Corinthians. Is there anything more? PKL almost goes down as well. Making it an awkward 3-on-3 post. But now CT's assemble into position. And surely it's time to give this one a go. Swing here from Aber. It's worked for him before, just as Che pulls pins. And at long range, he keeps it going. Aber just being the lifeblood of this team right now. He might force a save out of Fluxo, and that he does. What a round from Aber.
They have to here, trying to give themselves one last bite. You just can't get on in. Aber doing enough damage off the back of the foundation that had been set. No big deal there. There's a couple of names. The A-Force recovered as well from Cuts. But, I mean, off of a nice shot from Leo to kick things off of a great trade from Cuts on that B site. That's all that's required here. 1. And...
on.
2. Wow.
What? Okay.
Cuts. That is absolutely filthy right there. Beautiful shot there. Thread angle in the smoke as well. Unbelievable. Lukowski flying in through underpass, though. Leggy.
Oh, it's the inexperience that's really going to get you here, isn't it? Hello there. Lukowski won't be whiffing that spray. That's the opener. Oh, and Cuts. Trying to walk up Cat. Oh, what? But Zevi missed. I don't say that often, Cole. But he just missed. Leo now, up on. He's going to come away with another kill. An aid will trade, but this is a huge disadvantage to play from.
I'd even say it could be a frustrating finish here to the half for Fluxo. Very straightforward, easy rounds over and over again to the later stages here, but we'll see if PKL can redeem that Full belt of utility on this B side. But he's going to have to deal with most likely a contact approach here.
Yeah, and that's actually the problem. Oh, man, the timing just could not be worse right now. But he is going to pop up on a good angle here and spots one, but quickly traded. Shea is in position, but Desh will get his first kill of the half to cap it off. You know what? Happy days at least there for Corinthians. So they'll get themselves to 4. But I think Fluxo still, feel like they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they do. As they should. But, I mean, again, kind of closing out that half not as good as you'd hope. As you can see, so many opportunities right there, but big misses. Some awkward, clutches right there played out. Getting ecoed in the mix. Actually, that's his first kill of the half as well. Last kill required. 1xbet odds still giving Flexo a lot of favor. I think if you want to best the squad here, again, it's kind of breaking this team down mentally. They've given themselves something to be excited about on this CT side, a chance.
I think it's been Aber to really do it, and he's going to continue. Inside of CT spawn, there's Cuts as well, who gets both Palace players. Okay, if a pistol round is what Corinthians are going to get, maybe we can start talking. PKL is very dead here. Or is he, as he swings wide and Leo Monster hits the dirt? PKL was almost up for the 1v3. How about the 1v5?
See what he's made of here. A little route over towards that B side could go a long way. At least even just start a plant. Give Fluxo an investment opportunity. So again, no one really budging here on Corinthians. Especially now, you really don't want to be the one player walking into that B-bomb site. And the off chance that PKL did just rush it down and towards that side of the map. So they're going to stick as a unit. PKL's not only going to start off this 1v5 with 2 kills, but he's going to get a post plant here in the 1v3. Doesn't have armor, though. Which is going to be a little bit of a concern. Here we go. Clearing out the site. Calling the site clear.
Yeah, so, I mean, the plant is a win in the eyes of PKL for sure. Does he have a clutch in him? That is the question. As well as moving quickly in through market. So, he's going to have a tough time having to deal with all these players, hoping to maybe shave off the caboose of this train running into the site. And they might start thinking he's apartments, and they do, but the problem is the shot not quite clean, except for onto Leggy. There is no way, though, with the kit. The kit is defusing. He wasn't going to win it either way. Instead, it's a quad from Cuts. Good effort there from PKL to make it interesting. Corinthians will walk away with their pistol.
Nicely done. Beautiful work from Cuts to close out. In this duo here of Aber and Cuts really just delivering so much impact right now in this series, in this map so far. Aber gets his 1 with the kit. Cuts gets his 4. That'll do just nicely here. We are likely going to see a big investment. Though VSM has P250, so not so certain.
I mean, hey, Aber has honestly kept his team in it, especially with that just solo triple kill on the B site, doing everything for his team. He opens up that round. And hey, it's a nice quad kill from Cuts, but it's really the talk of the town should just be Aber throughout this game. And hey, already starting off with an op. Gotta respect the dedication there for Cuts. He got the 4K plus the defuse. That's the extra cash in the wallets for the CT side. Time to get more. Time to get off the one here, Dash. You got the best gun in the server.
Yeah, no question about it. You gotta deliver with this. Teammates place their faith into you. So it is definitely time to step up to the plate. You might get challenged. There's a window smoke. He's going to be quickly nullified here.
Oh, but the flashes out middle there from Fluxo are great. Retaking mid, cuts out in the open. And not respecting that potential. Good calling so far from Fluxo.
It's a brutal way to clear mid right there. I mean, you got some sense of a setup, but not much to write home about when the op gets kind of shut down like that. This repositions nicely, though. Again, calling upon him with this AWP here, stepping in towards triple, looking for a shot, and splits the goalpost here, and he's just toast.
He gets wall bang. It slows him down when he tries to cross. It makes him an easy target. And that op can't even be saved. In fact, it could just be picked up by the T side and used against them. But Zevi does go down, and Aber is still inside of A main. They're going to clear him out. But it's still a heavy disadvantage here for Corinthians. Especially as VSM. He's had his time with the AWP before. I remember Oplano. But not this round, not now.
Heck, he smokes himself off, but what he's not safe from is the bomb. He knows it. So, he just goes down fighting right there. Respect that play right there. Leggy knew he couldn't stand a chance there with the health. So, the only one able to save is Aber. And again, it's tough here for Corinthians, right? You want to place your faith in that opera, and I think that's like a really good leadership move from Cuts. Saying, hey, Dash, I know you had a tough half. Let's shake it off. Let's start off this defense. Let's come back into this, right? And let's try and actually close the CT side of Mirage out. But then, unfortunately, the tough half continues into the next half, and he just gets nullified.
So, full force buy. Basically, you can say the map is placed onto this round. VSM has got to be on alert. He probably doesn't know that Aber is as close as he is. So he tries to walk back up into this apartments angle. It could get awkward. And lets Corinthians stack up the A site. So at least there's that.
Starting to call in for a little extra help, though. Catwalk kind of gets cut off as well. You definitely don't want to be pushing that smoke if you're PKL. Right now, you are left scratching your head. VSM going to challenge, though.
Here we go. Around the corner. And the jiggle peek's not good enough. Aber on the close line. And a re-smoke in towards deep apartments. Corinthians just trying to make the hard read that Fluxo want this part of the map.
They're really going to follow right there in their footsteps. 25 seconds. This is kind of a done round.
They've got to call it off, because look at this. Like the stack basically has just been revealed, Cole, but then there's still Aber in the apartments. I mean, I don't know what to think about that. Lukowski walks out connector for free. That should tell you everything you need to know. But Fluxo commit to the bit, and well, Corinthians are back in the game.
Yeah, I just don't know what they're thinking there. They have an A lurk and A main, and you lost VSM in apartments like that. That surely would mean that A is the only option. You've got to go in that direction.
Well, you know, when you have a deep apartments play, you're like, okay, maybe they're gonna stack the A site because they got that deep control. You know, the
Yeah.
idea of, you know, drop a deep smoke and go, right? But the fact that Lukowski gets up top connector as easily as he does
And they're
should be the
smoked off
problem.
cat.
Yeah, I know. Everything is wrong with that. Now it's going to be the smoke walk here. And Aber sees nothing. He'll get the one onto Zevi, but running down through CT spot, Desh gets turned into roadkill. And the bomb plant is safe. Are you serious? The Palace Rush works. They create a smoke tunnel almost. But this round is far from over. Che does get an op, but he also does fall, and everyone gets picked off at long range, just leaving PKL towards A main, and Aber's got him locked in. So a bomb plant there for Fluxo. That's not what they wanted, however. It's Corinthians on the retake.
Yeah, they were going for the all-in right there. They're going for the round win. Retake is a breeze. No troubles in that department here. We're gonna, I mean, very likely talk about Fluxo letting this lead slip as they fail to close out some of these rounds. I mean, again, the direction right now from this team is a little bit questionable here. If frustration sets in another series and they let this map slip, let this lead slip, it's going to be a tough start to the series here. And it's going to be maybe a continued trend from what we saw just a couple days ago. Do we have any sort of course correction after things go south?
And oh no, Leo Monster struggling for the jump up. This could get weird. This could still get weird. I mean, look at this. Che. Oh, he made a dropping sound, so this should be known from Leggy. But he seems to discount it a tad bit. You know, back and forth. But now he picks up the superior angle, so I don't think Che should be able to get anything done here.
Might need to let his teammates take the first point of contact and distract here for them, but Lukowski and PKL not making their moves up con just yet.
Now it's time to get locked in for that. You can try to pull the attention of these the jungle players here. It's Aber, okay, one taps the A main player. Leggy does eventually go down, but Aber's been good this game, but he overextends. Cuts now on the site though. Drops the bomb with 10 seconds left, and he'll get both kills. Corinthians put this map within one.
One round here. That's all that's required. Corinthians could tie things up. They were down 8-0 at one point. Sorry, 7-0. 8-2. It's been a single round since that point here. Just one little force by victory. It's been all Corinthians all day. Winning clutches, winning ecos. They've got it all in their back pocket right now. And Fluxo, I can only imagine the frustration here. They try and let it loose up catwalk, but shut down by Leo Monster.
Oh boy, Cole. The thought that Fluxo could go down a map. I said, you know, this series was, you know, possible for Corinthians. As they went down, you know, 7-0, I kind of like said to myself, oh, what am I saying? What am I saying? But this can happen with this Fluxo team. It happened versus Case. It feels like the wheels sometimes just fall off. You have Lukowski diving up catwalk, and he couldn't secure the headshot on the Leo Monster.
Yeah, it feels like the second time in a row Not what you want here.
You're gonna spin
See if-
PKL.
Yeah, PKL's got a big lurk.
Yeah, that's one. Oh, but not the second. Aber instead comes away with a kill onto VSM. Could have been so much worse. A nice flashbang, though, out of Palace to keep him suppressed. But Leggy still makes his way into the site with 2. And the Palace player's locked out. Desh knows exactly where he's playing from. He's just going to walk onto the angle. Or instead, he's going to focus towards A main. Or is he? First kill's there. Spray needs to be good from Che. And he's not going to land the shots. Corinthians have brought this game to equals at 9.
9-all. A little sneaky defuse right there, rolling on through. And it saves them. So much worry right there. Leggy able to step out. I mean, you don't have much of an op presence here on Corinthians. That's still a theme, but Leggy's that other rifle has been a little bit quieter compared to like Cuts' impact. Leo's starting to really elevate his game, but Leggy, man, this late into the game, delivers 2 massive kills. One thing you got to consider here, Fluxo not feeling any of the weight behind him there. There's no coach to settle the nerves or anything like that to calm this squad down. You know, they do have a lot of Titans on this roster, but nobody in the server. Things go south to again, course correct here and give them some solutions.
However, there is Zeby's AWP. That was brought on over by Che. Nice enough. So, boost up for VSM. Smoke to be deployed. And a jump up in towards that window room. He wastes no time walking through it. Cuts. Gets domed. And immediately the A site under threat.
That's a big find right there. They're actually calling back over towards this A side. They're going to avoid the stack, the concern of it. Massive movement here. They've pretty much cleared this A side free for the taking. Big reposition from Aber. Try and handle a potential CT spawn push here. And if you're Corinthians, if it doesn't go in towards you, it's just a save. You give yourself more chances with the rifle rounds in the future. For now, this one is very likely going to be Fluxo with the wake-up call here saying, hey, let's settle down a little bit. I mean, that one's just a really beautiful call. VSM boosts up, and then they throw the A smokes. And then VSM takes that timing of Cuts trying to rotate over to help out that A defense to push through the window smoke. It's really well put together. It's well orchestrated, and that's what they need. I need to see that out of Fluxo when the going gets tough.
Yeah, like a really nice set play that they have in mind. Because they've gotten into window rooms successfully a couple of these times. They have a lot of knowledge on that part of the map on how to play it. Seems like that was the right play for this round. But with Corinthians keeping everything in this one, obviously they're still going to come in with a bit of bite in this round, and they certainly need to. We're going down the home stretch, Cole.
We are. This one gonna go the distance, like you said. I mean, first 7 rounds, you're thinking, boy, this isn't close here. But how quickly things can change in this environment, this MR12 that we live in here. Comebacks are so much more manageable when you only gotta pull it back, 4 rounds out of half. Pistol round could so quickly bounce you back into things here. We got a timeout for Corinthians. looking to settle the nerves on their camp after their second round loss out of the 9 that they've picked up.
Yeah, it has been a hell of a spree. Start off this second half, but maybe Fluxo can come through with more plays like that, more creativity. And Lukowski making no secret of his jump up. Good to see the Leo Monster. He's gonna spot the shoulder out here, but somehow Lukowski comes away with the kill. That's got to be a hands on head moment there for Leo Monster. Cuts is gonna try and chase, and that's been heard. Leo Monster, or rather, Lukowski absolutely knows. He's just gonna hold the angle, instant headshot. That was bold. And Leggy's gonna continue to try and follow that up. Close in, wide swing, almost the potential for a double, considering Lukowski is so darn low. Instead, he catches the grenade and forced to fall back. And at the same time, more pushes come through, and more open arms for Fluxo.
Waiting for you here. Now Dash spotted out as well on this A side. Both players kind of revealed right now, so a split can go quickly here. And targeting Dash, he needs to step up here in a round. He needs to deliver if Corinthians want to close this out.
He's not even feeling it, though. I think he's already called the save in his mind, which is understandable. The money is 0 for Corinthians. If he holds onto his gun, maybe there could be some weapons dropped over with a loss bonus. So, Fluxo with another step back forward. And off to the hills here for Desh and Leggy.
Really just go all in on trying to find Lukowski. And like you said, it's a hands-on head moment when you miss out on that sort of kill. You never think it's not gonna go your way here, and Leggy will drop as well with the AK, so it is gonna be Desh's hero op in the next. Maybe some half buys around it if you don't want to concede. Map point.
Oh, the timing. Did PKL see him? I think he did, but not enough in the end. 11 rounds of Fluxo. You know, it doesn't matter how big the comeback is when your opponent's already knocking on the door of the map victory, right? Just takes one hiccup. How Lukowski got that? It bewilders me, Cole.
Still a pretty decent purchase here. It's just missing a lot of utility. Dash putting a lot of extra influence on himself to work this control. But a pretty off-spawn call to hit this A side isn't a bad idea here. You only got 2 players. You're now defending. Quickly could turn into 4 though, up Cat. Or up Con, rather.
Charge up through A main, Lukowski. Up onto Leo Monster. Aber as well. Unfortunately, goes for the swing. And so focused on that mid angles in towards connector. And no support for the site. Dash and Cuts locked out. And not even gonna try for the wall bangs here, as Heavy is just holding stairs from Ballas. That wasn't even considered from Dash. That's the op loss. It just hasn't been his map. Leggy cut down next, and cuts Moretz with an excellent start to this half. Again, waving the flag here, the white flag here for Corinthians, as it will finally be map point for Fluxo.
That it will be. No questions. And again, just a little bit of a recovery effort here. That little set piece that they throw, it looks like it lit a match. PKL spotted out the last. That'll be a trade to enter into the nightmare scenario here for Corinthians. Defend for your life against lacking weaponry.
Cuts earned that spam. I'll say that. He started it. He's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, the execute was just so good. I mean, it's that standard smokes. And that's the risk of playing in front of the smokes, is that you're just isolated from your team. It's not a 4 versus 5, it's a 2 versus 5. Now, Lukowski up catwalk, once again, is gonna struggle just a bit.
It's like
still
a fast
heavy.
cat fly.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, I mean, down early. Problems start to form in the server. Chake looking for solutions, though. That's certainly one of them. Dealing with the A-main aggression. With a quick headshot like that. They're still going to try and take this catwalk approach, though. Towards the B side here. Ladder control, very valuable real estate taken by PKL. No need to jump the gun off this, but does still look like this B side is their target, and that's one player spotted.
Jump spot there from PKL.
Still Molly balcony.
Oh, that is so sick. Still under. It's not as all clean as they want it to be. Leggy now in trouble though. He needs at least one off the 5-7, and he will not be given anything as VSM plasters cuts Moretz. It was a comeback effort here from Corinthians, but Fluxo find their footing. Are looking to put this map to rest. This was Aber's map, all things said. A solid effort to get his team into this game, but VSM is going to finish it. It's 13-9 for Fluxo as they take Corinthians' pick.
Yeah, it's just a great closure right there from Fluxo. Again, you hit a big bump in the road right there. You lose, was, I believe, like 1 out of the 8 rounds right there. So you only get 1 and you lose 8 in a row to allow for that comeback to fully formulate. But once reality hit that this thing was slipping away from them, I think they really called some great game plans after some really rough calls as well. We saw the way that they got ecoed on that T side, where they just charge into the B side, overcharge through some smokes and have to deal with some tough utility there. But bouncing back stronger is a good sign from Fluxo, because they weren't able to do that in day 1.
I mean, there's some really nice creativity there from Fluxo on the calling, especially just to get them started. The one round where VSM insta boost after the smoke to catch cuts off guard. Like there's some nice plays that came out of the playbook there from PKL and company. So some awesome stuff and some good coordination, keep their heads in the game, even when they're, getting close to being upset again. It's been some tough times for Fluxo lately, so it's good to have that. Now, map number 2 up on the docket here as Corinthians. They've had a tough time on Ancient before, but they had a good showing versus Sharks. We'll have to see if they can bounce back versus the team like Fluxo. Back in a bit.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hey, girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we're back on in. We got map number 1 out of the way, 13-9. You know, a little comeback. At least it shows that Corinthians are certainly in the server. But moving on to Angel, we kind of have to see if they can mirror that same success. I think versus Sharks, they probably had the benefit of working with the map win leading into that particular map to even, you know, get them to that overtime, power them with some confidence underneath their feet. But Cole, they're playing against Fluxo.
Yeah, no, they're on their own map pick here. I mean, obviously, again, you got to give them some credit here for pulling that one back, making it competitive, because it started out looking like it was a one-way street for Fluxo, and it looked like it was going to be a dominant one as well. And so they gave us something to be excited about. We saw some real moments of brilliance, I think, for the most part, out of Aber, who had that consistent success. Cuts also delivered a lot of impact in some of the clutch moments as well. So little duo there of firepower, as well as Leo Monster, who was, you know, particularly strong versus Lukowski in some of those head-to-heads. But all that being said, you don't really have much of a op impact. You felt the distinct lack of like firepower out of Desh. You just really couldn't lift off. There's a lot of moments, there's a lot of chances that Corinthians trusted into him, but just not available on Mirage here. And I think it took a toll on his confidence. I want to see him come through here on Ancient and deliver a little bit more here as maybe the extra element that Corinthians need.
And so, let's see it. See if Dash could show up. Well, not today. It was first 2 bullets out the gun, double gush, and cuts us down. And oh my, you what? What are we doing? We're running through the CT smoke. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say about that, Cole. Because this could have been an easy 4-on-5 post play. Instead, it's been simplified down to the 2v2 via 7 PKL. I mean, I don't know what to say on that one. VSM jiggle peeking. Dash just got him in. It's now up to PKL. Maybe they think he's going around the world, though. He's just going to tuck in. He's going to jiggle peek the bomb. He sees nothing as well. They might think he's coming in on the big flank. It's possible, but there's no kit on the defuse. So PKL, he just wins the round right there. But Cole, care to explain why we're going through the smoke?
Yeah, no easy answer. Could be fun.
No, that's not the right answer.
Could be fun. Maybe. What if we shot them in the head through that smoke? Look at Lukowski. See, you just wanted to do more of it. You just wanted to do a whole lot more. But like you said, it makes a pretty straightforward 4v5 retake. Not so straightforward. PKL though, you have faith in him to clutch out. So there you go. Could be fun, and PKL's got us. Don't worry. There's your second answer. You didn't even ask for 2. I gave you 2.
Wow.
Could be fun. PKL's got me. If I know nobody's got me, I know PKL's got me.
It got me. Honestly, has probably been the most clutch player for Fluxo so far. At least he's done well in the 1vx situations, but looking for him to push it across the line for his team. And so looking to turn this one into a nice A play. Dash, he couldn't even get the tag in. Now the nades and the spam from down low. Chase got him. Now dual Berettas be a fiend to deal with, as Lukowski is forced into the open. And it's going to be a mission to pick up that AK. Or maybe even start the retake. Guys, this round isn't over. Why is VSM hunting saves? They're going to get the defuse. Cole, this is the retake. No. This is... Cole, I'm tilted already. I'm not sure how Fluxo are feeling after that.
Oh my god. This team, they need to get a coach like as soon as possible. I don't know. There's just no discipline in this squad whatsoever right here. Everyone is so aggressive on the hunting. It is actually just like these sort of rounds leave you with your jaw open. Some of these calls leave you with your jaw to the floor. And they're rushing up B here. Into a Molotov they go. Into the site they actually will gather here. Lukowski and VSM able to give him some success here.
Okay.
And maybe something to answer back, at least.
Instead of going for the plant, they're going to take the 2v2. Is it going to be a reroute, though? No, I wouldn't be ashamed of that necessarily, but instead it's going to be the sprint through middle. And Cuts is in an excellent position, and I would have preferred if they hit the site, but, you know, Cuts might be able to hop out of Temple in just a short moment. And, you know, now he's looking to clean up both kills. VSM in some trouble. And Cuts is just going to disrespect and swing.
There you go. Starting it off with 2 in a row right there off the back of a massive blunder. Just a huge error right there from Fluxo gets capitalized on. Scary 2v2 for sure, but like you said, I mean, it is battling like the demon that you know, the devil that you know versus the devil that you don't know over towards that A side. So I'm with you. I agree there. It definitely felt like maybe the more straightforward approach could have been that A. That B hit, but either way. Like, out of the gates this time here, Fluxo are going to have to come back after a frustrating lost round.
I mean, all 2 of them. Like, 2 of them back to back. I don't know. I think those 2-round losses there, Cole, are they just feel inexplicable to me. I mean, even the pistol round, right? We're asking questions like, why are we running the CT spawn? Now, Desh, good on the op shot at least, so happily we'll pop off one and fall back. These pistols will be dealt with. When a collateral gets in the mix and Cuts gets the wide swing. No, this one's going nowhere. Question marks very early on in this game for Fluxo, and it makes me worried for what the rest of this half is going to look like.
Absolutely. Do they bring a little bit of direction, a little bit of discipline here that this team desperately needs? Not to harping too much on it again, it's online play, but this is an elimination match, right? It's not there's no second chances, and you already closed out the first series. Talked about this roster wanting to be a team that can build momentum. Your 2024 has not been kind to you. As we said before, this has been a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of missed qualifications, so this is your event to play. Right? A lot of other chances here. So you gotta come through discipline. You gotta come through fighting for your life right now.
And while the flashes are good, the execute strong inside the smoke though. Oh, Cuts is up to no good. Around the edge of it, we'll find PKL. There's a second from Cuts. Eventually he will be taken down, and shoulder seen there from the op. He goes down. Desh goes a little too much on the play, but there isn't true sight control. You know, weirdly enough, it's a 2v3, but it is possible as Leo Monster falls, though, very much less so as it'll require a 4K from Che to get them in it.
A lovely close there from Che. He's still swinging in the post split there where I'm not so sure it's necessary, but you know what? He's hot. So, he continues to just break them down. Fluxo find themselves their second. A little bit late. Better late than never here. Cuts in these smoke plays, though. Just such a iconic duo. Getting so much damage done. Corinthians will be shut down there. If you look at, I mean, Fluxo's future, this event, and there's not much else behind it. So, trying to deliver right now is of the utmost importance.
Yeah. It seems a bit wild. But yeah, I mean, most of the qualifiers, believe it or not, Cole, have, already passed for this season. Dallas qualification, that's been finished up. Chengdu as well. I mean, we were there. Challengers. Melbourne's happening in a few. Oh, and well, it's going to be a little bit worse here for Fluxo. As Leggy walks down out of A main, starts the flank going. Cuts does see Lukowski make a move, but there's no doubling back. Look at this. Pushing through spawn already.
Oh,
He's dashed and he's going to have backs turned. Or is
wait a
he?
second.
They're gonna duck back to middle instead. And it's a full-fledged attack in towards Donut. Leggy too late to the play. Aber and the back lanes is not gonna be clear. This is textbook stuff that needs to happen here for Fluxo. But with so little time on the clock, you just can't do it. VSM drops. Cole, I'm worrying right now. I am very worried. A double kill on the back end there for Aber. And the round's done.
Over with ease. I'm with you. It's angles that you want to clear right there, but when you have 17 seconds, there's not a lot of time to. Aber just gets away with so much. Easy does it from him. Playing again in a step-up position, given the opportunity right there off all those flanks. It's Corinthians just taking so much valuable real estate away. Fluxo. Good boost is good. Oh no, it just gets knocked off. Aber continues to break this team down. Piece by piece.
A team that won last regional series is going through a lot of hiccups right now. And oh boy, here's another. There's the lineup for Leo Monster as he just takes his time with it. This is looking simple from Corinthians. I mean, maybe you can understand Fluxo there as they're not expecting a player to be in towards Donut. Your team, your opponents have all of mid control, right? He needs a player in Donut. But Corinthians have got the map underneath their thumb right now. It's 5-2. We could be good for a third here. We could be good for finally the ancient upset here for Corinthians.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is hasn't really been successful for Corinthians either. That could swing their way out towards middle. Big find onto Lukowski. Aber continues to be a force to your Leggy.
Uh-oh.
Diving through here. Has so much more to deal with. A nice trade for VSM. They know where the last is. They know where the last is. Just run it in. This is a walk into the B site. And the post plan at least. But there is very little HP on PKL. And VSM cut down to half.
it is winnable for Cuts. But some of the off angles being played on the site are just very difficult to deal with. And VSM does slink out. There is a small chance there for Cuts. But Fluxo will take it. I mean, I respect the play there from Corinthians to just try and collapse in middle, but there are too many players on the scene.
Yeah, 100%. Collapse comes through there towards the middle side of things here. Corinthians instant timeout called. Get that in pretty quickly. Which I do appreciate here out of this squad. Again, they are able to display a little bit of discipline. But they know the importance of this round here. Fluxo close it out. It'll be their economy broken, and that'll be Fluxo's cue to start stringing these T rounds, and maybe even just try and close out this half. That's something that you can't afford here, Corinthians, if you want to stay alive.
And this round means a lot for Corinthians. And Desh, oh, he's going to be in some trouble. He's going to try and fall back all the way. He's been seen. Even in towards Donut. Backside control established here for Fluxo. Looks like we're going up for the 5 versus 5, but a very possible retake if the smoke spam didn't come on through. Lukowski taking his sweet time for that bomb plant, though. And barrage flashbangs, and the bomb plant will come through safely.
A little bit of extra diligence right there to get that bomb plant. Guaranteed PKL, though.
No, this isn't worth it. It's not worth handing back the 4-on-4. Okay, it makes me sigh a little bit, Cole, because we're already going for hunts, even though the save, not a guarantee. But fortunately for Che, this is the case. Already looking to take away some guns. Do have to clear the close angles, though. And he will not. So Aber will get a freebie. Corinthians keep their guns.
4 players. And the instant hunt is again, what costs them dearly. They do manage to hold steady, and again, they have some good ideas, you know, Fluxo, as they should. Little flashes to secure the bomb plant for Lukowski. When 2 flashes head your way, you can't even hear where the numbers are being punched in, which is usually the way you're able to land some of that smoke spam. So 1xbet odds still pretty heavy favored in Fluxo's camp. They're going to run that A play back, and it just feels like the right call right now. Although, Dash is here with an AK.
Yeah, but it's very far back. It has to be a clean headshot on the inbound. And oh, as just walks through the mid-smoke here for Lukowski and has 2 backs turned. That's just mistakes from Corinthians. That shouldn't be happening. And now even gets to storm in a red room. Oh, now he's certainly been spotted out, and he will get locked in, but that's a 4-on-4 and deadly amounts of control here.
Yeah, Leggy's your only kid as well. He's low. Start off this diffuse. Che!
What? Turns his back to the retake, but Zevi at long range. This op could do the most work. Underhands the flash, but what's going on here from PKL? He needs to come through with the help at the moment. I mean, they're just going for the stick. Corinthians with the retake.
It just looks so easy right there in the 4v4. There's so much damage to the Leggy as well, but no one able to play up against this. This defense right there completely breaks down. Able to coordinate effectively. I mean, again, opportunities, but Che playing in a wild position, and then I think there was maybe a miscommunication of some sort of flash. It looked like he was turning away from his teammate's flash, but it wasn't a flashbang, it was a smoke. Instead, So discombobulating, and that was your chance to just sink this half on in. A 4v4 post plant. It falls through the fingertips. Again.
And Dash also working with an op. Kind of just put him over here towards A side anchor duty. Says, get your one. And they're going to try and escort in cuts for this position. Wow. I mean, a lot of spam damage. Che almost gets it. A 1-for-1, probably not what Corinthians want in that situation.
Does get some rotates as well. So, again, we might be talking about a post plant here. They just don't have the influence on this B site. PKL slow crawls in. Theo tries you might, just not going to be able to resist. It's another 4v4 on the B site this time here. We'll see if they can shut it down on this occasion. A one-way street.
Oh, they
Missed
crossed.
shots, though.
2 players spotted on the back end, though. A re-swing from Desh, however, will be punished. And Zevi with a flashbang over the site. Could do a number onto some of these players, but instead they actually get access to the bomb. They start to fake on the defuse here. Bukowski walks through, though, perfectly on the edge of the smoke. Makes it a 1 versus 1. Defuse here for Aber. Thinking about being stuck, but instead Zevi will get a chance from the swing. And Fluxo will best in the post plant finally.
Zevi able to deliver a clutch right there. That's what you need out of him. The round situation there does not miss a beat. Really close out strong, but again, 4v4 retake just looks so easy. I want to talk, I mean, again, just missed timing here. PKL flying forward there, VSM flying through the smoke. You have so many details there, but there's a flash from Zevi that lands towards long. It was just a little before the peak comes through from PKL. It's just some missed timings there in the post plan again that could really just secure these rounds for Fluxo if they're able to just communicate.
Communication. It's been a problem. I can't come back from creativity is some it does something come out of that execution out. I mean, if you want to call it on the pistol around the, and I guess be my guest. And why swing out will actually deal with straight ahead has a crossfire that needs to be broken though. And well, without a single flashbang, walk right into the blender. They also posted up 2 minutes play. Corinthians with 4 play and will take the lead at the half.
Just dominating that one. And again, Che walking out there alone towards A, was hoping to sell some sort of fake. He gets just decimated by a pistol. And then, like you said, there's no utility there to charge in on deep B control that you just don't have. You have no real estate in that map for, you know, the late stage that we were entering into. 45 seconds and not even just like B lane control. You're just trying to take that this late in the stage here. Leggy able to deliver with the 5-7 big time there. 2 kills and a dink. Fluxo skate by with only 5 rounds. The potential of so much more, though, is definitely lingering over them. Mistake after mistake abused by Corinthians.
And so for the pistol. Corinthians, if they pick it up, they're in it. VSM pops off a couple, but running through here, it's PKL with the double. And immediately put back into the dirt, but Cuts is still alive. currently sitting top of the server at the moment and leading the team with Aber as well coming through on the B site. It is so possible. He's been spotted though. Cuts.
Big kill here. Cuts looking for more. Trying to find the flank. They just got him boxed in right now. Well, they don't have the bomb. It is very uncomfortable positioning right now. They're going to look to chase. They're going to look to isolate here. Aber getting chased out, wisely rotating away here. Just being a nuisance here. PKL, oh, he does deliver as well as Che. Both finding their kills and winning the pistol, securing the bag. Again, it falls very quickly out of control there as Cuts able to pull that one back piece by piece with some beautiful shots.
Look at this out of the P250. I mean, it's so sick. It's so crisp. Like, you gotta give it up to him. But past everything else, just wasn't there for Corinthians. Oh my goodness, Lukowski is just no care in the world at the moment. And BSM as well will make it quick. Back to equals we go.
Dealing with that with ease. No big deal. P9 is going to farm a little checks, and we get into the quick bonus here for Luxo. Look, getting their face with the MP9s here. Fast B play, though, called out.
Ooh, and Leo Monster. I mean, a sick entry, but VSM, the MP9, wait, what? Did Cuts think he took him down? Well, here he is, still very much alive, and Aber will finish the job. Now the MP9 start the big swing, but Che doesn't get the trade he wanted. And Corinthians instead will survive the madness.
Yeah, able to just about survive right there, but taking that lead right on back, and the bonus that comes through gets shut down. The final hurdle. Wasn't even like the big cost of the MP9s right there. I don't think that was the problem. It was just the ability there. Oh, the severe lack of utility. Free reign of ramp control given over. And just one last trade. Desh able to deliver. Again, good news is he is having a lot more impact here with the rifles. He was on that last map. Cuts still delivering. Just causing so much attention over towards that B side here. Nothing given from Che whatsoever.
Possible, but oh, Lukowski swings into 3 players. Leggy doing some good entry work on this T side. And Cole, you know, this is actually some good counter strike coming out of Corinthians. On the back end here, they're going to get the first 2 of their gun rounds. Massive scenes. Zevi not out of the play. And so a safe 9-up lead for Corinthians. Could be the third. Looking possible versus Sharks. Here we are.
Yeah, it was, I mean, definitely, I think this team has offered up a lot of improvement on this map. The only team that they've been able to beat here in the last 3 months is PUBG AIM, who I think eventually turned in, recently got picked up. Crew, yeah. Which is cool for them. That's the only ancient one that this roster has here. And after that, it lost pretty dominantly to some rosters. And while they did take Sharks into overtime last time, it was a 13-1 loss. And it just looks like Corinthians are so much better on Fluxo's map pick.
I think you were talking earlier, so have been missing a couple of boxes when it comes down to the utility. However, this A-side execute, it has the goal of donut control, and look who's in donut right now. It is Zevi. Shay will hide inside of a smoke. If he can get anything done, that'll be some nice stuff. But also, it's just a bit of a fake. It's a bit of a ruse. Bomb's going to head over to that B site as all this madness goes down. The players will fall, but the B site overrun.
Thank you very much. Post play going to activate here, and I think if you're Luxo, save on to 4 weapons, which is good news. In some sense, but bad news. These Corinthians are getting closer to that finish line here. Closer to taking us to a 3rd. And again, really showing how much improvement they've been doing on this map. Because while they don't have a lot of big wins, and none of which are up against big teams, it's been, you know, marketable improvement as you watch this roster play forward.
You know, at least the past couple of weeks have been good to them. Right? It's been about 2 weeks since they've truly been logging officials. And we're seeing some strong form. Even individually speaking, like Lecky hitting some nice entries on those gun rounds. I mean, Aber has been playing a lights out series for his team right now. We're talking as if they're about to win the series, though, Cole. There still might be another map that they have to pass.
Yeah, 100%. And a couple more gun rounds here. Looks like I've been able to activate. It's gotten late into games as well. So they've hit the real point contention. Been able to shut Corinthians down in the past. Will that be replicated here today on this second map? A lot of emphasis on middle right now. Scoped up for Zevi. Got coverage from his squad as well. They're going to reclaim this control.
Shay gonna try swinging forward, but wow, what a shot from Leggy. Y'all posts up, and it misses! Leggy with the second entry! And they're in! This round is feeling over unless Lukowski is gonna run through a smoke and try his damnness. And he falls as well, Cole. This is a save. This is 11 rounds for Corinthians.
Yeah, I mean, Leggy nowhere near this active on the last T side here. Nowhere near this sort of ceiling out of him. Charging forward, tussling with the entire team, collapsing in on him. And he just takes them down piece by piece, man. Piece by piece. Leggy playing like a beast right now. Save is denied. This map feels more and more over as time goes on. Aber to complete the mission. And Fluxo might just have nothing to say on the gun rounds here on the CT side of their map pick. This is insane because, I mean, again, the T side, just continue to give the shock here. This collapse from Fluxo, it's a 35% win rounds on the T side here for Corinthians. And they are dominating on the gun rounds here. Not even giving them a chance. Leggy is actually just breaking them down.
We're talking about Fluxo being such caliber players, but Corinthians have evidently been in the lab. First of all, the map from Leggy is insane so far.
Calling's still been good as well. A couple off spawn calls rolling on out there. You know, fast B and A plays. Trade's working out just enough. And then you got these slower defaults in which, when things do slow down, Leggy just dominates. Has so many answers for these opening duels. He just hasn't run out of solutions here. Fluxo feeling desperate.
Flashbang over. Take this one to the house. Corinthians still established in towards the B lane right now. They do not know about Leo Monster right now. Who's gotten past, like PKL is actually just none the wiser right now. He will start to work the angles. He will get the clear, actually. I'm speaking a bit too much. And now Zevi posted up on the angle. They start to slink forward. They actually might get past the scope, but they're jumping around a lot, and easy shot out of the op. Map's not done yet. The boost still established out of Aber. 30 seconds. Cuts will make his move, but into the headshot angle of Che. And this is looking more like a save than anything. Dash doesn't want to hand anything over. And so Fluxo will give us another.
Be able to hang in there for a little while longer. Dash will retreat. I do like a good hunt here on the side of Fluxo.
Counter-terrorists win.
All closed out there. And again, given a lot of these isolated fights, can't even blame too much of Corinthians trusting in their individuals to crack things open, as that has been the case for every gun round. But finally, something slows down here. See if it's more good news for Fluxo or if it's just a flash in the pan.
Right now, for Corinthians, they want to keep this round a flash in the pan. It's going to go by quick. Bomb's already into B. The cross here for these remaining two players is awkward, but with the perfect flashbang, Lukowski doesn't even see his opponent. And Cole, it's going to be map point for Corinthians. Insanity in the server.
I mean, easy does it there. It was just a hiccup. Just a slower round that they realized needs to be sped up. A quick into this. That could be a quick into this map. Fluxo do have 8 rounds, but it just doesn't matter. Corinthians just looking so much stronger here. Consistent development on Ancient. This time around, they might actually get a big dog to take down here. I said, I mean, like, when they lost to Solid and got reverse swept, or sorry, Case, and got reverse swept, it ended on Ancient, in which they just got blasted out of the server as well.
Yeah.
And Fluxo stood no chance in that match. And Fluxo stand pretty tall on Ancient pretty typically, but they are just so lost right now. Some of these late rounds, and they're just gonna try another B rush.
It has not been clicking together, but for VSM and PKL, I guess is the duo that you need. Cuts will be singed back, but Che going for the jump up will get picked. Now the map opens up again for Corinthians. And look at, oh my god. In the 3v3, he's gonna walk this smoke, and it's gonna work. 2 players, back turns, and he gets away. I mean, do not try that at home, kids.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been, it would have just been so fitting right there if he just got punished. You imagine that's the way that someone gets pulled back. I mean, Cuts managed to get past the line here for at least a bomb plant. He's gonna be punched in, and having missed shot. Oh, he doesn't escape, but the trade is there.
Yeah, Molly fades in CT spawn, so Lukowski. My guy just said played the game like he was up 9-0 right now. I'm sorry, that is one of the most insane plays And not a good type of insane play I've seen from Lukowski walking through the smoke. That's too much of a risk for me.
Yeah, when the map's on the line, you got a man advantage for sure. Or at least HP advantage there. In that case. You got an arsenal in the spawn. What's going on there? Eventually we settle on a MP9 for PKL, and he's just now getting into that B site. He's late. He's actually late to this B defense.
Oh, but VSM is going to make up for it. Starting to heat up. Lukowski as well, doing his usual Lukowski thing. We'll go get traded, and this half-buy goes nowhere for Corinthians. Guess we should save the confetti. Cool, because this map is not done yet.
I mean, that's just terrifying. If VSM doesn't deliver as hard as he did. Can you imagine, like, he's solo on B right there. PKL gets caught, like, knife out running into the site, and then bam, the round's over. That's how it ends. That'd just be so devastating. Fluxo, again, gotta sharpen up because it's not over. It's only 2 rounds. Some of these gun rounds have been a little bit challenging. It's only 2 in a row required now. Taking into overtime. So manageable.
PKL as well. Flash swing is perfection. But the re-aggression. Leggy is going to be torn between too many different angles. And Corinthians start to stumble. Individuals getting caught off, picked off one by one. So that leaves the 3v5 on the table.
It's better. Fluxo, little flash play for PKL to get aggressive. You can see he's able to just feast off it. This is a save. We're going the distance here. All the rounds required. You want to have AKs for the next. Understandably so.
As quickly as the game turns.
Here.
They're up 12-8. At one point, and then 2 rounds just got vaporized, and this one the same. It is crazy how fast 3 rounds can go by in Counter-Strike, but here we are.
Oh, the hunt. After time. Oh, this could be brutal.
Oh, and it is going to be brutal. They're all in spawn. PKL sees them. And quickly, everyone goes down after time. It is a dream for Fluxo.
That's such a good call right there to make. It's a little aggressive, but it sure is a game sealer, at least for overtime. Because look at this. I mean, yeah, maybe Aber able to afford a Tech 9. Cuts, gets a P250. This is past the point of, like, nightmare fuel. This is players without armor. PKL, he's so sharp, he gets the kill before time even expires, so Desh is lucky. He was able to walk away with a Tech 9 and some armor, and they're going to try and end it fast A. Zevi alone.
But Zevi also missed the initial shot. That could get awkward now as they close the distance, but there's another shot landed at Cole, and I think we might need extra rounds. Corinthians, they were the one to bring it back versus Sharks to toss it into overtime. Now, how can they handle their opponents dragging them into it?
Able to recover that. Wow, what a just tough game here for Fluxo, but able to avoid past the frustration with 4 rounds in a row. Especially with how Corinthians got their 12th round, I felt like this one was definitely secure. You hit a couple hurdles there, and a big one. It comes in round 23 to make round 24 all the easier. It's a good finish. Fluxo actually delivers some much more cohesive defensive rounds. They're going to look to take that momentum into the overtimes.
would say some cohesion, but also a little bit of dissonance from the side of Corinthians. In some of these, especially on the B plays, like VSM, probably so responsible for bringing it together. Those double kills on the B site worth a hell of a lot to stop this upset from going through.
I do want to see a more cohesive Fluxo Ancient being pulled together here. A roster that, again, has kind of dominated regionally, but the Case were able to break that 7-map win streak that they had. And it looked like they were going to start maybe a losing streak here if Corinthians had anything to say about it more. Just one round more. Not just yet. They're going to have to do it in overtime if they want that chance. Take it into a third. Keep themselves alive here. In the RES Latin American Series 2. Big number 2.
So we're off, pushing through into overtime. Playing OG Counter-Strike, Cole. I'm not talking about the team. I'm talking about the original. First to 16. And Zevi back on the A site with the op. Seems like he's always here. It's about to be at the site of yet another play.
Gotta stay awake. Gotta stay prepared here. They're shifting up the setups right now. Only imagine the fear that they're placing.
It's only
over towards
Zevi.
B.
It is only Zevi here. And he's going to go for the swing, pop up a shot. He'll be able to escape in towards Temple. Che, not as lucky. Lukowski, though, jumping across Leggy, understands the mission. Traded out, 3-on-3. Cuts inside a donate. He gets the space for his team. First round of OT looking good here for Corinthians.
Here they'll start the plant. Smoke recycled. Missed top shot from Zevi, though. Again, gonna cost him here. VSM looking to save the day. Pressing forward. The flash is good. It's catching here. Zevi here still has so much time to reposition, but Cuts can't land the kill.
What? It's Dash now, up in the clutch. Down to half HP. Zevi, he didn't have a kit. He doesn't have a kit, Cole. It's overtime. No, not like this. Jump across there from Dash is good. Zevi, fake on the defuse.
Picked up a kit.
He does have it now, but time running too low. Shot's just not connecting. And another fake defuse and another missed shot. Oh no. You don't like to see that out of either offer, and for their punishment, both players will go down to the bomb.
That'll just about do. You don't like to see it from either offer, but Desh is walking away, the only one smiling at the end of that round there. Somehow Zevi left last man standing in this round here. VSM pushes a smoke. Zevi rotates all the way around Temple. It's so just off base right there for both of these individuals. They can't coordinate right there. And I mean, again, Zevi is the 8 player, is the last man standing, which is a shock. Kowski trying to switch things up here. It takes so much damage in the fire and the flames. Boost is good too, Che. Avoiding it for now, but Lukowski catches the boost and does do so much damage.
That's a huge start for Fluxo. Especially as Corinthians are just trapped in spawn. They have no real advantages in this particular round. Morris will just have to slink away and hope that Fluxo give them something back. Hope and pray is what they'll do. But Lukowski, well, he's going to answer with a double. Make it 3 on the round, and Leggy tries his hand through the smoke. Looks are going to answer back.
They are. Nicely done there from Lukowski. Big impact there. Massive. Massive round from him. Desh. Stepping up a little bit more here with the AWP. But just not a lot he can even say in this one.
I think he's just going to go ahead and toss his hat into the ring. There's nothing much to lose. And that he does. But there's just no time. He's not winning this. This is all for sport. And it's for Lukowski, I guess, as he makes it a quad kill in middle.
And nothing to lose and going for that fight here. Should be able to get more investments rolling pretty comfortably. Lukowski able to knock the boost on down here. Just doing so much work in middle. A little bit of individual effort can go a long way from Fluxo. He's been a really exciting individual this map here. He was kind of slowed down there when they did hit that 8-12 score line. The entry stopped flowing in the same way that we saw at the beginning of the gun rounds for Corinthians. He definitely has a great understanding of his role, it feels like. So many different good positions in the first round that Corinthians pick up here in overtime. You could tell how much he just values space creation. Low on HP, just giving his teammates a chance to trade comfortably. It's just smart CS coming through from Leggy. And I think they might need to call upon him again. Get him back into the server first things first, but then secondly, have him start connecting back onto those fiery entries we got pretty early on.
Well, gotta get that very man back into the server. Get Leggy on board. That round right there from Fluxo is quite dominant. Of course, I think when I'm watching Lukowski, it makes me want to tear my hair out. And you asked earlier, like, this team needs a coach, right? But I'm not sure how well you can coach Lukowski and his antics. Running through smokes and just always trying to be first contact here. He does it so well, but it also seems so insane at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you can kind of live on, something you can die on if you Fluxo. I'm with you. I don't know how like coachable this roster is. It feels like they again just look to disrespect some of this like regional competition, and they went so heavy on the investment to pick up some of these big pieces. It feels like the last thing that they're missing is that coach, is a little bit of discipline to be instilled. And with that missing, there are some concerns, but let's see. How's he looking to do it again?
For the push off. Trying to see who will get ahead in this overtime. Right now, Corinthians, they take this map control, but stay still except for cuts. He's going to walk through. He's going to clear the angles, or is he?
Ooh, utility's gonna really hurt his cause. Or is it? I mean, no faking presence here. They're not gonna bite on that fake, but it doesn't matter. They've already found a big entry. Leggy looking to continue that.
VSM on the hold, but Leggy's gonna best him. Consistent on these entries. Now Che does start a flank, yes. But what's next? The Molly keeps Zevi off the angles. There will be a backstab, but Leggy keeps it up. Zevi, though, does pick the cross for one. The bomb to be planted. Nothing more. Aber looking for a reposition. Che also arrives to the scene, however. That's been heard. As he walks forward onto the site, he knows where both players are. Jiggle peek from Leggy. Zevi on the trade as well. And the coverage is perfect in the 2v2.
Beautiful right there. I mean, Zevi playing smart to post up on that angle. Che walking up. That's one of the better coordinated rounds right there between those two players. It's good to see it on the retake here. Fluxo being able to coordinate their efforts. Leggy doing what he does best and cracking things open in a big way. But shut down in the end in this retake effort. A little bit of diligence done by Fluxo. They will walk into the second half of first overtime with the lead. The T side has also not been their real strong suit here either. So, well, that mattered much to them.
We'll see, but the T side had its own set of struggles here for Fluxo. With Leggy turning up in the way that he is right now, there can still be more. We'll have to see. Running through here. The SM, though, with PKL, it's going to make it a quad in the feed. Everyone drops here for Corinthians in middle and the B lane. And it just leaves Dash, now spotted out. Just hightail it the other way, or just get all the kills, as PKL will do. And suddenly, series point for Fluxo.
Wow, that Sutter gets vaporized right there. It just gets devastated there. They have a flash play, but VSM, you see a little bit of elevation in his game. Deals with all that pressure. Look at this, man. Catching one jumping through the smoke. That's just unreasonable, that second kill right there. Just a beautiful sequence from VSM. Oh, Corinthians might be able to put up a good effort. They need 2 in a row here. Great utility, though. Look at this. Lakowski down low. He doesn't stop. He continues to test. And Shea down low as well.
However, reply. Walking right through. Fearless for Fluxo. Even getting Zevi to post up on the deep angle. As he's going to escort his teammates up the ramp right now. VSM spotted. Will Cuts go for a swing as the question? A perfect Molly lands. A good flash, though. That keeps Zevi off the angle, but Leo still falls. And trades are through here for PKL. Going to go for that plant. Hope and pray the wallbangs aren't there. And he gets it. Post plant for Fluxo.
So he's got a line already. He's already got a line to cut off these CT rotates.
Yeah, but Aber doesn't respect it. Zevi holding down these angles, keeping his teammates safe throughout this game, but not fast enough on the draw. Desh has got him. PKL also wraps around the site. He makes a footstep. Has he given up his game? He certainly has. The smoke is placed in, but Che at long range. Desh looking the wrong way. Leggy now. Up on the defuse, pre-fire in the first, but he's running low on time. Gets off of it, PKL to run right through, and that's the series. It gets so close again for Corinthians. They're just millimeters away, but the upset doesn't materialize. Fluxo 2-0.
Fluxo finished the job there, just barely. There was a lot of errors, there's a lot of mistakes that you could talk about, but again, it's another situation here where they're able to kick it back into gear when they need to, when it matters the most. They did the same thing on Mirage. And so when times get tough here, Fluxo are able to get the ball moving. They're able to get rolling. That's a good sign because, again, the way that they got to that lower bracket was frustrating rounds, frustrating mistakes, into just a complete mental collapse. They didn't collapse this time, though.
They didn't collapse this time around, but like it was still messy in towards the finish. But I think, in towards overtime, in towards the later ends, they just kind of went back to the basics. I don't think it was anything too absolutely insane. We just played some more stock standard Counter-Strike, a little bit of risk taking there, moving through the smokes, but some just good trading and good fundamentals towards the end really got them across the line.
Yeah. And again, I mean, the high ceiling that this team brings to the table, there's no question about it that this roster can kick it into gear at any given moment. And I felt like they were able to do that just in time here on Ancient. Could have been a scary series. It could have been a scary event for Fluxo if they didn't close this thing out. But they avoid that reality. They move their way through the lower bracket just barely. There's still some worrying signs that I think Fluxo are going to need to clean up. There's no guarantee that they make it into playoffs here, are reigning champions from last series. But what they do give us is at least more life in this one. For Corinthians, though, not the case. We do unfortunately say goodbye to a team that looked really strong and gave us a lot of things to be excited about.
Absolutely. This team has been in the lab for the past couple of weeks, and while it doesn't materialize necessarily in this series, it's improvement. And they got two extremely tough opponents to start off. Like Sharks and Fluxo are no easy no easy opponents. So all things said, they can be decently proud of what they brought to the table here. It was a lot better than the first regional series, even though it's still a last place.
Yeah, 100%. Right. Again, I think Ancient's looking a lot better for this squad here. Back-to-back maps where they've challenged good Ancient teams and have taken it into overtime. They definitely had this Ancient in the back. They're going to be a little bit sad that they couldn't get a big win here today on that map, but at least we're seeing that improvement. We're seeing depth in the T side. We're seeing depth out of Leggy, and it's good to see that some of these individuals are rising to the occasion.
Yeah, and so Fluxo can be a little bit happy that they're able to march on past 2-0, but plenty of more best of threes on the way as another elimination going down over there in Group B. It's Team Solid taking on Velox up next. And that one's happening over on the hour. Velox, a bit of a conundrum of a team, but I'm happy to watch Roy try and frag his way out against a solid, as always, Team Solid. Well, that's going to be happening on the hour, folks, so stick with us. A bit of an extended break coming your way.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action, one hope, one expert.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present. Betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And welcome back to RES LATAM. As we wrap up our very first series of the day, Fluxo dodged a little bit of a bullet coming through from Corinthians. Massive respect to the team and the improvements that they were able to make, but you know, it's tough to beat the already the Series 1's champions. So as you move down in the elimination, it gets a little bit more tame, I'd say, in terms of the teams. It's not Fluxo fighting for their lives, but instead it's a new look Velox taking on Solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty exciting. Look out of Bellox out of the gates. They're kind of pressing Red Cannons just a little bit, giving them a run for their money, which was pretty impressive there. But obviously, they did also have some really tough times as well in that 2-0 campaign. I was more impressed on their campaign outside of Anubis. Did good work out of the gates on Anubis, but there wasn't a lot to write home about in that series for Velox, and that does kind of bring the question here as to what they're going to be bringing to the table up against maybe less established competition, but still just a very strong team in the South American scene.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, Solid have slowly but surely been proving themselves as well. They had a tough series against W7M, which I'm not sure who it speaks more to. W7M have had a bit of an up and down journey in these last couple of weeks, even though we've kind of hyped them up since Series 1, but still able to beat out Solid, who are turning out to be a bit of a contender here in the region right now, especially with some of the younger talent, especially eyes set on towards GBB here, Cole. The Solid team does have a lot looking forward in the future.
Yeah. I mean, no question about it. Going through, bringing in some energy into this roster, some the Pain Academy players there, and Zubra, and having some really strong players like GBB, like you mentioned here. It's a exciting team here that has built a little bit of consistency as well. So, I mean, again, kind of an established roster. One that's going to look to challenge here and stay alive. They don't want to exit early, want a second chance at making it into playoffs, maybe a second chance at W7M, depending on who's going to close out that upper bracket series. And there's no question it could be a bit of an exciting event for them if they can use this match as a springboard here. But that is a big if, because Velox have a whole lot of experience. That's the one thing that they do have.
Yeah, that is like they get decades of Counter-Strike underneath a ton of these players' belts. But it really is, it's a question of like, are they in form here for Velox? Is the question. They have a young gun in the form of Roy, but outside of that, you know, the old dogs are trying to get back into competition here.
Yeah, there's no question about it, right? And like you said, I think the most exciting piece here, 100% just Roy with some of the individual rounds that he was able to hit. It was super impressive. He had like a pretty crazy clutch in the fourth round of Anubis that they got, and they got nothing else behind it. So it's definitely interesting to see this team get some opportunities to challenge, but sometimes that experience just isn't enough to pull through when you're dealing with like just genuine talents in the South American scene. And again, this Velox roster has leaned more on like the older players there to build into maybe some energy into Roy, try and set him up. But again, there are questions as to what the direction is of this team.
Yeah, that is the big deal. Roy is the one and perhaps the only like true, you know, exciting factor for this team, because I mean Johnny Boy has been around the block. Like he has been all over the South American scene for the last 15 years as well. But it's wondering, like, you know, is it a little too much to get back on the grind? Can the old guys get back into the saddle? We'll have to see for that. But I think Roy is just the player to home in upon, because it wasn't just, you know, the little quad kill over towards Anubis, but also he was top of the server in a 13-8 loss for his team. Like he was trying to get his team going, kicking and screaming to the finish line, but unable to make it do, as of course coming back from a 9-3 deficit against a really strong Red Cannons team.
Yeah. I mean, you're 100% right there. That nuke performance that he had was definitely something to be excited about here. Again, given and entrusted a lot of resources as he should be. I think he's passed the test when he is trusted by his squad. The question is it enough here? Is it a one-man effort? Not necessarily a one-man effort, but that army that he brings into the server going to be enough to take down the more consistent factor here of Solid, that the roster that's been kind of building in as a unit for quite some time. And obviously, it's going to be a challenge for these guys. I think they're going to be once again tested, but it'll be exciting to see how well they do.
Yeah, and Solid for the most part have been always maintaining really close results against some of the top teams in the region. Again, it's even just the round prior, they had a very close series against W7M, who are kind of in that contention for going for these top level events and working through these close qualifiers as well. They have matchups versus Sharks that have been close. They even have a BO1 victory versus Fluxo. So give it up to those guys. Like, they are staying competitive within the region, very much so. And I would still say that they are a caliber above what Velox are bringing to the table here, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think they are kind of looking to level up here. One definite strong suit is some of the maps that they target, and yeah, Inferno's one of them. So we'll see that out of the gates. I was actually wondering if maybe that was going to be one of the first bans of Velox potentially, but they leaned in towards a Mirage ban out of the gates instead, and so that does leave a decent option here for Solid to get that Inferno out of the gates. No Anubis pick from Veloz here, as didn't go well for them last time. I think maybe still trying to identify a big map pool and also avoid some of the I guess stronger suits here on the side of Solid, so they avoid that as well and pick into Overpass. Then we finish things off on Vertigo.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward map pool again for Solid though, because their permaban is nuke, but hardly anyone decides to pick Overpass over here in the South American region. I guess that's just how things shake out in these past couple of months, which just feels very wild to see. So we're gonna actually see the first test on Overpass for the Solid team, who have themselves been on the grind. It is very surprising to see them not log a single Overpass official.
Yeah.
but but we've seen them at least, and we've seen teams as well, even though they have, quote unquote, zero officials. There's a reason why it doesn't get picked into certain teams, and it's not always just the officials, but it's also the scrims and things of that sort. So maybe there's something to fear here for Velox on that map of Overpass, where we're leading off on Inferno, and this is just a strong suit for Solid.
Yeah, no question about it. This is going to be a great way to kick things off. Those 1xbet odds, though, not as steep. So definitely in a fighting chance here for Velox, at least from what those odds have gone to show. Overpass, like you said, I mean, not played in the last 3 months, given a lot of officials that Solid have had. We'll see how well practiced they are on that map. Got a little flash setup again. As I said, they're willing to give Roy a lot of resources here. He's got a flash just waiting for him over towards the B side of things.
Yeah, but CSO is going to start poking and prodding. Is that A site? He's thinking about it. In the meantime, the walk up banana. Setups here. And you can see CSO is going to leap his way out of the apartments. In the meantime, though, the trap has been sprung. Boy goes down quick. Up towards middle, Johnny Boy dismisses CSO. The question is, what if we here for map control where they kind of have to force themselves to the beat site, and exactly what Velox want. 210 and MRN. Shots need to connect. Right now, Solid very hesitant to go through. Utility's been waited out. It really just comes down to the headshots here, and 210 will be able to deliver a second as well. And I think this round will be put to rest, as Velox can get themselves a pistol.
Just locked out, outside looking in. Nicely done. 3K with the animation to go with it as well. Nice little closure there for Velox. Fantastic finish for them. Gonna bring in a little bit of excitement here out of the gates. Some good defensive measures here. You know, the protocol's all set in stone for this squad as they look to kick off their campaign here on Inferno. So far, so good.
I mean, it's just the pistol, though. But surely the Glocks should fall just as easy. And they do. MP9 rattles off, the nail gun goes. So the eyes are set to this next one. Here for Velox. What the overall strategy here is from Team Solid. And what the players are looking like on the day. If they stay as sharp as they were versus W7M, could see a bit of a bounce back here. Maybe even a one-sided map, perhaps. That's what Velox have been feeling as of late. But yeah, here's the real test.
Easy does it with the SMGs, but as you said, it's going to be the big one going through right here, right now. Got early utility to being dispensed right now, but they're looking to test a 4-man A setup. Be scary.
At the moment, nothing really showing here. Velox are just gonna plant their feet. More so than anything. A good flashbang. Jareba forced off the angle. Full-blown utility set. Dropped on in. Solid kind of have to wait this one out. And Velox still holding the lines. Ollie. Oh, that's going to force him forward or backwards, and Jareba will get singed just a little bit down with 30 seconds left on the clock. Velox still fighting towards brackets, and the nade damage is immense. Solid have yet to really make a decision, a commitment. Only now is the bomb being picked up. MBL on the off angle. Good flashbang. No capitalization just yet. And Jareba actually will survive the engagement. Now 15 seconds, though. Wrapping around through library, and there's still 2 players on the site. It's also disconnected here from Solid. That's even worse. That's a save. That's 3-0 for Velox.
Easy as can be right there. On a round where they have 4 MP9s. Just look at the way that they use that utility to make up for, you know, kind of just lost coverage right there. You don't have all the best firepower. The utility just does so much damage for them. Could have been even better right there. Jareba able to get that kill on 1 HP. But still, no big concerns. Flashes and time pressure applied here. Team Solid get nothing going on the first gun round. And that right there, that shows me already some strength. Still very early on, you know, only 1 gun round deep, but you're able to deliver like that. What's to say you can't keep it rolling?
I'll say it's a little bit disconnected there, though, from Team Solid. If the arch trap and the lane split activated at the same time, it could have been a different story. Now, a different round. Up towards B, the nades, and the molly force GBB forward, and Roy picks him up. LCM even taking his eyes towards middle. Team Solid waiting for a response. But these 2 players' arch could put a number into any execute. Walking forward, shoulder spotted there, but Johnny Boy only good for the 1. Now working their way up lane. MBL up in pit, now up on the balcony. And has help from his teammates here in 2-to-hen as well. And the Apartments player in CSO doesn't want to go through. No commitment again from Solid is going to burn them.
Just left a little bit in that department here. But you have CSO giving it a try, though. Gets one, but then done. Shut down before he can attempt to lift off in that clutch. That'll be that. 4-0 to kick this thing off. Looking sharp.
Give it up to MBL, but also a little concerning there here for Solid as CSO doesn't really want to make the move out from Apartments. And I think, you know, sometimes you just got to commit to the bit. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Roy now from Sandbags, dodges out on the grenades as well. Super deep angle, helped out by 2 to head. And he's going to keep it a clean sheet here. 5-0 start on Inferno for Velox.
This is just flowing right now. Just absolutely flowing. 5-0, they've caught fire at the moment. Just getting brutalized right there in the inbound. Roy delivering on a big round right there. You can close that one down with a smile on your face. A lot of excitement for Velox as they walk into this one looking confident as can be. Keep it up though. More challenges. Another gun round. I feel like the biggest thing haunting this this Solid side is maybe some hesitation breaking down the coordination of the squad.
Yeah, we've seen it in a couple of the rounds again. Certainly some comms. We're waiting to see that get fixed up. Gotta put in a lot onto the individual success of the players. So coordination can certainly be in order. Now, Banana retake utility coming through from Solid. And Velox are going to eat a bunch of grenades for it. They're trying to slingshot into the B site, though, from Banana right into B. But well, that utility is going to go completely wasted as it's nullified by a single smoke.
Is. And I'm going to try this flush on this A side. Execute. Great flash, but somehow MBL still tracks it.
Oh, but unfortunately, MRN can't follow up with the double kill. And with an excellent flashbang, it's enough to get it done. Solid breakthrough. And in fact, a little B-side execute baited over a 3-man rotate, and that makes life easy for the T's.
Easy as can be. Side pose plans, you know how they go. So not even going to give it a try here makes a lot of sense. On this one, quits early. That'll be another round granted here. The squad, first one on the board. It's a nice way to kick things off there. Get a little bit more of a coordinated effort, even though there's a nice start to that round. At least in terms of the kill department. Just quickly shut out some effective trading. That's what they need right there. They need that trading. They need that full commitment on the effort. Things go much better this time.
Yeah, it also helped out that the overall macro strategy was solid, dare I say. It's one of my favorite words, and regrettably, it's the name of the team that's also playing. But yeah,
That
overall,
nice Solid
it is.
versus Liquid game.
I
Comes
remember
out on
that.
top.
That was a
Got an
legendary.
armor.
Yeah, that was at the RMR for the Blast Paris Major. I'm just GGB and LCM were present for that, I will say.
Monumental game that was, I'm sure.
I think it was pretty one-sided for that Team Liquid. That Team Liquid's a lot better than the current one that's playing right now, I will say.
Hmm.
What did they do? Where did it all go wrong, Cole? It happened when they kicked OC.
True. Now look at OC.
It might have gotten worse. Talk about NRG, Cole.
Apparently he's calling. I don't know if you knew that on the T sides.
Really?
Yeah. Fun little fact. Or he was. I don't know if that's still the case. Obviously, they've gone through a lot of changes, but he was calling on the T sides. Is word around the street.
I like how it's gone full circle, and it's just like NRG is just evil geniuses too.
True.
Right now. Picked up Walco. So we got Walco, Hexed, Breeze. I'm mapping it up. But right now we're back in the game off the back of the tech pause. And Velox looking for a little bit of an answer back after Solid kind of shake up the map a little. Double A's putting the hurt on a GBV, but a team flash makes things weird. Here for Roy at half wall. And Jureb, a wide swing. LCM, though, comes through with an op kill, and he sees the fall back on the trade. Really bold swing there, but able to shave off a player with the perfect peek. Johnny Boy. He gonna hold the off angle, or is he gonna play on the line? And he's gonna nail the shot into CS2. Down he goes. And the advantage sways. Or does it? Because BNC breaks open. And look at this. We're splitting in towards spawn. The snap decision making is good. And Roy, he needs to back away to the B site. And MBL walks forward with the off, I guess. And he gets a kill back.
Oh, and he's now baiting them in as well. Continue to challenge this A side. Johnny Boy just in time there. Reroutes his attention. And there's not going to be a lot GBB can do about this one, is there? No chance. No availability here in the clutch. No time is the biggest factor. That'll end the round quickly.
A whole lot of disconnect here from Solid. In terms of like what the overall game plan is. Thinking about splitting towards spawn, and they said, no, actually we want to go back. And by that point, I mean, you already thunderstomped through. Velox know where you are. And that just isn't going to work. I do have to credit the setup, though, from Johnny Boy. They're just being very patient and watching in towards that library side. But at the same point, I mean, again, a lot of hesitation coming through from Solid on their own map choice. And another missed T-side smoke, I think. I don't think that smoke is as intended, or I'm not 100% sure. Could always be there to extinguish the molly.
Right, it's going to be utility out of the pockets, dispensed early. And hopes that they can do some damage. A banana. Look at this op here, though. Boy posted and missed shot. Just cost him his teammate.
Double setup doesn't work out, and MRN down to 5, instantly traded. Now they know where Johnny Boy is, and they also know where the rotates have to be coming from. Guys, why do we have our knife out? But somehow, styling on him right now is Jareva, knife out, still surviving, but then there's Johnny Boy from Pit. Also, the rotate here from Roy is in time. And where is GBB? Oh, man. It's gone all awry. It was a 2 versus 4. And Solid are now falling apart. 30 seconds to figure this one out. GBB faking out, though, and Roy tries to escape. But he won't. And instead, he goes for the fight onto Johnny Boy's op and wins it, I guess, for Solid.
Oh my god, that's exactly what you need right there. If you're going to have a little bit of a discombobulated setup, if things aren't going to go exactly according to plan, and sometimes you're going to be left on a bit of what feels like a nullified lurk effort, at least you have a clutch 1v2 out of GBB that redeems it all. Like you said, it might be a little bit messy. It's still not super coordinated just yet. We haven't gotten to that point. It's going to do the trick for another round here for Team Solid. Which, hey. Gotta take what you can get.
That's his first 2 kills on the board as well. I mean, credit the GBB. Yes, he is out of position there, but still able to turn it around and make a clutch happen.
I was gonna say, they gotta figure out a way to deal with this young and up-and-coming opper here, Johnny Boy.
You sure about that one? Oh, they have to deal with GBB instead. Full blind still gets it down for the double. And just leaves MRN on the B site. 3 versus 4 and plenty of time to burn on this one.
Plenty of time here to work through this one. Still maintain the measured approach here. No big rush at the moment. Very likely need to kick it into gear here soon. Gamble over towards the A side for the remaining players here on Veloz, and Team Solid might just have themselves an easy route into an open bomb site.
A sick molly also dropped in that burns out the rest of the site, just clearing out dark. And then the easy bomb plant. And what is looking like a save for Velox, obviously, as they're all headed over towards that A site. So GBB is going to start hauling it for his team, as he usually does.
I mean, a little spark for him as he launches with that big 1v2, right? That's a huge deal. Once he closes that out, start to feel a little bit more confident. Start to find some entries as opposed to some clutch kills. Those entries are used to full effect here. LCM unfortunately goes down with bomb, but arm. There's 2 more for you.
Currently 100% impact right now for GBB. Every kill he's gotten has been in a 1 round. Also, another funny bit is that BNC has so far died in every single round. So, it's all about sacrificing yourself for the cause. And here he goes again. Running right through the smoke. Johnny Boy could be in some trouble as the nade to the smoke, and, you know, 15 years of experience can't get you that. But MRN with the refrags. DSO cutting off the fallback, though. MRN battles his way through, though, for a heavier advantage. But the walk up arch, and MBL has to be cautious about it. BNC will go ahead and sideline up. MRN in some trouble. Round the site. Surely he's been spotted now. As well, doesn't matter. LCM falls. And the bomb goes catapulting forward still. The trade's there and the bomb plant in.
Start the first being punched in. The quickness. 2v2 long range MP9 duel ahead of you.
Yeah, and GBB is not going to miss that. Another kill for him. Tooth Ahead is going to try and hunt him down. He will be able to, but the problem is there's no kit on this play. He's got to scramble, try to find one, and BNC just hanging about. But the nade Oh, it puts him down to 2 HP. It's not enough. Imagine. So close, but Velox will never know how low BNC truly was.
I love the attempt right there. And the clutch. But not meant to be. Be quieted down. And Team Solid really lifting off once they get their one. A lot more coordination. A lot more impact out of GBB. Is the other detail there. The other key detail. Have this player that we hyped up here in the beginning of the stage. You know, talking about what he brings for this roster. We start to see it fully formulating here now.
You know, Johnny Boy might have been able to see everything in the game, but nades breaking open smokes have only been in the game for 6 months. Wow, that was unbelievably close to taking down BNC.
And so close to that HE. Good utility. Still tough task. Shutting down the clutches.
Jareva breaks open the smoke again. Run down middle. It'll be GBB to also find Roy. Trying to go all in on this round. Not quite working out. USP seen up close. And jump over there from MBL will actually claim a kill. But CSO got the cutoff, and we're out of here. Johnny Boy with the 5-7 is all there is. And so the walk into the A site is simple.
Keep on working. Consistently delivering. The time ticks against Johnny Boy. He'll give it a bit of a sneak around. 5-7 just being a little bit elusive, but even more CSO. And nice idea, but I mean, I feel like they're getting met with equal aggression all over the map as well. There's no real relief here long term.
Not much to hold on to there for Velox as they got up 5-0. Then Team Solid found their footing. It's almost a repeat of what happened versus Red Cannons. We thought, okay, 4-0. 4-0 up on Ancient. That's pretty nice. Hey, maybe this team can pull a bit of an upset. We're interested. And then the next 13 rounds were its own story. Now,
Right. Sometimes it
LCM.
just takes you a little bit to warm up.
Wow. Dangerous game. Takes a little bit to warm up. I agree, Cole.
If they're hot, can they continue to float? Shot rattles off, but again, they're targeting the right site here. Triple up on the B side. They've got wrap smokes here to really enforce this A side pressure. You can see Johnny Boy to keep his attention turned every which way. A little bit of panic setting in. Enough to sell the rotate so that they can go back to B with 20 seconds left.
Wow, and it's kind of going to work out except for the molly. Surely there needs to be an extinguish here. There's no way we're waiting it out? Well, there's just... you're going to have to plant the bomb in the middle of the open. Well, all right, let's see if it'll work on out. Into the site we go. Flashbangs in the sky. And yep, that's going to happen when you have hardly any time remaining. Some questionable things coming out of Solid in that round. But at the end of the day, it's 7-5. Still workable.
That'll do the trick right there. Finally, a little round to shut things down. Like you said, that late reroute just can't go your way. Just can't possibly go your way, right? Not a chance. They do get broken down bits there. Close things out. Roy, just so much impact there with the FAMAS in the back of the site. Gets his chance to deliver here. Now they got to do it on the T side as well.
Well, LCM sees a bunch of players flying up towards middle. There's only one thing that smoke means. They're blasting through. Jareva in some trouble as they're leaping past the angle. And it just kind of leaves a site defense that is just Jareva. The bomb runs into library for Velox. And that's a hands-on head moment there. There was only one site defender in LCM. But it goes horribly awry. As MRN will walk on through. It's a nice first. But as he walks back to middle, he has a warm welcome. 2 CTs are going to whittle him down. And this pistol is the solid.
Absolutely. So they'll be able to quickly try and tie things up here. Rolling into this next half. Give them that ample opportunity. Shut down on this pistol with some good rotates right there. Jareva continue to play a good game. You get the full block eco here. No big surprises in that department. Well, we'll see what they got. A little something for us here. Against some players who weren't so interested in upgrading here. Zareba
Dude. Okay.
has the A1S, so he's hunting those sweet eeks.
And the Glock's it, guys, wake up. Oh no, Johnny Boy gets one. He was just LCM on a full USP buy. He's looking to get the op for the next round. Might have to hold off on those plans. As the cleanup crew will be here in the form of solid. I mean, if Jareva heats up and GBB stepping up where needed, I mean, finally the pieces kind of come together here, and you can kind of forget about the little bit of an uncoordinated first half.
Yeah, even just like a little uncoordinated first half for sure, but like they did quickly figure things out, I feel like, as well. They started to sort out some of the errors. Look a whole lot better towards the tail end. Very promising. Good to see here. CSO. Long range just deletes Johnny Boy already. Not pretty on the HE, but hey. Flashes continue, and now it's up to MRN. Maybe he had a chance there for a split second. Doesn't last too long.
Now sneaking forward, a little wide swing though from CSO. I'm worried about that. I mean, obviously bottom banana is smoked. But not playing it safe is going to cost this round for Team Solid. As all I can say is just a straight up mistake there. And is well punished by MRN.
Just easy call to have to save here.
You have this wide swing top B. Obviously, bottom banana is smoked, but it's a... MRN's hearing these jump spots and chooses the right timing to swing. And honestly, there isn't much cash in the reserves for Solid. Be nice if they can take a couple away, though, especially GBB starting to get a cash fund going. At bottom B, Velox will only hold on to 2 weapons, but a round's a round.
Certainly take that. Lovely work being done to handle the exits from GBB, who continues to bring some confidence into this squad, but it is Velox who don't stay down for long, at least up against the bonus. We're back up against the big purchase, though. The big buy. Challenges will continue.
It starts off with Emeron taking a big chunk of nade damage, but at least trying to put pressure on different points of the map. The issue is, it was first CSO, now it's LCM, just barely off the mark with the op shot. Molly to continue holding on to this one. Still a 4-man A-lean. Set up for success, but the contact walk, that's the move here. Into a double setup could be so darn risky. Burst, oh my gosh, the second. GBB almost didn't even need his teammate. Last 2 players on literally 1 HP. And it's going to be easy cleanup for BNC as well, as that's that solid decimate.
Decimate is exactly right there. Broken down. So much impact coming through right there. Completely level. They don't stay down for too long here, do they? Quickly able to rise to the occasion. Get right back into the driver's seat here. Once again, they're right back up against pistols as well. So even better. You rush here, HE's do damage. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is.
You'd love to see it. I mean, Solid coming through with some nice setups, even though there may be an individual mistake here and there. Last round, just the contact walk up from Velox, a bold call without any B control, and crunched in upon that arch setup. So, you know, contact walk, it's a good strategy. It works sometimes, but remember, the whole part of that strategy is to not throw any utility. If you contact walk into a crossfire, say goodbye. And the rest of this should be easy pickings. Just give it a short moment. As Jareva's also got the backup. Solid will finally claim the lead on their pick.
There they go. Finally able to lift off. Been a long time coming here to fight back. And we've seen strong starts, but setups are being more and more sturdy as time goes on, which is good news. Again, looks like they needed time to warm up here, both the coordination and the influence here. Back into the gun rounds here once again. The ops are already looking to challenge LCM. Just wild plays there. Meantime, so much damage done here. They look to continue to invest fights.
Oh my!
GBB blinded up and through smoke. Takes 2.
Again, this
no.
top B setup is just too good. You know, they've kind of been burnt once by these lurking players, especially MRN. So putting 2 players top B in the mid round, And it's GBB of all players. It's a mowdown for sure. LCM now forced into the awkward angle, but gets the flick down, and BNC in the corner just completely disrespecting the arch side. Johnny Boy to walk up to his doom. And, oh boy, this is just a machine that's running right now for Solid.
A well-oiled machine here. Individuals heating up big time. And they're starting to get a little bit dominant right now. Starting to look incredibly strong here. Just so difficult to handle. Another timeout called by Velox, but is it going to save them here? Tough part is they've let this the squad catch fire just a little bit.
Yeah, taking off on the CT side. And the setups are just too good at the moment. Like, 2 players top B is more so just a hard counter to what's been tossed at him in these mid rounds, especially with MRN just hanging around towards logs, chilling out at the bottom. Solid kind of say, hey, we see you there, and we're actually going to hone in on that part of your default. It's also quite fortunate that GBB lasers another one through the smoke.
That certainly can't hurt. Always nice to have in your back pocket right there. Player like GBB who just continues to impress. Again, obviously, we talked about a little bit of a slow liftoff for him, but he sure doesn't stay down. It's tough to keep this guy quiet for too long. First 2 kills were a 1v2 clutch for the first round. And he's leading the pack.
Yeah, 0 kills in the first 6 rounds. Now, top of the board, Jareba also feeling the confidence as well with those teammates. Does eat a dink, but happy with the first kill. And time to back on away. And Solid can chill out in the advantage. Resmoke the bottom B, but they're gonna push past it, and Roy nails the shot. It's been a while. We haven't seen something spectacular from him out of the server, but that is something to get him going. CSO will pick up the off angle and line up 2. Now he can survive out towards New Box, getting ran down by Tech9s. He might have just done enough.
I love here. Great opportunity here. Lift off the back of a timeout as well, but BNC looking to shut it down. Numbers going to be punched in, and no, not quite. Enough in the tank here. It will still overcome here for the likes of Solid. Still shut it down.
Yeah, honestly, again, the entry from Roy is nice, but CSO sort of saves the round. I do love that off angle that he picks up. Because you do just overlook it, especially in the rush. And you start clearing out towards first oranges rather than that very back corner. And a lineup comes through to help him out. Kind of starts off with Jareba on the aggressive, but this is the angle I'm talking about. Dodges all the mollies as well, which is nice.
It's definitely solid. Excellent work being done. Still a good bomb plan to give you more investment opportunities, but you do need rounds here now. You need to shut down this defense, these setups, these HEs. Oh. Definitely can't afford to dry peek around that corner. Maybe that molly a little bit of a blessing in disguise.
Meantime, smoke out. Are they going to walk through? My goodness. Round the edge. Do not be quick switching now as they push on through. Jareba. Good for the 1, but everyone else sort of hits the dirt. LCM, to go for a wallbang shot. He will, just off the mark on the MBL, so that actually allows entry into this site for Velox.
Okay, this is quick here. Still a Molotov and LCM that he can work with. Oh, Johnny Boy getting caught by this flash. Oh, that's not great. It's going to force him to readjust his post plant plan.
Double pit set up and a molly on for LCM. Lands right on the NBL, forced into the open. Now spotted out, and that just means both players are going to get cleared here. That's the problem. Swing forward for one, instant trade, retake here for Solid.
Yeah, you can really see the breakdown start to come through right there. Just a small little detail, that flash kind of catching and forcing him to rethink his position. It's not ideal for sure. Tough exit, frustrating exit. It's going to be on to map point. 4 opportunities to close. It's another nice chance here in the post plant position, but again, small details here, just not all in the money.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say also a bit disconnected overall on the round there, putting a lot of emphasis on someone having a big individual moment. Fighting solo top B, fighting out apartments, fighting out brackets all at the same time. And right now, Team Solid are just the better individuals at the moment. Tough beats.
Start you're hoping for when you're fighting for your life. MRN taken down. One of your effective players here so far, just eliminated early. You like the boost that they got rolling, but at this point here, if you're Team Solid, you can rely on your setups. You've already got the 4v5, you got the opening gambit already complete. Now you can just plant your feet.
Yeah, once again, Team Solid just had Banana on lock on this entire CT side. 7-5 half for Velox, but ever since that one little mistake that MRN was able to grapple onto from CSO, there has been nowhere to go.
25 seconds left.
And now turtling up towards the sites as well. This feels too perfect, right? Johnny Boy only gets a wall bang onto Jareva. Now, a lurk smoke out apartments does work out, but now 10 seconds and there's an off on the site without a flashbang and a lineup in there. BNC with the double. And Johnny Boy, you got to get a kill, get it planted. LCM won't even let that happen. 13-8 here for Solid as they just put up an iron wall of the CT side.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there, honestly. Locking it down big time in the closing stages. Not really struggling at all in that second half. Like you said, there was a hiccup there that was capitalized on, and you know, credit where it's due there. Velox come through with a great first half, but this is definitely their map pick for a reason, and you see it roll through very quickly in that second half there. You see how strong this team is on the defense there, how well their setups are, how good their protocols are to take control. And you know, like you said, Banana off limits. A lot of these times they have really good options after they get those opening duels as well. And there's just another final example of a great setup.
Yeah, and so now moving over to Overpass. It makes it a bit of a awkward scenes here, I guess, for both teams. Trying to pick into a weakness here for Velox, and Solid, for some reason, haven't found themselves even playing this map. So dare I say, we're about to enter into some uncharted territory, but Solid are up a map, and maybe that's where you want to be in this weird circumstances we're in. We're going to send this one off to a break. It's Overpass is coming up next.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we're back aboard with RES LATAM, our first series, 2-0 in the form of Fluxo versus Corinthians. And is it going to land the same here when Velox is taking on the likes of Solid? Solid show up on that CT side and, they show why it's their map pick. And now we move to Overpass in this uncharted territory.
Yeah, this is again kind of a shock here. It's not like a massive priority ban here for the side of Solid, but they just don't have the reps on it. So it's going to be really interesting. At least in the last 3 months, they have actually played it in the past though. So not like a main perma as is typically coming from this team in Nuke, but trying to get a big like pick out here is Velox, and I think again it's always smart if you're an underdog to try and capitalize on some weak points in your opponent's map pool here, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm just not 100% sure whether it's like truly weak here for the side of Solid, or is it just it just hasn't been picked against them? Because yeah, I mean
Right.
that's the overall case. Is teams aren't even picking it this map into them, and maybe that exists for a reason. We'll truly find out here as Solid emerge heavy favorites after picking up that first map. And so, yeah, we land ourselves in unknown territory, dare I say, for both teams.
Absolutely. An exciting look here. See what they can deliver. Velox, they do have played this once in the last 3 months. It was a loss versus Knights the Academy, though.
Ah.
So, not great. We'll see if they can improve on those results.
Roy, somehow he's dodging out on the dual Beretta shots. LCMs will finally connect. CSO, here's the long push, though. Fires off one shot, does not want to stick around for much longer, however, and kind of needs to turn his guns back in the right direction as they're crossing out onto the A site, but the headshot is not quite there, allowing them to get in towards Bank. BNC prepared and does have the trade in the form of GBB. 3-on-4 retake, 2-10 up close. Glocks looking good here at close range, but Jareva with the dualies just a bit better. And CSO does connect, and Jareva follows up. Retake here for Solid.
Excellent retake right there. They spend so many resources just chasing down Roy, but when they find him, it's kind of worth it in the end. All the fight that they put together in that department. So a nice closure right there. We'll be able to set the tone quickly here, because if they can bring in the same defense, or at least similar defense to what they brought on Inferno, they're going to be just fine here for this first half. And out of the gates, you see some pretty cohesive retakes. Some solid stuff being put together here from Solid, of course. And with the bomb plant, they'll get the full investment going on the side of Velox.
Still going to be staying dangerous, but not necessarily any AKs. Priority on the utility. Priority on the MP9s. For the sides. Solid. And this disgusting off angle. Hanging out on the water fountain. You're not supposed to stand on that. And 2-10 goes down to 3. There's an MP9 still in connector, though, and busy clearing corners. What's going on there? MBL goes down easy. 2-10 drops as he should have. And it's an instant 3 versus 5. And the pop flash is magnificent from Jareva. There's one back, but that should honestly be all. BNC will take his time cleaning up with the quad.
Beautiful work there. Dealing with the force buy. No troubles in their department. Looking incredibly solid. Catching them off guard a little bit there. That early exchange. But, I mean, as you said, is it going to be super uncomfortable? It's not like the permaban here, so you imagine this is practice here. This is still putting, you know, reps in. It just hasn't been really brought out in these in 2024. So they have the protocols nailed down. Looks clean. It's a jumping P250 shot right there on the chase.
BNC and LCM on lock over towards the A site. One P250 though does get through for 2 kills. And anything extra? Nah, Jareva's gonna lock it up. That AUG to be recovered once again. And it's gonna be 3-0. I think just based off of that second round, just off of the coordination, it feels comfortable here for Solid. We'll see if that changes.
A little bit of economical damage. There's some nice P250 shots. Offering up a little bit of relief. Of course, it can't linger for too long. Get into the first gun round here. First real gun round at least. All the pieces for this T side. Utility to counter. Oh, that just looked so clean right there. The lineup not able to land any damage though, believe it or not.
So able to get themselves up towards connector for Velox. Now even Jareva gonna take some steps forward. That Molly singes at Roy. He hears that, but he can't do much about it. Velox half position at 50 seconds. Look at a group up towards short. They're gonna start to slip on by. There is a good flashbang here, but jumping out before it pops. CSO needs to turn his attention over towards short, and he does with GBB helping out. And with 2-10 so segmented off from his teammates, it doesn't feel like you even go for this. He'll pop off a couple shots, but all things said, it's just the empty A site. That's the only hope here. And BNC, he could focus on denying the plant if he wants to. If he wants to extend for it, 2-10 needs to put up the hold. And, well, he does! There's a missed shot at LCM. And we're off to the races here in the 1v2.
That's massive right there. Couldn't cut off the bomb from getting into the site either. Enough protection. And CSO could fall as well. Peeks in the shadow scene, and it is all shut out here. Velox, a big recovery in what felt like an impossible round. Oh, man. Missing out on a trade. That will save them right there big time. Excellent work in the closing stages. I mean, if B was off limits, I wasn't even sure if they had time to rotate towards A, but just enough time with the cross covered. Velox get off to our first gun round.
I mean, just barely saved by 2-10 and a missed shot. Like, a lot had to go into that for it to work. And still not done yet. Running MP9. Always a tough gun to handle. Even Johnny Boy goes down to half HP. LCM coming back through. And shot inside goes Johnny Boy. But Roy with another in return. There's going to be a re-swing. Attempt at a trade. And now all of a sudden it's the advantage. Perfect flashbang as well. But GBB recovers. As he typically does. It's tough man to take down. 2v2.
Man, excellent aim right there. Wall flashed up as well. It's A site. Or the B site is definitely free for the taking here. Question is, can bomb comfortably cross? Well,
Well,
LCM
okay.
again with the big reposition. Gonna give him the side access.
Yeah, a bit awkward on the play. He's stepping forward, though, and LCM's prepared. MRN, yeah, you just can't do the same. He's going to try, though, and LCM just waits for him. Open arms for the two site players. And not feeling like you want to play a post plan. All right. That's the easiest retake of LCM's life.
Definitely what you want right there. If you let them cross into the site, at least they shut it down pretty quickly after. Make sure that they do not lose grip on that round right there. A little bit of relief for Solid as things got out of control there. You're giving Roy a little bit of entry prowess like this. You can see how sharp he is here, getting a full example of. We kind of hyped him up leading into this one, but GBB, our other man, the match is delivering out just the same.
It's going to be a full-blown B execute. GBB not going to be here just yet. He's over towards Graffiti. Now might need some help, but the perfect flash is GBB. He's not always fragging, but he is tossing in the utility to help out his squad. That's a team player right there, but MRN comes through with 2 to make it costly for Solid.
Brutal closure right there. Added a little bit of a price tag to that round, but losing out still. Be happy to be able to deal with that pressure, and now we're getting the gun rounds roll through. Can we see more of that depth here? We're seeing some flare ups from this T side that give us some excitement. A lot more left in that tank. We'll see. Look at this, LCM getting a little bit aggressive. Flashes won't catch. Mollies will continue to rain his way. We'll take it easy for now. Has to fall off a little bit more passive. Doesn't want to deal with all that utility, and understandably so.
So that will have Solid settling into a bit more of a passive setup. BNC got a flash for information. However, Velox being very loud about their map control. In fact here, and the jump spot sees 2. That is massive at this stage of the round. As well as with LCM just patient on the op hold. No problems there.
Looking nice and sharp. Excellent work here so far. Already established here. Boost though. And, oh, just about misses it here. Good information though.
Yeah, and, well, it goes both ways. Velox, their players now certainly known towards short, and the nade airstrike gonna go through. You're not making it into this one. CSO as well leaped forward with the MP9. And the fact that boost gets spotted almost ends the round instantly as Solid just dogpile all over that B site.
Counter-terrorists win.
Nothing you could do for Johnny Boy. Round goes south. 6-1 scoreline right now. Just doing such good work on this defense. We'll have the op save from Johnny Boy at least, but everyone else here has to rein it in a little bit.
I mean, that's the one hope. T-side off. It's possible. This all that could get cut off. And Johnny Boy, is he even going to extend forward is the question. No, he's hoping for a reswing of some sort. And there's a kill on the plate there, but Johnny Boy not gonna eat just yet.
Can't feast. Not just yet. You're right. Reroute might be given something towards long, or you might just walk right into it instead, depending on what angles he's going to take.
And he's looking for the jump up, perhaps.
Be a boost. Be too hard. There you go. This.
Gonna get up. And swings into it. Almost picking off LCM, but it's simply said just a leg shot, and then GBB will take him down on the jiggle peaks. And slinks forward for another. And MBL will trade, but LCM not gonna miss that one. And these kills fall into sequence here for Team Solid. It's looking to be a 7-1 lead. As the Argentinians struggling to get things moving right now. Running out of chances here, Cole.
Yeah, very straightforward right there. A closure. Great bait and switch setup. Love to see that. Come through there. The little op shot rattling off, but then GBB, of course, is going to seal that one in. No questions. That's what you do like to see right there. Good coordination. Little dynamic duo. Meanwhile, there's a little reply. Too much to go around. Reds back out. Op effort already leading the charge here. I'll see him looking for an opening duel. Oh, man. Flash avoided easy.
Yeah, crisp shot there from LCM. Now the double swing even in, and spamming the smoke, recognizing the potential threat. It almost got worse there for Velox somehow. Oh, but the nade stack to barrels works out. And that puts Jareva in some trouble. Holds the angle, though, for one. Getting wrapped up on the site as well. Ring around the rosy with GBB on the other side. I wouldn't want to be playing that game. It's just MRN in a 1 versus 3, and somehow Jareva is still alive. No engagement just yet. LCM will get the job done. It's just perfection from Solid.
That just put on a real clinic. Every step of the way. Just give them no relief. Nice nade stack. A good game plan there to maybe give them a little bit of grace, but nothing long term.
Yeah, that was brutal, swift. Now BNC, oh boy, running Tech 9s can always be a problem. And it might be the case here today. As LCM has got a blast, and he's sort of stuck out towards long right now. GBB, though, has got his back. Dude, everywhere you look, this guy's finding a multi-kill. Tita Hen moonwalks into the op, and, well, it's all of a sudden over as fast as it started.
And it is. It's just so quickly shut down. DL gonna give it. See him a run for his money. Maybe. Just maybe. But man, there is just no relief here. DL just desperate for a little bit of chip damage right now, and hard as well. His job any fun?
Oh.
And the Deagle. The sidearm will do the trick. Or not.
Oh boy. Oh, Cole, it's looking like we could be out of here quickly. For Velox. They pick into this map. It's a so-called weakness, but it's more so the strength of Solid. Like, look at this. GBB on fast rotate. And doubles up when needed. I mean, player for player right now, Solid are the better team. I'll give them that.
No question about it. And just plain as ever on this map that we weren't sure how they were going to show up on. They give us our answer. The quickness. This defense looks just unstoppable.
BNC. Smoke fades. Get awkward here. Making some footsteps, though. Johnny Boy misses. And MRN almost the same. BNC could have found 2 there. If just a little more precise. But LCM returns. And he's missed the timing here. GBB for jump spots, but could get overwhelmed quickly if it comes down to it. Gonna play from back dice, and good coverage from Johnny Boy will actually allow them to have this one. LCM is not done, but the bomb out to get planted puts it into an awkward retake situation. Solid looking like they want to go for this one, though. And Jareba falls first. Johnny Boy doing a lot on such low HP. Gotta respect it. As finally, Velox are able to answer back, but is it too late?
Not a bad idea to give it the attempt right there. If you're solid, you have plenty of money to end it off the half, but you're definitely right there. Is it too late to slow things down? Nice little extra bit of grace, though, for your T side to work with. And you get 3, though. I think that's necessary.
I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, but I think, you know, some of these rounds, a flash in the pan, though. LCM picks the wrong way to fall back, however, but with the perfect flashbang from GBB, the advantage stays with Solid. I mean, hey, they've got their setups down. 0 maps on overpass, but certainly still in the server.
So a good setup here. This A side. Be getting even more extra help here. Jen trying to show his position. That he's successful on. They're playing a retake B setup that can give him a little bit of hope. It's all about if they capitalize on a window of opportunity that was once granted to them here. The utility that they have left here just... They just need to wait. There could just be a heaven smoke for the locks or contact approach here. What do you want to go for?
Yeah, but they have to worry about everything. And CSO, I mean, he's playing the deep angle, to which I can understand. Actually allowed free entry into the site, and, well, the kill's clean. CSO doesn't survive. And so, with Johnny Boy getting able to, you know, post up, it makes for such an awkward setup. GBB from heaven, though. He's still alive, Cole. He is still alive, and Johnny Boy doesn't connect the finishing blow. There's a molly to come through onto the offer. Flashbang the monster, but Johnny Boy's got the cross covered. And that HE will not touch down for a kill. This will be Velox getting up to 3.
Certainly. Have a chance for that defuse, so they'll give him a fight on his way out, but to get their crucial 3rd round, as we said, it was just necessary. You just want, might even need to have 3 of those rounds rolling. And they're able to find it. They're able to manufacture that. And if they have any sort of depth in the CG side, if they have that same strength or similar, you get off to a pistol round success. Maybe something can come of it. It's a big if, but it's all that you have to live on right now if you're over on the side of Velox.
though. I mean, something to hold on to. But it feels like an inevitability when you have a player like GVB in the server. But a 4-man B setup. Surely the amount of bodies that are on this site should just be enough. You'd have to think. But the HEs for the planter? Oh, but 2-10 doesn't connect his shot. It is Roy coming through with a double. But quickly cleaned up by, of course, the one, the only, the GBB with Zareba. And, well, a 4-man B setup can't even hold.
Gosh, that's just brutal. Getting charged like that. Absolutely collapsed on. It's gonna be double digits and a pistol. Successful. The 4-man lean gets knocked down no matter what Roy tries to say about it right there. Only so much he can do up against this powerhouse duo. They give him no grace.
GBB playing out of his mind right now. And LCM has just been solid on the shots. Again, in Brazilian Counter-Strike or just South American Counter-Strike, just count the number of like 3-letter names.
I won't even count Roy because that is actually, I think, just his name.
Yeah.
But MBL, MRN, CSO, GBB, BNC, LCM.
It's like absolutely insane. How many more 3-letter names can you put together? I got NQZ, I got DGT. Just kind of running through the teams here. I got VSM. I got IDK. Like it is just obscene. DRG. RDN. Like go like literally over half of the players in this have 3-letter names. RCF. Oh my goodness.
It's the trend.
You got any more that I haven't named?
It's like adding a Zera to your name.
Oh, it's unbelievable. We'll see the eco farm here. I really wonder why that's the case. Obviously, the one, the only, the FNX to start it all.
I think it's just always been like a theme for South America more so than anything. Is sometimes it's initials, sometimes it's just not even initials though as well. So
yeah,
it's a trend. I don't know if like any other scenes have like massive trends like that though. It seems like the South American, like Brazilian scene in particular, are big on that. NQZ, bam.
Whoa, I already named that, Cole.
What did you say?
Pay attention.
That?
Pay attention.
Sorry, I just thought you were saying the alphabet.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I'm gonna name more. ZQK. We got SHZ. Shiz. I mean Aber. I guess ABR.
Sure.
Kai from Fury Academy.
Is that in the same vein as? Is that in the same vein as Roy?
Aber?
No, Kai.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're talking about like, 3-letter initials rather than, just their name.
Right.
Well, us in NA, we've got Truck Lover 86. So,
Real goat name.
pick your poison. Johnny Boy, wide swing here. Trying to hold off for Velox as the default closes in for solid. And right now, it actually is holding strong here for Velox. Believe it or not. CSO in the 1v3. The nade almost finishes him off from downtown. And Velox with the right setup at the right time will actually keep them in this map.
Yeah, handled. Pretty easy right there. That defense. The biggest deal. Holding up against that smoke really just gives him so much to work with here. Johnny Boy obviously started things off, but MR in this underhand smoke that he throws in between the site offers up a lot of space and cuts off a lot of attention right there. So really well played on the site defense there. And the first gun round goes awry for Team Solid. Slow crawl up. Doesn't quite work out as they'd hoped.
Still at least on the buy. Not as perfect on the utilities. Oh, we're going to see the old-fashioned contact A-walk. Shift walking through, but Johnny Boy has seen something. He kind of knows what's happening, and you can see the scramble that's going on, but these rotates can also be heard. Is the thing here for Solid, but they're just going to continue walking forward. Johnny Boy could be in some trouble here, but they're not even going to clear him. They're not even going to clear him. They're going to shift walk all the way up. There come the back turns, though. And Johnny Boy will wide swing. Okay, for the double. And Velox are still here.
Steady for another one. CSO again left just scratching his head. How he works around this clutch if he wants to go for it. He might actually stick around for a couple exits. Give it an attempt if they give him anything. Jump spots and players aggressing forward, but they spot him, so can't afford to re-peek into the full squad here. Instead, he gets peeked himself. There you go. There's a start for the CT side.
This is going to force out an eco, and we're going to stay here for a bit longer. But again, I've kind of brought it up towards the start of this half. Is all it takes is one moment from GBB, and bang, the series is over for Velox. But it won't be this round, Cole. Surely will not be this round.
Oh, should not be. Blocks. Line up long. Just to be taken into an off angle. And MRNE does have head Kevlar.
Yeah. Rule number one of the anti-ecos is you gotta have that head Kevlar, and well, Johnny Boy still does have to respect it a little bit, and yeah, and also Cold, they just four-man rotated up. Now they're just gonna barrage, thunder stomp through, and actually CSGO got cleaned up on that B site, which was funny. It was funny. Again, it's just GBB with a P250 and be able to clean up. So there we go. It is first couple here for Velox. Another gun round, another test. But you know, these leads can disappear quickly. That's we have seen that happen before.
Seen it with the best teams as well, like on this map in particular. It very much so can be a tale of two halves sometimes. If you're not able to get it straight. Still a big if. Reaction does come through here. We've got ourselves a bit of a slower affair.
Short control taken. Juggling around with utility here for the double monster setup. Oh, and Johnny Boy tries to walk down, but punished by Jareba on the short control. And that's positions known now. They know here for Team Solid there's a monster setup in play. And with 50 seconds, they're gonna take their sweet time with it.
To keep them hanging about here for a little while longer, if you can. Still committed to this B-side play. The monster sub's going to be tested.
It's going to be tested, and Roy's going to pass it. But that just reveals both players. That reveals both players. Doesn't see the fallback, though. The flames obscuring just enough. Get out survival, but not for Roy. Can MBL back it up? Off angle taken. Instant headshot in reply. And Tutahen stomping down in towards pit. His position certainly noted. And it's about to get cleared here. BNC spam through the smoke. Tutahen down. Just leaving MRN swinging up from short. And now everyone knows your position. 12 rounds looking likely here for Solid. And he has to back away.
The late claim. The map point, series point, elimination on the line for Velox's underdog team that came through here looking to challenge some of the better rosters South America has on offer. And when you challenge these guys, you gotta come fully prepared for the firepower that you have to deal with. And, you know, running into two incredible teams, right? Red Cannons, first challenger. Obviously, a little bit disappointed at their RMR campaign, but are able to come back stronger.
Come through with some vengeance for sure. And on the other side, Solid. One of the teams really trying to gun to be competitive in the region. Right now, I think a bit bigger aspirations right now. Velox just only trying to get themselves established. And a leg shot from Johnny Boy in what should have been the opening kill on a star player. Well, he still stands.
They stand tall as well.
Oh
Fades,
my.
BNC able to lay claim to MRN, gets caught.
Oh. Just put him down right there. Roy also on 1 HP. I mean, there's an HE on Jareba. If he's in the solar system, he's dead. In the meantime, also storming up long GBB. He has 16 HP, so nothing really to lose.
Johnny Boy feels the need to get a little bit more aggressive. Does open up avenues for GBB. I don't think that window is going to completely be closed out. Still have a long lurk here. We're getting a lot of reinforcements on A.
It's being pulled. Jareba walks into the line, though. Johnny Boy going to be battle-opping here. He gets in for 2. 30 seconds, though, and they're going to back up. Thinking about going towards B. CSO still on that side of the map right now. Question mark starts to raise here as GBB makes his way out long. Does he clear towards bathrooms, though? Critically, no, is the answer. And with 10 seconds left, I don't understand why CSO is still on the B site, Cole. This is going to be a lost round here for Solid.
Again, it's another case there. I just thought for a second there it was going to be perfect. The route down connector and having a little lurk presence up long would really sell that A side play, but like you said, just kind of fumbling the positioning right there, fumbling an opportunity. You're relying on one lurk with 16 HP versus another with full HP and nearly full control of the site. Wasn't sure how active CSO was, but it felt like there was a pretty clear option. And a missed opportunity big time, for sure.
I mean, here's a lot of the rotations happening as well. Like, you can easily hit the Jets there. Maybe turn it back over to the B site, but instead, you know, with the opportunity to pick up the bomb and go back down connector, they say, hey, we are full committing A. But, hey, Tech 9s and a full-blown execute could just as well be what what they need here. The attempt at short control. Re-aggression. It's excellent. BNC eats both flashbangs. Backs turn to MRN. One of the rifles down, and maybe even the second GBB. Letting more players aggressing, and it's all paying off here for Velox, as GBB can only do so much. Velox will cut down the deficit to 4.
Force bite made easy right there, big time.
Yeah.
No questions. Pushing and pulling that attention. Job certainly not done yet here for the side of Solid. Some of these T-side rounds are falling flat quickly. See if any solutions come through here soon. T-side can be hard to close out on here. On overpass.
Yeah. Could get wonky. Brings up the question. Can they close? GBB thinking about the full investment. I mean, honestly, I respect the confidence. He's been... If there's someone to say, hey, I've got this, it would be GBB. And are we just going to turn it up to a B play? Oh, we'll make a left. Towards that short side, but mostly just feigning the map control at the moment. We're going to wait for the monster smoke to fade here. And we're off. They're past it. Flashbang tossed in from MBL. GBB turns it. Doesn't matter. Sharper shots. No time. Clean up on this. Oh boy. We're going to get down to the nitty gritty here.
We are. Taking the distance here. Velox have a whole lot of life still left in him. Don't want to exit this early. It's good news. To continue to close out. There's our last headshot. To roll on in. Completed.
Oh boy. This is not done. MBL deals with 2. A nice pop flash. Here, so here's the gun round, and GBB is going to accept the downgrade to the Galil off the back of that hero purchase. But LCM has an op on the other side, so who's really losing? Again, a lot of noise. Jumping and such. Double setup holds over towards long while Johnny Boy tries to cover everything towards bathrooms.
Spring into action though. Not a monster. There's just a 2-man setup here. This long aggression's rolling through, and maybe that'll queue up another, but is it going to be in time here? Just now see the rotates coming through.
Hot flash. MRN has this easy kill locked in. That's GBB down. MBL, though, trades 1 for 1, and BNC on the double. Bomb's going to make its way in on the back of LCM. Gonna punch in the digits.
Cool.
Johnny go looking for wall bangs. And the nade as well strikes true. The op is down in that post plant.
To BNC and Zureba kind of separated here. I mean, ENC so far forward.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Jareba at long range, unable to deliver on the fight. He does get the first and is able to fall back, but can't win the fight versus MRN. We're going the distance here.
Staying alive there big time, man. Just hanging about. Able to keep themselves alive. Elok's not giving up on this one just yet. Retake situation there, overcoming the odds. Having to deliver in the clutch. In the 3v3. Could have been curtains right then and there.
That's the fact that LCM goes down through that smoke. An 8 spam gets the better of him. If they had an op in that post plant, it's a much different story. But now he's gonna take this one all the way to the house, already out long. Hardly any respect being showed to the molly, to the utility sets. And really, good call on the fact that there's a 4-man B lean. We'll see if the read comes through for solid.
Again, they hit the pause button. They hit the brakes. They're going to be able to capitalize. No longer the case here. They have this weak A setup. Now you got multiple members. Again, there's always that third player that you want over, but not committed just yet. There's a lot of utility here. Oh, but this is that third player I was talking about. Joining forces now.
Yeah, starting to get these rotates going with 30 seconds on the clock. Players are scrambled. The full-blown execute coming through. Johnny Boy, though, rings out with the first shot, and these flashes not being chained together. Johnny Boy just gets the free fire. LCM's utility is missing on the play. Now the flashes start to go together. Now Jareba could find a double, but not to be. LCM needs to pick up the bomb and get a plant. He'll start off with that, but how much more realistically? That's to get himself into a playable position, and he does find the first. LCM is up for it. Needs to be wary about his back, though. He gets away to truck. And what a power position this is. He gets it on the MBL as well. That's almost a clutch there for LCM. Just a bullet away from the series. The Velox are going to keep pushing forward.
Just one shot away right there. Couldn't quite complete the mission. Johnny Boy. Oh, the years of experience clutches up and saves them. The loss right there, the guaranteed loss. They get the chance still to fight for overtime. A massive opportunity from LCM. You can see the value that he brings in the clutch, but Johnny Boy will start it off just as strong as he finishes. Again, there is so much fear in the hearts of Solid on these A plays. It feels like you got no one defaulting on that B side of the map here, so you just are feeling like you're losing control. In the meantime, you're still not being able to aggress forward either.
Double long set of his back. Oh, GBB is in for a rough time, or is he? Oh my goodness, he just deletes MRN off the top of the rock. And an instant
GBB
4-on-4.
down. It's 4v4, which sometimes feel like you can get an advantage off of for the T side, but it's GBB. Watch it for the sidelines in the last round of regulation. Look at this, MBL. Devastating flank, devastating map control being taken. This could be the round ender. Definitely puts this A execute on the timer. You gotta get a move on soon.
But
As soon as possible.
It's B. They think it's more towards B at the moment. You actually do see Gudahan get himself into position, though, and BNC contact walking up. I'm not sure with an op known on that A site. Certainly so. Now Jareva starts to scale. And oh, not spotted out. 2 to head. We'll be able to deny the bomb plant. Cole, I think we need more rounds unless LCM has got something in the tank. 20 seconds here. Flank developing as well, but he gets out of the line of sight. There's a chance here for LCM. The flash is good. The fake plant's there. It has to be another clutch from another player. CSO, 2 bullets in the mag as well. And Roy's going to put it to rest. From down 9-3, we're going to overtime.
Brutal stuff right there from Velox to close that thing out. But again, it's so much fear and solid on these 8 plays. The utility just not developing here. There's no executes. They're just waiting for re-aggression, which maybe makes sense in some fashion, but it's never come through. It's never been the solution here. It's always been just these site defenses. And if there's just a couple entry flashes here, I feel like they could go a little bit better, but they have none of that. They don't have an op posted up on DICE, which is just easy protocols that are missing. And for this T side, you can definitely see that there is some weakness in the details here for Solid. They do fall short. And maybe that is a result of the reps not being there for the squad. In the meantime, though, Velox going to take it into OT.
We're going to force a third map. I mean, you can kind of see the discomfort, though, for Solid. Just a real lack of coordination, lack of, like, saturated utility, and I'm not sure about the decision to contact walk up into a site where you know that Opera is in play. He fired off a shot inside of connector. I don't know. It feels like it doesn't really match up to me. But obviously, that's what happens when you have 0 maps played on Overpass. Just the lack of reps and just simply said, not as many lessons learned. Well, learning the hard way as we have to go now to extra rounds.
You're gonna have to take this one a little bit longer here if you want to close this one out. Again, I mean, fighting for their life. For on the side of Velox here, and you know, again, clutch moments, able to deliver, able to overcome the odds. Did feel doomed at one point, but now it feels like it's a whole lot better.
On the setup here, Johnny Boy. Tough angle to hit. Flashbang up. Nails it, though, onto Jareva and gets to bounce out of there. And now walking up onto the B site. Finally, a real challenge here on the lurk. Boy will eat a grenade, but still very much alive. Standing. But a missed monster smoke is, nah, it's still works out in the end.
I mean, worst comes to worst, they'll be gray screen tier. A little late boost should net them even more success. Just about misses it. That's Noise made all the boost.
Yeah, and now the swing out as well. Roy instantly traded. And now the pop out onto the B site. BNC already knocking on the door. And no one on the site actual. They'll be able to scale up for free. Plus another molly into the pit. It makes it so awkward on the play. And BNC, though, will be forced out of position. There's the capitalization and then starting to get picked apart. Velox here on a retake.
Just folded in the post plant big time. Try to go for some duels. You understand the need. GBB, a little clutch. Here revealed and just can't find the headshot. That should do it. 3 rifles trained on his location. He'll go down swinging, but he will go down.
I mean, good from Velox to stay alive down in the pit. That's just what happens when you don't have that deep control. Is those retakes come through pretty easily. Looking to just speed it up, turn it into a full B-side play. But CSO goes down to 4 HP immediately, and that calls it off. Only for a moment. Still pushing forward, still holding a short boost. Yeah, we're gonna have to break that one down. And also the spam kill comes through from BNC. It's just madness on the B site. Out in the open, NBL somehow survives though, while getting blasted. And Johnny Boy is well activating on a flank call. I have no idea how to translate this round, but here we are. BNC gets his one. LCM turns around, and I don't know what to say here, Cole. It is just utter madness. It's a 1v1. 2 to head inside of pit. LCM on the other side, and he's looking away from the angle. He's gonna pick up the round. It's a 1 versus 2, I guess.
Wow, saved right there, big time. It felt like it was kind of breaking down. But no, again, the clutches just cannot be shut off. From Velox, they continue to close them out. On the side here of Solid, they might be breaking down mentally here. We might be talking about a little bit of collapse mentally here. They just can't seem to slow down the pressure. They've let this team catch fire. I said, I mean, the one thing that this roster kind of struggles with is like individuals here. They don't have the greatest firepower. But when you let these guys heat up, man, you can see what they're able to do.
See, I'm starting to creep forward with the op though, and Johnny Boy's faster in the draw. Opens up with that, but BNC closes in. And we'll quickly hunt the trade. Need to get together though, need to be coordinated here. BNC again on his own, but GPP, of course, is gonna make up for the mistake. They'll get their way onto the site. They're planting in the open though. MRN can't quite deny, but he does get the double, and again, CSO isolated from his team. A flawless CT side for Velox.
I mean, completely flawless. Having to come back from a big deficit into 3 rounds in a row to sweep things up here. It feels like if you're on the side of Solid, you just don't have a reply here on this map. On the T side, at least. You're onto the defense, but my big fear is that you've already let it get too far gone.
Oh.
You might have let it get too far in favor here. Could cost you dearly.
You know, if we just wait like 2 seconds, the rest of your team can group up with you, but everyone's kind of stumbling over and get onto the site right now for Solid. I get it. Just win your duels, forehead.
Hit your shots.
I mean, that's how you can win every map of Counter-Strike if you do it enough. But yeah, discombobulated is the way to phrase this map from Solid. And Velox have been capitalizing.
Find themselves a bit down and out. Unless they got a flawless CT side for themselves, then maybe. But there's a lot more just utility usage, a lot more coordination here on the Velox camp already on this team side here. And there you go, quick trade develops off the back of it. ENC wants some aggression. They'll get one. Doesn't linger for too long. Here you go. Jareba. Let's have himself a bit of a round winning position as well. BL looks like he wants to clear it, but no, not quite. Not the headshot.
Yeah, the full off angle there from Jareba. A little much. So the remaneuver from Velox is not looking perfect. There's a massive stack awaiting, but There's no challenge at 20 seconds. They've got to scramble a second rotate to this B site. But they're continuing to hold here. It puts it to just Jareba. Flashbangs through. They're into the site. MRN, however, won't be able to hold out to keep that bomb in the hands of Johnny Boy. This round will end via time, and Solid, their first round, they need 2 more for another round of overtime.
Impressive bit of discipline right there. Preserva knows he needs to just take down the bomb planter, and that's exactly what he does. So very smart counter strike here to get finally a break in the deadlock. They've been locked in at 12 for so long, for too long. But they get onto the CT side, and bam, there's a round.
So the options to speed up long here. BNC could be in some trouble or in the right position as he has one back turn, a second, and that's what he puts himself in these positions to do. Multi-killing for his team.
So we'll start right there. See, we'll deliver. Johnny Boy does up with the straight, but it's another 4v3 that they have. It was enough last time. Last time they utilized the clock as well. This time there's a whole lot more on the clock for Velox to work with. Continue to aggress in towards A in the setup. Not as forward here. We saw Johnny Boy wielding that up to full effect. This time there's flashes for these angles, and there's entries to find as well.
Oh. Moment. Johnny can't. But Roy hasn't necessarily had a stellar map, but we know he's star of this team. They're around for the first, but it's no good. Team Solid was looking to put up defense. Let's hit a double T.
Just close out a big defensive round there. An excellent recovery on the retake. Even still, Velox, they look a whole lot more promising. Gather themselves 14. Managed to deal with the pressure here in the post plant. T sides continue to just not be super effective. Missed op shot though, and no help from any of the riflers close by. No one there to redeem it. LCM needed to land that shot, and when he misses, it cost him everything.
Now, that is a opening. For those on the first fight. Smoke it well, but the wing or it pops is Portugal. Could be players here, but down. And to work with a lot of about it.
We have ourselves a 4v3. Onto the A side they go. Testing. And it will be passed by BNC. He holds his own. Now in towards the B side. This end goal here. Flashed up here. Fully blinded. Somehow manages to save this one. Zareba keeping them safe and sound. And GBB will be able to finish there. So we're all tied up here. Evens at 15.
That is unbelievable. Underhand flash from Jer kept him alive. He just threw it out an offhand. He was mollying out of position, but it popped just as MRN around the corner. He eats, and then the side swipe here from GBB. It is some fortune there for Team Solid, and we're still even playing on overpass.
Absolutely surreal. Trey, but definitely showing his depth in this the CT side affair. My God. Is it?
I think depth is a bit of a stretch there. Right there. But just the underhand flash, I guess we'll get it done.
Yeah, I mean, but just smart CS from him throughout the entire half. He had a great first round to the CT side as well. Just smart defense on this B side round after round. Whatever it takes to get the job done. Velox hitting the brick wall. Is it going to be the case here that we just see this lack of T side here come through? I mean, it's not all that uncommon here. This is being a little bit maybe judgmental here on both of these teams, but the T side is hard for everyone to figure out. No one has a great grasp on it. Maybe outside of like Virtus Pros, one of those better teams on this map, but it's tough for everyone. MRM though looking to give some relief here. Another man advantage, another 4v5 that they have to work off of.
Sir Flank, though, is excellent. They're lining up utility. There's one. Where's the refrag? Oh, there it is from Roy. And, well, there's still more where that came from on the fallback. Just barely escapes. Can't hit the shot there for Johnny Boy. And CSO stays alive.
That's just dicey right there. They get away with at least a man equal situation here. 3v3. 40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to operate here. LCM playing fast and loose with this AWP here, but at least in the back of Dice, he will pluck another one out.
Yeah, able to roll correctly there from the site. And GPP as well, holding out from truck. Huge shadow advantage awaiting him. As Tutahen will go in for the clear. Wing pass, but GPP instead plays his hand, reveals his position, but still good to take down Johnny Boy and needs to pick up the bomb now. Scoops it up, out in the open, and no time there for Tutahen. That's the first round for Team Solid. There have been a total of 0 T-side rounds in overtime so far.
At least the last 10 rounds as well.
Yeah.
It's been just nothing working here on overpass. These T-sides struggling over and over and over again. Man advantage back to back now here for Velox that just haven't gone their way. Those 4v5s, when you get them, you really want to capitalize. Not given that opportunity. Whole team saying, get me on CT side. I'll see him. The deep sight line right now and towards short. Not fully blocking the position here of Roy. It could be a thorn in your side.
But the timing here for BNC is what some would say suboptimal, or is it? Turns around for one and recovers for a second, and then a third. Oh boy. No ground gained whatsoever. Absolute lockout from BNC.
Oh!
Oh,
A
okay.
BL.
Okay.
What a shot right there. Roy flying up into B. No one is watching this. Nobody would ever expect this. So there might be 2 free kills lined up.
Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's just gone horribly wrong. It has just gone horribly wrong. This was a 2 versus 5. It's now just CSO. Now they'd expect him to be over towards long, and oh, he hears both players. He hears both players. What's the reposition? What's the reroute? He knows where they're coming from. Smoke to the site. Are they gonna cross? They're gonna plant in the open, or are they? It's a 2v5 coming through from Velox.
Just insane round right there. Roy, I said it at the beginning, but his position If only he knew how valuable it was. Had a chance to win them the round. And they commit to their short setup for the entirety of that round. The bomb is down towards long, and we have it, and two players are defending it, and there's not any movement here on the map whatsoever.
Why? It's the real answer. You know, bomb is down towards long.
That's the one.
You gotta go.
That's the one that they needed.
That was the one that was given to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, BNC puts up a triple. Literally on his own. All right, LCM's gonna kick this one off with an opener. That's a hell of a way to get the first T-side round in like 10 to 12 rounds here. But, oh, it's gonna get even better here for Velox. As more swings come through, it swings to a 3v3.
Wants to be a hero right now, diving right on into this Velox squad. They got their one. Can they get two on this T side? That would feel like curtains for sure. Everything shifting right now. Maybe just going to be LCM in charge of this A defense. Maybe he doesn't get any help, and maybe that's just not enough here. He's getting his utility down now. Try and give him a little bit of breathing room. But there's the one player long spotted. That's good info.
Sees Johnny Boy. Now gets the reposition over towards Truck. Smoke Molly combo. But he stands in front. He blocks out this dumpster smoke so he can actually play around it and get vision towards that long side. And now that Molly has also faded. Guys, 12 seconds. 12 seconds to make a move. And there you go. One shot rings out from LCM. Smoke's still here. A team flash in the mix as well. A no-scope at long range for LCM. They didn't have time anyways, but sure, some flare to close out the half from Team Solid. Cole, what is going on?
Oh boy, I have no idea. Some of these rounds, it's starting to devolve into a just straight pug. We're watching Face It on the server. It's just madness rolling through for these two teams. We're going for no scopes. Anything to get the job done. We're seeing 2v5s where it's like they're not even talking to each other. Because, you know, no one said the bomb was down in long bathrooms or something. I don't know what's happening here in some of these occasions, but again, what the biggest detail is that Velox have finally breaking the deadlock of 0T rounds and OT, and have gotten themselves one. And it required a 2v5, but it's one.
Took like a boatload of mistakes, but oh well, it's gonna go right back. That should have been a given as well. Oh my goodness, it's a map that both teams don't play, and we're down, you know, they're not round number 34. You bet it's gonna get crazy.
They definitely had that gap there as well. I thought they were gonna maybe try and abuse it, but they slow it down after the man advantage. They've got 5 players again defaulting over towards this B side. So it puts it on a timer. You've got no one else elsewhere trying to punish re-aggression. You got to get a move on in here. ENC beats the smoke.
Yeah, no respect on that. Hot flash in. Off angle taken though from Roy. Good enough. Made combo here needs to go out and clear the pit position. If they don't do that, there's a real chance for a retake effort. Another Molly into pit will force MPL forward, however, but he comes through with a double anyways. 2v2. Flank as well makes way there for Johnny Boy. One of the best efforts here for Solid might just go to waste. Jareva starting up the flank though. And coming through, Johnny Boy still spamming this smoke right now, and then there's the backstab onto the diffuser though. He's standing in the open.
My God!
But he gets off of it, and he'll get the defuse in. What is happening?
What is happening? Completely Just complete madness on this round. And it just felt so good for them on the inbound. The mollies that consistently got recycled in towards pit. But then NBL just ignores it all, and no one's watching it. They think the molly is this brick wall that no one can pass, and it's a missed opportunity. Boy just swats the fly as well.
I don't know, Cole. I don't know. I want to go home. Swing out here on the boost, and oh my goodness, this another freebie that just doesn't get converted.
Molly misses.
Oh my
Smoke
goodness.
to deploy, and
Oh, there's another one. There's another guaranteed kill that is not guaranteed.
my god. Dude. Alright,
GBB is gonna make a
lead the
move.
pack.
Here we go. Flash through, and no one's watching Monster? Like, oh no, 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 no. I mean, you can understand we just flash cleared it, but GBB is gonna punish you heavily for that. Triple entry.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, Molly. If there was any way this round could go wrong, I believe it would be this, but GBB, it might just be an ace that's required here to keep him alive. Johnny boy, give it the old college try. You got money in the bank. But yeah, not too interested here. Finally, a T-side round here for Solid. We might get to do this all over again.
Oh, there's the ace, by the way. GBB, you know, first the 2v5 for Velox to get their T-side round. Now an ace for GBB.
You're just gonna wish you had all of those kills that you nearly had completed. You just wish, man. You just pray. Unfortunately, none of them manufactured. And it cost them everything. GBB with an ace. You're saying enough is enough, guys. But is enough enough? Do we have more? One more overtime would just be unreal.
On series point, they had a lot of those in regulation. Or do we need a triple overtime affair?
Watch La Ruganetta on Nuke and said, hold my beer on this overpass map here. MRM with a nasty off angle. That is devastating there. Zuba able to land some headshots to do a little bit of damage. 4v5 granted here. This time.
To assemble a boost on that divider side? No, instead, LCM is actually going to get past the angle, crossing into the open there from Johnny Boy, as well as the jump spotting player. Tudahen has been seen. CSO on the entry as well. This could be the series. Tudahen ran over 2 versus 4. Surely, this is where it ends.
Surely. Half HP for MRN as he started off with a great kickoff, but it might just be a sour finish. Oh, but one given back.
Oh boy. We're handing kills over now. Having to flash through smoke. Needing straight desperation here, but GBB, of course, on the other side. The safe pair of hands for Solid. And Cole, this roller coaster of a map is over. Solid will take the series.
Yeah, GBV knew where to draw the line right there, and it was the second overtime where he says enough is enough. The ace to finally kick off a T-side round. They stopped getting those T-side rounds when they hit 12. and they finally got 2 more in the tank. I don't know where they pulled those 2 from. Again, I think pressure may have gotten to these kind of underdog players, because again, Johnny Boy, who's been so sharp in the comeback effort, finally you see that big mistake, just a lackadaisical cross into the site this late into the game. And again, as you get later into the game, it can start to devolve. Communication can break down, and that can tend to happen.
It kind of comes off the back of a mistake from Tutahen. He wasn't jump spotting perfectly and didn't get perfect information on the fact that, hey, there are 2 players actually walking up towards bathrooms. Got to get your check your boxes off there. And well, Velox, despite the fight here on Overpass, a messy map, it will be Solid who do eke past. But my God, Cole, I would be lying if I say that map was a little hard to watch.
It was a hard watch for sure. Yeah, I mean, again, when you're talking about 0 maps played in the last 3 months for Solid, they got away with it for that long. You definitely see their T sides maybe not up to snuff, but again, when you're dealing with a team here, of the likes of it's just this Vedlock side, it's not going to be easy when you get this late into the stage here. Again, these small details. We even saw it when they were playing out over on the B side. Just another small communication error. You clear out this B side, you think it's fully safe, and then bam, all of a sudden, no one's covering Monster. GBB has 2 backs turned. He's going to take that every day of the week. So that's a little bit of a late breakdown there. A long second map leads to a quick 2-0 in the end. A Solid. Got to be happy that they can make it to the next round here without going to a 3rd map, but job's not finished for them here.
Yeah, certainly not. As coming up, at least for the day, it's the real banger matches that we've got going down. Sharks and Case taking away the upper bracket over in Group A, and Red Canids and W7M. Honestly, a lot of these teams are in very similar positions in that South American space. They're vying for that top spot.
Yeah, exciting teams here that I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they end up, because I mean, again, a lot is going to be on the line here. A lot of these individuals trying to make it here, and if your Case, like, just big impact already seen onto the opening stages here, and they're looking to complete the mission, I think, which would be really cool.
Yeah. So on the hour, we're gonna get these banger matches coming your way, but it won't be us. We're done with it.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Oriez Regional LATAM Series 2. My name's Zurfer, and joining me is my friend and co-caster, Ted. Ted, mate, excited to get going once again. Of course, half of the day is already over, but there is still another half to play out, and we're going to be focusing on some winners matches today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really boring so far for Fire and Exner, man, I must say. I mean, some closer games, but only 2 hosts, not a single 3-mapper. Those guys have been avoiding the 3-mappers, but me and you, we've had our best luck accompany us so far in this tournament. And you know what? Going into those last 2 games of the day, I'm really looking forward to this, right? We have some, I dare to say it's some playoff quality Counter-Strike coming up.
Yeah, I mean, well, focusing on that first game, at least, you know, we actually do have a repeat. We've got a rematch from the first event quarterfinal where Sharks are going to take on KC Sports. Of course, you know, a little bit of bad memories if we kind of think back to that one, because there was so many technical issues. I think we were delayed for maybe around 45 minutes in server. It was just an absolute mess. There was even a 13-0 on one of the maps in favor of Case. So I'm hoping we get the same excitement with, you know, less of the delays. And of course, this game matchup is going to be taking part in Group A. Sharks took down the Corinthians, but probably more impressively, we've got KC Sports, who beat reigning defending champions Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, Fluxo did win their game against the Corinthians in the earlier game, in an elimination game. They eliminated them from the tournament. So I feel like this game between the Sharks and KC Esports is just going to have so much on the line, right? You feel like if you lose here, you're going down against an infuriated Fluxo team that didn't expect to lose their opening game. So yeah, either way, you don't want to be playing against Fluxo in an elimination game. With that being said, though, we're going to move into the lineups. Sharks have been looking fairly decent. And by fairly decent, I mean they've been one of the best teams in the ESO Challenger League in South America. They've been racking up victories, still unbeaten, 5-0, even though it's best of ones. We can still count that for something. They had a pretty tough ride against the Corinthians in the first round matchup, losing one map. There was a lot of chances for the Corinthians to actually get away with a victory, and me and you were actually quite surprised at the good performance after seeing it. But yeah, in the end of the day, Sharks has always been a really difficult team to take down, even if they're on an off day. And I feel like that counts a lot when you're facing up against a pretty informed KC Sports.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to be going into this one full of confidence. Although they did lose that quarterfinal against Sharks last time around, I mean, to come in straight out of the gate and beat Fluxo in a best of 3 and to reverse sweep them as well. I mean, they lost Inferno, they won Nuke, and then it was an absolute domination on Ancient, a 13-4 to finish it off. And I mean, that man in the picture, well, I mean, everybody's in the picture right now.
Yeah, there's 5 of them.
Yeah, Snow is the first man that is on your screen, and Snow is in the spotlight once again. This kid is super, super talented.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's something about Brazilian people named Vinicius and them being incredibly good at what they do when they're competing, right? You think about Vini from Real Madrid for all football fans, and yeah, I said it. It's football. It's not soccer. It's football. But yeah, I mean, 16 years of age, Snow has been playing incredible CS, right? And at this point, it just feels like when you're playing up against him, it's like you're playing against 2017 Config, right? You either beat him, you remember that original interview where he just goes, oh, you know what? Unless you beat me with nades, you're not beating me, right? If you want to out-aim me, I'm just going to get the better of you. I'm going to dominate you in the server. I feel like this is the case with Snowman. Unless people outplay him by positioning, by you know, just playing the game a little bit smarter by nades and stuff like that. If this guy was playing the game back in 2017, he would have been the GOAT. I mean, his mechanical ability is great. and it's nice to see because he's a part of that next generation, right? Those guys that are becoming great now. You can chunk in Donkin if you want, of course. People like Noe, if you got to look at the Brazilian scene, like Decenty. I feel like Snow, even though he's a little bit least experienced than those guys that we just mentioned, he is out there with the potential to reach that really, really high level. And I honestly see a world where in a couple years this guy's playing top level CS.
Yeah, I can see it myself, to be honest, especially if he keeps up the performances and just continues to improve 100%.
Also, I'm a Game of Thrones fan, so I'm going to be a little bit biased towards that nickname.
Well, let's see if DeVito is going to be biased in any way, shape, or form. And we've got a Mirage pick from Case Esports. Sharks are going to actually shy away from that Vertigo pick because it didn't go so well last time. So they are going to pick into what was the decider, and that is Inferno. And we're going to get a fresh map in this veto from last time round, and that is going to be an Ancient. As a deciding map, if you look at it on paper, it's pretty fair. Sharks and Case have a pretty high win percentage. Case well drilled on it. They've played it in the last 3 months 21 times, their most played map. So if you're Case, I think you're going to be extremely happy with the way this went.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, we can't really compare different maps to each other and feel like if a certain team has beaten Sharks on a map and then this team we consider least favorable or we consider worst on a certain map than Case, then that means that Case will win, right? CS doesn't always look that conventional, but I mean, you got to be looking at that 4-13 against the Corinthians the other day and thinking that if you're a Case going into a Mirage against the Sharks that has just lost to the dead last team in the group in that fashion on that first map, you're going to be in with a bit of a punishment pick because we've seen how reliable that Mirage performance from the Sharks is on Gefolo and Dog just having a standout performance, or maybe Togs, right? But it has to be at least 2 of those 3 in order to take them through, and that's against teams that are not nearly on the level of Case on this map. And then you go on an Inferno, which usually actually is a map that Case play a lot. They don't win it a lot. I mean, they played it 9 times this year and they've won it only once, and that was an overtime game against Bestia. But they did try to even pick into it a couple times in a couple series, right? So that shows you that they have been putting the work in. And yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like going into this veto, there isn't really many things that could go better for Case to feel comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's see if they are going to be comfortable when we are jumping into the server, because as you said, you know, it doesn't usually go that way. Counter-Strike mats and all that. So it really just depends, you know, who's going to be showing up in the server. A few players to highlight, though, that especially if we're looking at the Shark side, Gafolo and Doc, I mean, they had an incredible game versus the Corinthians, especially if we want to look back at that Vertigo map. They were really, really impressive and were able to get that one over the line, but we're gonna have to see if they're gonna improve on that Mirage, because there's a lot of question marks, Ted, as we go sadly into a little bit of a technical pause.
Oh no.
I feel I'm kind of to blame for that, just a little bit.
I feel like I've seen that before.
Existence.
You know how sometimes because of the amount
And it's Mirage
the amount
as
of
well.
CS that comes in front of our eyes and just goes in like a line. I mean, we're watching an obscene amount of CS. Sometimes you kind of forget that you've watched a game or a map, right? You just look at the score and you're like, did I really cast this? What was it me? I remember that first map between Sharks and Case Esports so well because we spent 40 minutes having talks about anything but the game.
Having talks now, not talks.
Oh yeah, talks.
Yeah,
talks. Yeah. We were talking. We weren't having talks. No. We weren't
no.
cloning him. That's for sure.
We wish we were having some action from dogs.
Well, it depends on what action you're talking about. You're walking on you're walking on ice right now with those words. We got to be really careful with your next sentence.
Counter-Strike action.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. Just it's a pretty thin line.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you were.
I was
you're
looking
not wrong.
after you. I'm looking after you.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, I think you came out with a beaut, an absolute beaut the other day when you were talking about, you know, I was actually thinking about these guys in the shower, and I was like, yeah, really? So, yeah.
It's yes, man. That's what we breathe. That's what we sleep. That's what we eat. It's what we think about. It's all our life. We just think about CS all of the time. While sleeping, while in the shower, while eating, while working out. It's just CS all over the place. And you know what? Thankfully, CS here actually started out. We're dominating coming in from the K's boys. A lot of utility. Smokes top stairs. Jungle, Molotov towards the bench. Bomb plant will be secured, but Sharks going in with a 5v5 retake with a kit and smoke on DRG.
Yeah, DRG is going to be the first man in as well. There's going to be a lot of bodies behind this kit, but not really a lot into support of Doc here, who is just going to try and play his life and play for as many kills as possible and hope his teammates do the rest. He's found a double though. All of a sudden, Case are down to just Yeps and they know exactly where he is. He's in towards Palace. Defuse stuck. A clean CT pistol. Squeaky, I would say, because it doesn't get much cleaner and as straightforward as that.
Yeah, I mean, can you really wish for a better 5v5 retake on the A-bomb side? And this is the perfect way to do it, right? I mean, if you want to, because a lot of times we see some of those retakes get scrappy. If you want to see a textbook retake on the A-bomb side, this is what you do, right? You send everyone throughout CT, and then you leave 1 or 2 people, 1 person ideally, that's going to play later in towards jungle, but he has to be extremely late, right? He has to almost bait his teammates there. And if that works out, the end result will pretty much be the one that we just saw. Now, because of the bomb plant for Case, even though they weren't able to actually find a single kill in that previous round, they will go for the heavy rifle buy. The only issue with this is that you have just that 1 smoke, a couple of flashes, a Molotov, and then you're out of util. So you need to find those kills quickly.
Yeah, and if you don't, the round just becomes infinitely more difficult. And they think that the entry is going to come over towards short, but it's not. Togs snatches Urban away under pressure from the rest of the players that are going to be sprinting and bulldozing their way up short right now. Doc, quick on a rotate, stops at least one of them, and Orion's out is just playing his life to perfection. Both players are combined 20 HP right now. DRG is rotated across just to try and help out, but Doc goes down. Snow now has spotted out the IGL of Sharks as he tries to get across and tries to get this bomb down, but he needs to drop Orion's out. They have been able to find him, but there goes the bomb. Riccioli now thrown into the clutch to try and get something done. It's a very dangerous round, but Sharks are able to survive it.
Yeah, they played it really well. I mean, both players that were low on HP played their lives. At a certain point, Togs realized that if they just stay and hide like that, there is a good chance that they become the peaked ones going into the fights, right? So he would rather just take a jiggle for the information. They might have gone down, but they were able to get a single refrag there, and DRG with some great awareness then to realize they didn't really want to give 1v1s to the last standing player. They played it together, just trying to, even though you're risking to get lined up, I mean, he has to be extremely good with that Galil to line you up in a situation like that, and for a single one of you not to be able to take him down prior to that happening. So we do get a clean start from the Sharks. And one thing that I wanted to add as well in the pre-game, but obviously we're not getting a 30-minute analyst studio, but the Sharks usually, because there's a lot of factors on paper that show that Case should be able to feel comfortable going into this game and maybe even run away with it. The Sharks usually are a team that I think just enjoys playing against teams like Case, and they are a tough one to play against, even if you're in form, even if your individuals are hitting shots. Sharks just have a pretty unique approach to the game, and it might be easy to run over them, so to speak. I mean, I'm saying that last time they played, Case won a 13-0 map against them, which I guess is the definition of running over someone and not letting him even take a breath. But I just have that old feeling about the Sharks. They are a team that's just extremely inconsistent. It's night and day with them. But they can be really upsetting to play against.
Yeah, they can indeed. Now, that 13-0, I mean, it does have a little bit of underlying factors in terms of Sharks are experiencing
it's an awful one, right?
Yeah,
that's not going to happen too many times. You'd hope.
Yeah, you can't say for certain. I mean, let's not forget, I mean, there is a 13-0 still on right now, but that is getting a little bit ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're just 10 away, boys. Just 10 more.
And this is the first gun round that we've seen, so it's very early if you're trying to hedge your bets. And Sharks. Decent setup out towards this bomb site. Oh, that HE goes in, and Togs claims that kill. Will he get away with his life? Yes, he will. Just scampers away, low HP, but with a man advantage in his hand. Case are going to have to work very hard to get back into this one. They are leaning towards a little bit of a split here, up connector and in through window. The real dangers, if Snow goes down here with the bomb, that's going to be a big problem. Doc is just waiting, he's just holding. Quick and easy frag, spots out the player towards Palace, and now Riccioli is going to try and get something done. Not expecting to follow, but he is being spammed down, tagged down, and taken down from above. Although they were in a great position, all of a sudden the hold falls apart. 25 seconds left, and it's Ordian Zhao now who has to do it all. Riccioli is low, though. This a definite chance now. Oh, but yep, stands just tall enough to drop him. 25 HP, another bullet, and Ordian Zhao would have had a 1v3 extremely early on.
Talk about an early jump scare as well. I mean, those are some crazy flashbangs from Artie and Sal a couple days ago when he was pulling off clutches left, right, and center, but that was such an awkward one from Case's perspective. They just lost all the initial fights, they dropped the bomb, and then Riccioli just goes absolutely nuclear with that multi-kill from Jungle. Artie and Sal with a great attempt there. Had a 1 versus 1, but Yeps was able to hold on. It's actually only 2 people from Case to get kills in that round. It was Yeps and then Riccioli on the triple, so not everyone being able to contribute, but sometimes this is what you need just to get started. And Yeps will keep it up. Gafolo goes down, had a chance to land that shot with the AVP, misses it. DRG will pick it up, but that's still Doc on a deke. He's gonna try and get his hands on the rifle. But it's a good start for Case. You get that early advantage. Now you can play your slow game, you can control the map. You just need to be aware of that possible B aggression from Artie and Zhao.
You can cut off any mid play just a little bit later on. Once again, Sharks have a pretty strong setup over towards A. I mean, they've got everybody here, but the issue is they're going to have to stop a lot of players making their way out towards the ramp. The flash is perfect. DRG didn't see a thing. Death screen. Doc trying to play up close with this FAMAS here. Oh, they're kissing in the smoke. Does Yep realize it? Well, the answer is no. Doc collects that kill at least, but surely Yep's is going to try and walk out behind him and now take him down. But Doc realizes that getting out of harm's way is the next step of this one. This round definitely all over the place, but Case seemed to have the information on all the players. Doc has been taken down. Yep's just hitting a little jiggle to try and find Togs. Refrag in, and another round for Case.
We're seeing some great patience by Case on the openings, by the way. Great work by Snow on the double entry. But the fact that they get some of the kills and then they're not rushing their way into the bomb site, right? They feel really composed, pretty methodical on the way that they're trying to take that map control. They realize that they're in a good position. They can slow down the ball, so to speak, freeze for a little bit of a second, make Sharks actually go for those fights and initiate them, feel a little bit more uncomfortable because they're in a 2-3 man disadvantage or whatever. And then they just punish them when they can take favorable fights. We're seeing some really, really intelligent CS on that B side right now from Case. And of course, some nice headshots courtesy of Snow. Starting to wake up now. We are getting a game.
Yeah, we are. This is what we wanted to see. And this is what we were expecting as well.
Yeah,
though,
and sadly, ladies and gents, it is terrible to inform you, and I'm doing that with a lot of pain in my heart, but the 13-0 is off the table for now.
Maybe next map.
Yeah, we still have a couple more left tonight, so the dream is alive. We're not specifying who's going to be the 13-0 and who's going to be the 113-0ing.
UG was getting set up for that flash there, and well, Riccioli is just going to discover all those CTs close towards the ramp. They still managed to come away with a kill here, and RCF is in a little bit of trouble. If Gafolo wants to continue to try and run him down, he could drop the bomb here, but oh, the spray was so messy, and well, Riccioli arrived just in time to take down Togs to make sure he doesn't get his hands on a weapon. A little bit of damage done to KC Sports, but they will not mind whatsoever. They get that round over the line. They survive walking into an A stack, which is a lot better than falling over.
Yeah, life's great. I mean, you walk into an A stack on an anti-eco and you get away with the round fairly cleanly. Yeah, you still lost a couple players, but it could have been much worse. You lost only 2. It didn't feel like there was much contest about the round itself. It was more the case of whether you would drop too many guns for your liking. But as you pointed out, I think it's fine. Back to the guns though, we go for the Sharks. This is something huge from RCF. He's going to position himself towards the apartment splash to make him miss, but Snow doesn't miss on the AK, and that's the B player out of the equation. Ardian Zhao hits the ground running, which means that Gefalo will need to try and rotate in to support Talks, who was left alone. There was a pretty heavy B lean, especially with the player in towards Slather, so K's don't realize it, but they've made the right decision not to commit off of that early opening. Again, they can slow things down and just play the man advantage like 2 rounds ago.
Riccioli making a lot of steps here. Doc, though, drops in towards the window. Riccioli surely is going to be hearing that. Doesn't matter. Doc collects that kill. DRG, a surprise and sandwich that Case weren't really ready for. RCF is not going to be able to get his hands on the bomb without a fight. Snow trying to take a favourable one for himself, but he needs to be careful. If he oversteps just a little too far, Togs will take him down, and RCF now waiting. Missed shot, missed opportunity, and Sharks get back into the swing of things. Togs is 13-4 right now, Ted. He is the one fragging the most right now in the server. The Sharks will be thankful that he is hitting this form early on. Keeping them in the game right now for sure.
Yeah, I mean, as far as you know, if you're the Sharks, it's Talks and Dog that are being the difference between you getting completely blown out of the water early on that Mirage, right? They're the ones taking those important rounds. Talks going huge early on. We did mention that Gefalo's been a really good Mirage player for the last maybe 1 or 2 months every single time, even though Mirage at the start of the year didn't really feel like home ground for Sharks and doesn't really feel like home ground still. But yeah, most of the time has been either Gefalo to go huge or Dogs to or Dog to have an outstanding performance, and it's nice to see a little bit of a switch up. Togs, even though he's not playing those quote-unquote star positions on that CT side, he's still able to find his impact, multi-kills all over the place. Sharks still in the lead, but Case looking to switch it up with a bit of a quicker B play.
They did try this once before, but they were stopped by the super aggression play in towards the apartments, and they had to kind of reroute and change up things. But this time, Ordian's out. He's not going to be as aggressive. Himself and Togs, though, are in a good position to maybe stop this. In terms of util, though, they are running a little bit light. The HE could slow them down just enough for Ordian's out to get something done. As Case are just ready and waiting, no pressure anywhere on the map. But what is about to come out of the B apartments, they'll line up the flashes, they'll try and send a few players in and sprint out onto the site. Now the CTs haven't been able to stop them for now. The dink isn't going to be enough. The T's have it. That has to be a save for Sharks. It's a great call and not a nice surprise for Sharks to be on the receiving end of. But at least if you keep these 3 guns up, you're going to have a chance in the next.
Phenomenal execution. The B-bomb site just collapses straight away. Smokes in towards the arches, smokes in towards window kitchen and the door of kitchen as well. You waited out the initial CT side utility. You didn't take almost any util damage. I mean, the 2 players that had to run through some nades did, but it wasn't anything too significant. And then you could see the great moment of communication, by the way. That was great, I guess, micro synchronization there. Between those 2 players that were clearing out Get Right in the back of the site. One of them was actually going to take the peak solo, but then he waited a little bit, made sure that he's lining up with his teammate, made sure that they can take those 2 fights at the same time, and made it work. Synchronized.
Yeah, made it work.
Swift CS. And you know what? Those are things that have been done in practice, right? When you see things like that work out, you know that this is not something that you're calling on the fly. We actually did see that it was the player in the apartments to get the kill onto the short guy, but you know, the double peek was still pretty well communicated and coordinated. That's what I'm trying to say for Case.
Oh, for sure.
I don't care it didn't get both kills. It was just a good play.
And different call, but strat called directly from spawn. It's going to be an A execute. The flashes are raining over, and these set pieces right now look perfect for Case, but this time Doc is going to do some damage. He finds 3 kills, swinging it onto the side.
Oh!
Doc gets 4, and he survives on just about 4 HP. Still alive. Yeps is the last one standing, and Doc, he wants to go for this ace, but Togs is just going to take that one away. And if it's Doc, Togs, it does not matter. They will hold on to that A-bomb site. Oh, no. It was all going right. It was all going right. You can see the flashes. They look perfect, and all of a sudden, Doc pulls something like this out. Man, we're in for a game.
What a showing that was from Doc. Welcome to his domain on the A-bomb side. Execute looked perfect. He loses his teammate early on and then goes absolutely huge. Big moment to step it up. Sharks hold on to their lead on the CT side. And it feels like Case are just doing a lot of effort trying to get an early lead here on Mirage and lead the charge. But every single time, the Sharks have been able to stop them right in their tracks. And this might be a great call. AVP holds the first line of contact. Rifle up in front. Bomb dropped. And early on, minute 25, the T's have already lost control of the bomb.
Smoked out as well. I mean, maybe Togs will be caught out by Riccioli, and yes, he will. So there is at least an upgrade there for the Case IGL, but you still have to try and get the bomb back. And they are continuously smoked out. It's a nice little adjustment made from the Sharks early on in this round. I mean, they tried the exact same play a couple of rounds ago, but they didn't have the op behind it. This time they had Gafolo holding. He found a quick and easy frag. Nordians out made sure that the swing did not happen either. Case want to try and make their way up short. Maybe try and pinch on top of this bomb, but that's been swatted away. And if you're RCF, you might be better off saving here. I don't know if you're going to get the chance, especially with Gafolo peeking deep like that. Gafolo, the Sharks hopper, finally on the board. 3 kills in that round. The Sharks now hooding KC Sports onto an eco. Talk to me about this here a little bit, Ted, though. I mean, Audience Out has gone for a play like that once before. Didn't really work out. You remember Snow got the kills back. What do you think of that adjustment?
I think that was great. I mean, obviously, I think they had a better spawn here, and Audience Out was a little bit quicker up the apartments, because last time he couldn't really get into a great position, and it was a little bit more awkward. This one felt a bit. It didn't feel as rushed. It felt a bit more coordinated, I guess. And the moment that Gafolo gets the first kill, I mean, this is the big difference maker, right? You're just going to be tunnel vision on getting the better of the Oper, and they didn't even know that Audience Out had already crossed, so yeah. It all fell into place really nicely. And hopefully this one will as well, too, for the Sharks. It's just a couple unupgraded pistols on the other side. And unless the Glocks reign superior, which we will get a chance to see, there is a little bit of a dance of death and chaos in towards that B-bomb side. But you know what? We do love to see it. And Audience Out still gets away with a triple. So Sharks up to 7. 8-4. A possibility right now. But I have bad news for you, Jack. We got an Audience Out disconnect. And we all know how that madness 2 weeks ago started. I've seen that before.
Yeah. Hopefully it's just a little bit of a reset, though. Hopefully it's not, you know.
Hopefully he got overexcited as the Glocks were chasing him and he just kicked his PC. Has that ever happened to you, by the way? Have you ever kicked your PC by accident?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I know a case of it happening, so
I mean, it happened at, what was it, Pro League or IM or something like that, or a major. It's happened even in Tier 1.
One of the funniest stories was I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it was a raid LAN or if it was a one tap LAN.
All right, so those are some, okay, that was what I was about to ask. Those are some Irish lands. Okay,
Irish lands. I can't remember which one it was, but I remember hearing the story of, like, it was either a final or a semi-final, and All the PCs, you know, plugged in. I think it was a really important round. I think maybe possibly an Inferno B execute. And all of a sudden, Tobin walks. He's walking by like where all the PCs are kind of plugged in, and he just absolutely volleys them out. Now, not intentionally, but he just kicks.
That was what I was about to say. That's a pretty odd thing. It's like, oh, there's a PC there.
Yeah, no. I mean, like he kicks out like the main supply, so all the PCs turn off.
Okay.
In one of the most important rounds of the game.
Was he alright after the game was over? Did he get home safely?
He got home safely.
Okay.
Man. Like it was just kind of, you know.
Because I would imagine, you know, I'm thinking about an Irish LAN, and I can honestly just imagine a world where it's just the exact same thing as Epic, for example, but a lot more aggressive. And a little bit more, a bit more drunk as well.
See, we're like the scene is quite small in Ireland, as you can imagine.
Oh, so you're friendly.
Yeah, like everybody kind of knows each other. You know what I mean? We do get some people coming over, you know, that like aren't necessarily in the Irish scene, but they're always a good time. So it wasn't like a super competitive thing, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You know, it was just people getting together, having a bit of crack, and you know, just seeing what's going to happen.
If by any chance there's Americans watching this stream, that means that they were having fun.
Yeah, I think crack is universal now. Like, I think, you know,
it is,
the Irish
but not
word,
the one that I'm talking about.
Nah. You know, the Irish word for fun.
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
I think that's universal now. Like, if you don't know it there, I've taught you something new, or Ted has taught you something new.
Yeah. No, it is universal. It is. I think it is. I believe it is. We're just clarifying things.
I'd say you're numb to it by now at this stage. I'd say you know a lot of my sayings and all the rest of it. So.
You know what? I actually do, yeah. I play some Irish interviews every now and then if I see someone on social media, and I understand some of it. Not all of it, but some of it. You speak pretty clear English for an Irishman. I'm gonna give you that. But that being said, though, we are back to watching some nice CS, so technical difficulties are no more. Follows back towards that B bomb site. He's transitioned into a B anchor now without being green, and he's gonna be off with the shot. So they've spotted him out now because of the flash and the Molotov. They forced him out of position, but you still need to take Guardians out into account, and he's done a whole lot of damage. That's a great pickup, but this is just the fake. It's just the ruse. The main play is coming in towards that A bomb site, and Urban has just picked up a double.
A huge double entry. Oh, he needs to be very careful there. That molly actually will cause him a problem or two. Just burn him down under half HP. Gafolo, can't see through that Molotov, and it's Urban once again picking up another kill. He's trying to do it all, but Togs is going to take him out of the round as himself and Ordian Zhao go on the approach for the clutch. They've gotten this back into a 2 versus 2, and now it is very doable. Both players have to come up with all of the kills as Snow is hearing the steps. Bomb is going to be tapped, and is the Palace play now going to walk out. He finds one for free. Togs though not on the bomb, collects that next one, and now needs to tap it and bait out a peek once more, but this time it's being stuck. It's trying to spam him down and will just about get it. 7-5, a very, very close half, but Sharks come out the better.
Oh, that was such a monster round by Urban, man. What a triple. He's had a bit of a quiet first half, all things considered. I believe he was on 3 and 8 before that most recent round, but he just goes absolutely nuclear on the A-bomb side. And you know what? Even though the B fake doesn't actually lead to them getting a lot of kills, it was just that. It was fake. It was a play to open up space for Urban, and for him to be able to walk out and do this to both DRG and Doc, and then to the Opera and Gafolo as well. This one was mental, especially from Gafolo's POV. I mean, this is a straight up pre-fire from Urban, right? He doesn't see anything in that situation. He's just going out and just spamming Diango because he knows it. Case get away with 5. And you gotta feel like that's gonna make them comfortable enough for a pretty competitive second half on the CT side as well. Starting us off with a nice little A stack, and this is exactly where the play will go from Sharks.
Joy. First person tested. RCF finds a great kill, and if he just stays alive towards the Palace, this could be absolutely massive, and hope his teammates can do the rest. But he wants to peek, he wants to take those fights, and that might end up costing them because they've lost all control of this bomb site. Ordian's out. Will he be able to get that bomb down? And he will. just about. The spam was nearly perfect to get him off it. And the Sharks players are hurting right now. It's gonna be so difficult to hold on. But if these Julies from Gafolo are able to find something there, the step has been heard. Oh, Gafolo looking for more than just a one, spamming, trying to take him down. Only connects on one. Bomb tapped here. Yep's not on it. Doc finds that kill. Riccioli now has to try and tap it once more and bait out that peak. No idea where Ordian Zhao is. And well, realizing he's off the bomb, Doc doesn't need to peek. Riccioli's getting on out of there. Sharks are going to take their second pistol of Mirage. It'll cost them nearly everybody, but they won't mind. 8-5 in the lead. And their T side off to a perfect start.
Their star rifle duo is off to a perfect start. Doc and Toxic, they've just been all over KS Esports since the start of this map. RCF opens things up really nicely. A lot of damage through the smoke as well. That looked like a pretty solid pistol round by KS, all things considered. I'm not sure that RCF actually needs that fight going out of Palace there, though. They have a man advantage. His teammates are coming out of CT. The bomb side is uncomfortable to actually plant on. I think that was RCF just getting caught in the moment, pretty much. Just thinking that there was still a lot of fighting going on around the bomb side, whereas it was actually just him going for that peak and everyone focused on that one position. Obviously, it's a little bit harder when you're in the moment to realize that and just play it a little bit more passively, but Sharks end up picking up a second pistol around here, and those are, I guess, the basics that you need to cover if you want to steal away a map pick. It's like a list of checkboxes, right? You have win pistol round number 2, don't get E-code, win pistol round number 1, don't get E-code, and you're alright. You win both pistols, you convert, and you're halfway there. And when you have Tox and Doc combining for, what, 31 kills? That took me a long time. 13 rounds in. That's also going to be helpful.
Yeah, 41 if you want to throw Ordians out in there as well, so... That dangerous trio finding a lot of success here on Mirage. And while this round comes to its conclusion, I suppose it's a good time to mention as well that this is a monstrous improvement from what we've seen from Sharks versus the Corinthians last time round, right? I mean, we were pretty blown away, to be honest, with how Corinthians were able to dominate that game.
Yeah.
But Sharks are ready for an improvement. They need to be ready for the pistols running them down here, as the CTs are going to try and take as many weapons away as possible. They rack up a few kills, but it shouldn't matter all that much. Never mind, DRG does go down as well. That's a whole lot of damage that goes onto the T economy, and that could help things as we go later and later into this second half. But if you're KS Esports right now, Ted, you do kind of feel that this one round has to go your way, or else it just becomes extremely difficult to take this map, which is your mapping.
Yeah, I mean, Sharks can easily ride the momentum wave from now on and just close it out in a pretty one-sided fashion. You gotta feel like KS needs to put a foot right into that second half early on. Completely agreed. Urban will try and start it off with a bit of a mid push. Actually, he loses his teammate in Riccioli. That's going to leave him completely exposed, but Urban with another massive double kill, and Snow is there to back him up as well. The mid play doesn't start perfectly initially, but Urban and Snow recover. And that's the response that they needed. Something a little bit more aggressive. Something that makes Sharks believe that KS is trying to establish control of the map. And something to shut them down early on. They still have a lot of time to work with, but Togs and Artie and Zhao will need, well, something to go in their way. They will need someone to make a mistake there if they want to get a chance back. And I feel like, judging by the setup, they might actually be good with just saving.
Yeah, I think because the amount of damage that was done in the last round, this is your best option. And the fact that you kind of look as well and see that Togs has full utility, Audience out smoking a HE, like, this is not as bad as a save as people might thought. However, Audience out, I thought, was considering it for a moment, and especially with Togs close by, if they wanted to go out towards B, it would be a 2v1 technically if they managed to avoid Snow. But The time has just run a little bit too thin. That will be Case picking up that first gun round, which felt like a must.
Yeah, and as we said, it was a good call. This is probably the most perfect moment to call somewhat of a more aggressive play, right? As I said, just try and make sure that Sharks mentally will not feel like the team that's in control of the situation, right? Because if you let them initiate the plays here, even if you end up picking up the first gun round, but you do that with a clutch or a bit of a closer and up in the air scenario, the Sharks will still feel like they have everything under control. And this is a good way for Case to declare their intentions for the next couple rounds. Now you need to declare that one more time, and you will actually put yourselves in a pretty decent position. Palace smoke comes in, courtesy of Save, by the way. He's the one that came up with it a couple of years ago. Still going to be a quick play in towards the A-bomb side, though, and there they go.
Flash is good, it will get them out. RCF is missing a few too many shots for my liking. Eventually hits one, but catches a HE on the chin. So, Case are going to have to play this round without their off-bird. They're going to have to try and regain a little bit of control on the A site, but that is easier said than done, as the teams are lurking around every corner. At least the bomb isn't down just yet, but it's going to be planted safely away from them. They're not really going to be able to stop it. They're going to reroute here, though. They're going through CT, and I like this.
Yeah, you need the flashes to be perfect though, right? To take the Opera out of the angle. If DRG gets away with a kill here and falls back, and now this is a problem. This is a big issue. He can actually repeat once again. You need to find the refrag. The flash is perfect. DRG is off with the shot, but he goes for more. Nerban takes him down. Riccioli doubles up. Doc will hit the ground, but you still have to deal with the scout and the rifle. And Gaffolo's in a great position. Time is running low. They need to find him. They need to find the second player as well. Bomb spot the default, actually. So they have to sprint. Is there a kid? There is a kid. Urban's got it. They were both in towards the ramp. They were nowhere close to be seen. Gaffolo lets him cross. He's going to get the kill, but it doesn't matter. Case still pick up the round.
Oh, that's a little bit of a tough one to digest, to be honest. I mean,
that's the one that doesn't insert dominance.
No,
even though the Sharks lose it.
They're able to get control of the site. I just want to see these fights one more time here. I mean, the swinging once again. Yeah, Doc and DRG can't really go down that much for free. And, like, especially with the low HP and Gaffolo on a scout, like, Gaffolo can't play anywhere else there. That's just an awkward round for Sharks.
Yeah.
They knew it was planted safe.
It felt like they had two squads. Both squads had two people win them, and they were just playing like different teams, right? It was it was DRG and Talks in towards the side, and then it was Gaffolo and I forgot who was the other rifle. I think it was Doc in towards Tetris and Ramp. Still though, you do have an AVP of Gaffolo, and if you're Urban, you're not expecting to get peeked by a nope in that fight. Not at all. It is a great opener.
Not expected to be peaked on that angle with such confidence as well, but he was spotted earlier going into that position, so
yeah.
Just a great way to find the entry. RCF, oh well traded. That's good enough for Sharks right now. Riccioli is going to get aggressive in towards the ramp. He sees nothing making its way there, but Sharks should be aware that this is a possibility. They haven't been able to find him. Snow in towards CT. DRG is going to try and get this bomb down, and Ordeon's out, just out in the open waiting for Riccioli to peek, but he is playing this one quite passive and slowly. However, they will go back and clear it anyway, just doing their due diligence. They'll get him out of there, and that's exactly what the two remaining Case players have to do. They have to get gone from this bomb site. This needs to be the save. Sharks will be on 10, and Case's money, Ted, is going to be completely in the bin after this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just great diligence, as you pointed out. Great way of reading the game. You see Urban, I believe, pushing in towards top middle. That's one of your A players. You deal with him. Then you see RCF just go for that peak from top ticket, and that means that, especially when you have one player in towards Palace, then he's feeling safe to actually go for that peak, right? So there is smoke in Palace. It's quite close to your mind that there probably is some type of an aggressive play from the second A player. I have no idea how a kill didn't happen there. But yeah, I mean, going back to the round, you get that kill, you see that person actually picking up the fight, and then you're like, okay, we're missing one A player. He's surely pushed in towards the ramp. Just good communication, quite clear on how Case are approaching stuff, and we're seeing that once again, Jack. It's just the transformation of the Sharks. They've just gone through a massive metamorphosis in a matter of days on this map, right? It feels like you're looking at an entirely different team. 2 days ago, you see them pick up 4 rounds against the Corinthians that ended up dead last in this group, and now they're just dominating Case, and Case is one of the best Mirage teams that we have in the tournament. And you know what's the scary part about it? It's not just Tox and Doc anymore. It's all of them on that T side.
Everybody's playing quite well. That is a real danger for Case. And what else is, you know, a pretty big problem is if they lose this next round, that's 11-7. Their money is reset. They're pretty much on a double eco. They've had to force up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is round number 18 and has the weight of 5 consecutive map points.
So he's going to be holding. Riccioli is close. RCF trying to offer some support, but only with an SMG on the stairs. That HE is going to tag up the IGL as he retreats out to a safer position. RCF is doing a little bit of damage, to be fair to him, but what can you really expect? Mid to long range with an SMG, with an MP9, it's just not the ideal weapon for the circumstances. Case have the ideal weapon right now as Sharks spring out onto this A site. They just need to trade perfectly. They surely will take this round. Yep's not burning in that Molotov, so this could catch at least one player by surprise. And Audience out taken down for nothing. Yeps will find a double. Molly will land this time around and try and get him out of there. And it's Gafolo at least holding with that AWP. But a 2 versus 2, this is extremely scary right now for Sharks. And the bomb is dropped on default, so they have to commit to this A play. Still worried about where these players could possibly be. There's still a rifle up on the round as well.
Yeah, this is how scary this one is, right? You could see the Palace player just turning around. They're going to spot out Snow any moment now. And the thing is, the Oper's not in a great position necessarily to get that refrag instantly, right? Snow can just pick up the first kill and then drop down. Now, that dink that actually the first player lands will be massive. Gafolo can just walk him down, get the kill. But you're looking at the second player right now. RCF is coming out of Palace. He's extremely low, and that's confirmed damage. They seem to know, but Gafolo, he could just be anywhere. He's going to tap the bomb. Does he turn around towards Palace? Absolutely no idea. RCF's just outplaying them, get brained on, and Case pick up number 8 on the board. This game can't get any closer right now.
Sharks failed the molly behind triple, and that's what really cost them there.
Yeah.
They failed that Molotov. Yeps is able to survive and get 2. They do fantastically well here, right? To walk out. They trade perfectly, and they look at this molly. It's not burning. It's not deep enough. Yeps just claims 2 for free. Throws that round completely up in the air, and just some lovely movement to get in that position to make sure that you are going to seal it if you're RCF. Sharks have a buyback. DRG is going to be relegated down to just a Tech 9, unfortunately for him. But if you're Sharks, you might rue that missed opportunity, because Case, they could be back now. But still, that reset potential does loom for both sides.
That's the thing, right? You still have them in a position where you want them to be. You still have them in a position where if they lose one round, that's going to result in their economy just get completely shattered. And that's the goal right now if you're Sharks. That's what could get you up to a map point and potentially up to winning the map itself. They have to try and undo that mid take. They'll set up. Flashes are great. Snow manages to get 1 Snow with a second, and once again, the early kill goes in favor of Sharks, but every single instance after the fact is just for Case. A complete shutdown.
Yeah, the wheels really have fallen off this one, right? For Sharks. Well, dinked up towards connector. Snow might be able to find this kill, and even if he doesn't, his teammate has the refrag at arm's length. 10-9. Case are wiping a little bit of sweat off their foreheads for sure, but they are definitely not out of the hot water just yet. It's a fantastic mid setup this time around, though, from the CTs. Just able to hold. Snow getting in on the action, showing what he can do once again.
Yeah, you know what? With how close some of those rounds have been, I'm just imagining a wall of Vikings. You know, the shield wall, and them just screaming "Hold!" That's the thing I'm looking at when I'm looking at that CT side from Case. But it's now starting to look a little bit cleaner. I mean, that was just a full eco, and we just see a clean one by Case. That's 3 in a row now on the defense. 5 out of the last 6. It's been a long time since we've seen consecutive rounds on that T side for the Sharks. And those are great signs. Well, great signs for Case. Not that perfect for Sharks. No, quite terrible actually. Unpleasant.
Urban wants to head up middle once again. HE does a little bit of damage. Sharks have no pressure anywhere on the map. CTs know that mid is relatively clear, so they can play from the bomb sites for now. And well, once this flash is seen from the Eps, he catches it right in his face. Snow is just going to deploy a Molotov to make sure that the T's don't spill out onto the bomb site. Great counter utility. Sharks have been stalled for just a moment, but that kind of play towards B, they don't know how many people are behind it, so they can't really over-rotate people over here. Sharks are going to spring out of this at any moment. Yeps is in a really good position here, but you feel he needs to get one and get away, and he's decided to play this one a little bit safer.
That's a smart decision, though. He realized that his short player was away, and now that he's rejoined him, they will take a bit more of a passive approach, but the play is still coming up, and there will be some leverage to it, some presence in towards middle. They're trying to drag that short player out of position, but he's sticking to B. He's calling bluff.
Out they come. The flashes are good enough. Gafola will find the entry, and he'll find the double as well. That's huge. That might be round done here. As we said, the reset potential was on both sides in the previous round, and the economy just isn't flourishing enough if you're on the CT side. So you need to keep these guns up. It's your best chance of actually winning this map.
Oh, they're hunting.
This round is done. Yeah, well, DRG is hunting. Don't mind this. The offer is going to get caught. Didn't realize the DRG would be that close. That makes it a little bit more expensive. And Sharks, they'd love to. They'd absolutely love to hunt once again.
If they had around 2k per person, just 2k per player, they sent everyone after them. But right now, if you're the Sharks, you just want to make sure that you stay as you are. You just keep all of those players alive. This is bonus Uto, bonus cash, bonus guns. That was incredibly clean by Gafollow on the entries, by the way. The fact that they tried to throw in that fake in towards middle, it actually works out in a way, right? Because you keep that Jungle player or that window player, you keep him in towards the A-bomb side. There was no fast rotation in towards kitchen. It's either the 2 players that will hold on to that B-bomb side, or the round goes in favor of Sharks in case just safe. And it was the latter of the 2. Yep, this is where the insta is. You got it.
That's what I love about Gafollow as well, though. He's a very capable rifler in terms of, you know, maybe not being, you know, the entry, but being the second man in. He is somebody that can definitely do a lot of damage when he is playing in the pack with his team. Oh, Doc, nobody's seen that. Don't worry about that one. That molly will not be as costly as the one that failed over towards triple a couple of rounds ago. Sharks are setting up for a pretty similar play here, Ted.
They are. I mean, they're calling a pretty similar thing. Gafolow's gonna actually get mollied out of position, so now you're pretty much forced to play the same round. You can't really have that middle presence anymore, but this time there's not gonna be so much pressure put in towards middle in the moment of the execution. It's a bit of a different timing, and that's gonna make Case think about things. No more re-smoke in towards the B apartments, but I feel like the fact that they've slowed things down, that early counter in towards middle by the CT side, that's made them realize what's going on. And look at that aggressive play by Riccioli. The CTs just have all the pieces. They just need to put them in the right places right now.
Oh, the bomb is going to try and head out. DRG's ready for push behind. There's the bomb drop, though. Everybody is on hand on that B bomb site just to slow things down and find the kills. And Gafollow, he is praying nobody finds him right now. He's 10 HP. He is staring death in the face, and Case now are going to force this round and force this first map to go the distance. 11-11, nothing Sharks can do about it once again, and that's a tough one if you are Sharks. A great play from Riccioli. He's the only casualty, but he is the reason, the main reason why Case are able to pick up that round.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great initiative taken play by Riccioli. And you know, I can't really fault them. The only times that they've actually played in towards the A-bomb side, it was a straight up call off a spawn. And again, it just felt like, from Case's perspective, that Sharks did try to throw the same round, right? You see the same nades, the same presence in towards middle, or the same lack of such, so to speak. Just one player trying to play later on after the main explosion gets triggered towards that B-bomb side. But this time, Case had all the pieces in the right place. We're leveled up. Enough money for Sharks to go for another investment. Not enough to have the full amount of optimal utility not really present for the T's, which means that they will need some early pickups. But it is another aggressive round play. This time, Tox was ready, but is quite quickly recovered by the CTs. RCF with a nice pickup on the AVP as well. In Case, on minute 30, have a man advantage.
Yeah, the op a lot better than the SMG in that position, but the op is going to be taken out of position as it tries to rotate in. Oh, a horrible dink for Gafolo to receive at an important stage of this round. They were trying to just creep their way up short, but now they're going to second guess things a little bit. They're going to have to let Doc and DRG maybe play in towards this A-bomb site, where they know that they've already dealt with 2 players, so they've seen one more. That was Urban, but they've no idea where he is. He could be pushed towards Ramp, he could be pushed towards Palace, but he's gone all the way back, Ted, in towards CT. And are they going to be expecting this? I'm not too sure.
I think they should be aware of it, right? You should take this one into consideration. Someone's going to be holding. It's going to be Gafolo, but he's the one on low HP. Urban has no issue picking up both those kills, so this is absolutely massive. The bomb's been dropped, and Doc needs to go absolutely nuclear. He's got a full amount of HP. He's got an AK to his disposal, but no nades to use in a 1 versus 3. Flash will go high, blinds him. He's still trying to force Urban to give him that fight, but he's getting held by Short. Still manages to do a little bit of damage, but Urban will close it out with a monstrosity of a triple kill. K's move up to 12, and the hero's name is Urban Zero.
That's a fantastic round from Urban. Togs able to find that opening, and yet just this reposition is everything. Gafolo's too low HP. DRG just sticks the plant, I mean, completely out in the open. Urban, man, he's not going to miss those opportunities. He's going to gobble them up. And Sharks now, a lot of their mind is going to come back to that round that they lost on A, where the SMG was towards triple. That's just something that's replaying over and over and over in my head. That was your chance. That was your opportunity. They're going to go for a double tactical timeout because their money is in absolute shambles, and they have to figure out how much utility they can get, what kind of weaponry, and what kind of set piece you can pull out of the hat right now, because you really need DRG to be an absolute magician here and call something that is going to get you onto a bomb site and maybe net you what could be a very vital overtime.
What makes it even harder as well is the fact that this game is just so close in terms of the veto, in terms of the level of the team. So in a matchup like that, you don't even feel like after losing a close map, you can justify it by just saying this is their map pick. Because a 2-0 for either side is a possibility, quite realistically. When you're talking about a game like this one, and now Sharks, they don't have anything to work with, just one rifle, a couple pistols, and a B-pop by the looks of it. And RCF, once again, is in a great position to deal with it, and he's got some quick support by EFs in the moment that he needs it.
Perfect jiggle though to get him off the angle. Doc is going to beat that Molotov. The flash is good. He needs to try and run down this AK. Doesn't find the kill. Tries to deal with the upper, but won't be able to do so. Audience out. Steps are being heard, and the T's are just being cut apart over towards B. RCF is still standing somehow, some way. Eventually taken out of the round, but Togs falls in the end of it, as Case are able to take it 13-11, Ted. Oh, Sharks are gonna feel some kind of way about that. they are going to be in dismay that they couldn't close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a way to close it out as well. This kill was so scrappy. If Epps doesn't get the kill, if Joper falls down, the bomb site probably falls as well. It was all about getting that first kill into the Mac 10 player, but they're able to pull it off. And Case put an end to a magnificent Mirage Jack. And by magnificent, I mean, that was a really close game. That was, as I said before the start of this, playoff quality in the group stage.
That's what we want to see, though, man. That's what we'd expect, though, from a winner's game, is that, you know, these two teams arguably, you know, should be in playoffs. But this Group A, man, it's a group of death. We've got, you know, Sharks, we've got Case, we've got Fluxo awaiting them in the lower bracket in the losers game, or rather the deciding game. Yeah, this is a really, really tough group to get out of. And if you're Sharks, to be honest, I think you need to be taking advantage of the position that you're in. When you're 10-7 up and you have a round like that, you need to grab it, or Case will punish you, and that's exactly what we have seen there. Case, they're able to take their map pick. We will head over to an Inferno shortly and see if Sharks can come back with something, but we are going to have to wait just a little bit. We're sending it to a break. Make sure you do not miss map number 2.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert. One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are nearly ready to go with map 2. But Ted, map 1 definitely did not disappoint. We are getting a playoff game in the group stage. This game really has just a lot of fireworks from both sides, but Case got the better of Sharks on their own map pick, and we move over now onto Inferno, where last time out, I mean, Sharks were able to take it pretty comfortably, but this game kind of has a little bit of a different feel to it.
Yeah, it has a little bit of spice, right? We mentioned that a couple times already. Every single time that you're looking at a matchup, and that's not up to the region or the tier of the teams. It's just the levels being that close and the players being, I would say, even individually on pretty much the same level. Firepower wise, fundamentally wise as a team, I just feel like both the Sharks and Case are quite close in their development, even though on paper Case is a much newer lineup, right? After adding Riccioli and Urban just a month ago. So we're starting to see them play cleaner CS with time. But yeah, I feel like with those two teams, you can just expect the unexpected pretty much. And by that, I mean that it could be a 2-0 for either side. It could be a 3-mapper. And on the third map, either team can win it, right? This is one of those games that are just up in the air for grabs. And it's always going to come down to just really scrappy situations, scrappy fights, some unfortunate rounds, some mistakes that caused them something. And you know what? The fact that we can identify that the reason that Sharks were probably not able to pick up the map was just one failed Molotov, that tells us how clean the game outside of it is, right? Because it's so easy to spot those mistakes, because there's not too many of them. I mean, you can spot some of them, but the truth is both those teams have been trying to play really structured CS. They've been trying really structured for the South American region, that is, and they've been trying to play, I guess, really well thought of Counter-Strike. And this is always obvious when you're looking at the game, and it's just a pleasure to watch. So, yeah, I mean, I hope it goes to 3 maps just for the sake of it. But I'm not going to rule out a potential 2-0 for Case right now.
They get the good side of Inferno to start things off, so you never know. You see there, 1xBet has Case as the favorites to take this. I would say that's probably a lot to do with them obviously having the first map already, but it's still a relatively close game, all things considered, as we now see a little bit of a passive T-pistol. Don't see anything towards middle. Now the walk up towards second mid. Riccioli has been left completely alone here. He's going to get a horrible surprise in just a moment, especially when he's already stepped, but great headshot. He gets away with his life. He's going to be calling Snow back to just give him a helping hand. Because when there's one, there's usually more.
Yeah, I mean, they can smell him, and Riccioli might be able to get away with a free kill here. Even catches DRG with a nade in hand if it wasn't enough that he wasn't actually looking towards his right-hand side. Artie and Zhao still with a nice refrag, so this will secure their way into the bomb site, even though they don't know it yet, but the rotations are on the way. In Case have a man advantage and an HP advantage. Is just the HP now left, though, after Tox's pickup.
That was instant. Poor Yeps, man, didn't even get a chance. And well, Gafolo goes down over the top of the zone. Yeah, also, there's not many chances going here. But for Case maybe to take this. Audience out. And Togs, 2 heavy hitters on map 1, need to combine to find 3 kills. No kit in play for Case, so they need to go relatively quickly. They need to clear out this site, but Audience out does his job, and then Togs will finish this one off. Sharks will fend off that retake attempt, as they will take the T-pistol. Still unbeaten in them, Ted. Case Esports will be reluctant to buy in this next round.
Absolutely crazy that Artie is out gets the double kill, by the way. He is the only thing that wins them the round there, right? That shot from Tox was insane. But then Artie and Zhao being able to get both kills, because the flash was perfect, right? The pit player couldn't see a thing. So if Artie and Zhao falls down here to the first or the second player, this round is pretty much in the air. And RCF was holding for the pit pick as well. It's all up to Artie and Zhao to stay alive towards the back of the site. They had a kid as well, so if he goes down, an instant defuse is a possibility too. But now Sharks get to start things off, I guess, in the way that at this point has just become usual for this game, right? For the tempo, for the energy of it, for the vibe itself. Artie and Zhao just realized he forgot to pick up the bomb. It's quite an important part of CS, especially on the T side. You kind of need it. So he's gonna go back and grab that. Of course, this round should be pretty straightforward unless we see any shenanigans from the pistols. You consider that a shenanigan? I mean, it is a nice shot. I actually thought about this the other day. Can you just say a shenanigan? Because it's usually shenanigans, right? It's how the word is.
Oh, yeah, like, is there a singular?
Yeah, is there a singular form of shenanigans? One shenanigan.
I'm gonna check that.
I don't think there is. It sounds really odd because I've never heard it being used in a sentence. I just thought about it. Oh, Doc.
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, there is. So you can't say just shenanigan.
It doesn't sound right though.
A secret or dishonest activity or maneuvering.
All right.
Silly or high-spirited behavior, mischief.
I like mischief.
Yeah, mischief.
Yeah.
Always reminds me of Harry Potter. You know, when
yeah, right.
The Marauders map and mischief managed. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. When I was a little bit younger, I thought it was like, I thought mischief had something to do with the word chief. Every single time I saw mischief somewhere, I would imagine a cowboy with a hat. I was like, "Yo, chief."
It's like you actually just missed chief.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense when you put it that way. It was old me. New me likes looking at Togs' shenanigans, but look at that from Riccioli. I mean, he might have sacrificed Snow there a little bit. But you know what? The cause was greater. Far greater than the life of just one case player. It was the lives of two Sharks. T's trying to make their way into the bomb side, and Riccioli will get a third, make that a fourth probably. That's great by Riccioli. Honestly, fantastic.
Case now
closed.
On the board.
Oh, okay.
Not just yet. Need 5 more rounds in regulation for that.
I just realized we haven't used
case
closed a single time.
You stole it from me.
Oh, did you have it in your mind?
No.
Okay.
I think it was two there. You know what I mean? It's too cliche, maybe.
Yeah. It's one of those really obvious things that are out there for the grab, but it's just because it's too obvious, right? It's when you're looking for the remote or your phone, it's literally in front of you, but it's the only place you're not looking because it's in front of you.
A bit too obvious now. Obviously, that wasn't meant to happen. Orban, unfortunately, goes down through a smoke. That's not a perfect start to this gun round. After Case were able to get their first on the board. They have banana control though. Just going to make sure of it. If they have another smoke to get down, that would be absolutely massive. As Sharks are getting ready to deploy a little bit of an A play, but Case seem very ready. They're going to have a fast flanking Yeps as well as soon as the pressure is now realised. That HE is going to tag with Togs, and that surely is going to be her, but RCF falls for free. Riccioli, the pre-fire is good enough for a double, but it won't be good enough to keep them out of the sight for too much longer. Doc drops that banana lurk, and it is down to Snow to try and get into position. He's going to sit and fade this smoke, but Sharks are just waiting to spot him out before they make their move. This is very clever play, and in fact, Snow now is doubled back because he's heard nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna save it up straight away, right? You gotta feel like it. He's gonna see nothing in towards that B-bomb side. The moment that the bomb goes down, he's just holding on to that AK-47. This is a great response by the Sharks. And again, I wanted to highlight, by the way, the fact that you're able to deal with Riccioli when he's currently apparently in multi-kill form, right? In good shape. He's delivering every single time. You're still able to deal with him. Doc with a fantastic sequence as well on the double. Gafolo adds up. Sharks are just moving really, really well on that T side early on. It's nice to be able to overcome those great individual plays by Case. It's fairly similar to how Mirage started, right? Sharks picking up the pistol round a couple rounds early on. Case get a buy round on the board, but then Sharks just answer instantly. So it's not been like Case have been having a lot of good fortune at the start of those maps, or the start of those halves actually. That happened both times on Mirage. Case has to fight their way through adversity. And Snow, if he goes down, it will be adversity, but he still manages to hold on. This is a great double. I mean, it's actually harming the T's economy quite severely here. And I feel like if you're Case, there is a decision to be made on the back of those 2 kills. Do you want to try and justify a full investment here? It will be extremely risky, but you know the T's have barely any money left.
And after the replays finish, they have not taken that risk. So, respectable for sure, but you can see the argument. Was the point that you were trying to make?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more reasonable not to, because if you lose it, you're down 1-5, right? And you wouldn't want to lose the map from starting off from the first 7-8 rounds. So, yeah, makes a lot of sense. And Snow can still do damage, but, you know, I was trying to convince myself that if we were to see it, it would be a good idea. And I would see the reason. I could. Now, it's all out of the window. Quite literally, as Snow's fallen down, and that was the AK that they were relying on. So, from that point on, we should be expecting a 4th round on the board for Sharks. And you know what? Now it is actually the time to see if the Sharks are going to be able to still get to that 5-1-6-1 lead regardless. And then I can go back to this round and say, hey, if you did invest, it could have been different.
Well, the investment is coming, and it's coming in this round. And in Case need to hope that the rounds are going to begin to start coming, or else Sharks will run away with this one. We spoke about Case and, you know, their misfortunes and their shortcomings on this map in particular. Only won 1 out of their last 10, which is not ideal. There's some close games in there. You know, there is a decent amount of overtimes. There's a 13-11. I think there's 3 or 4 overtimes. There's a 13-11 loss in there as well. So they have been getting close. They just haven't been getting over the line. Something that they have struggled to do. So if these gun rounds are few and far between on this CT side, I would fully expect Sharks to be extremely confident in closing out this map number 2. But right now, Sharks are giving absolutely nothing away to Case. Togs is in the apartments, just kind of lurking in the back line. Snow has gotten past him, but Sharks are aware that this is a possibility. They are just holding for this for now.
The thing is, they are aware that it's a possibility, but do you really hard clear Mexi in that situation, right? I mean, they're thinking about it, but do you really believe that he's called the timing and he's been able to cross there? No idea. Snow's got the round in the palm of his hand. Gafolo will fall down. Now he wonders why me and Tox will actually get the refrag, so Snow doesn't get away with too much. He thought he had a lot, but he didn't want to risk missing them out. And now that's going to put a lot of pressure on his teammates, but the fact that he spots out the bomb gives it away, but Sharks realize it, right? So now they're going to try and fake them out with some noise in towards that A side, but it's indeed the B play coming up.
Yeah, and Urban's dead. This is the save, unfortunately, for Case. Hasn't gone their way. They had all the info on Snow. And now they might be able to catch Togs here. Oh, and indeed he has been dinked up, so Riccioli's not going to shy away from this fight whatsoever. He'll collect the kill. And how do you go for this? If it's a 3 versus 3, do you attempt this? And you're thinking about it. Jump across. Audience out sees nothing, and I mean, they're just towards the bottom banana. Time to stick down a little bit way too long. Might look for the kills if they can. This round is done. And talk about that one from Snow there. You know, he's in a great position. He's looking. He has the information. You could see that he wanted to play behind the bomb carrier.
Yeah.
Now, what went wrong there, for me anyway, is the way Gaffolo comes looking out. He thinks, oh, Gaffolo's seen me here. I would love to see it from Gaffolo's point of view. I think he probably caught a glimpse of him. But if he doesn't kind of look that way, you see here, he kind of looks a little bit left. If Gaffolo doesn't look that way and just mindlessly walks straight looking forward, Snow has that round.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I mean, if he wanted to go for an instant kill, he would have dropped the bomb there. And then Gaffolo just comes out really awkward. I'm not even sure that Gaffolo spotted him, by the way.
Yeah, that's something
it's quite
I
easy
wondered.
to blend in if you're in Mexi on the CT side like that. Like, if you're not looking specifically for... Sometimes, even if you're looking for him, you're not going to be able to see him clearly.
Yeah, and I'm just hazarding a guess. I don't know what Gaffolo's res is, but usually you don't have
if it's 4x3, if it's 4x3, he didn't see him, I don't think.
Yeah, but yeah.
But from
usually,
Snow's POV, you're like, oh,
yeah.
shoo. Imagine he just sees me, he passes by, and then he pulls his gun out, and he pre-fires me back, and then I had the round in my hand, and I didn't get away with a single kill, so... Yeah, you can understand why he does it. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there was a player in towards the apartments already, so... couldn't really be competitive into that fight. But now, the Sharks are up 5-1. Another bye for Case, though, on the cards because of the save in the previous. And a bit of a Fnatic boost in towards middle that, even without the smoke, works out perfectly. Snow goes for the second middle peak, adds up with the one from RCF, and this is already looking a lot better here for Case. A clean round needed here if you want to stay competitive on Inferno, and this is exactly what they're after.
Still, even with that banana control, they're going to keep 2 players over towards B. They don't need to heavily rotate towards this bomb site, because Sharks can still go back. Tugs. He gets that kill for free. Riccioli's made a massive mistake there. Snow good for just a 1, and Riccioli is stranded in the pit, but Tugs, no idea that he's repositioned. It doesn't matter. Gaffolo's got himself into a massive position to clutch here. He's still high HP. He's hearing the stats behind him, though, and the 2 CTs are just going to try and run him down. Gaffolo playing over the top of the smoke, looking for a peek on the left, but it's Yaps to swing right into him to take him down. Case will finally win another CT round. But a little bit of miscommunication there,
yeah,
maybe?
Hopefully they're not on a bootcamp right now, because this is the one that gets under your skin if you're RCF, right? You're like, what the hell? How did I die there?
Usually what the IGL says goes, and usually there's not much, you know, kind of talking back to him, but for sure, if they're in the same room, Riccioli is getting some stern looks from RCF.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those situations where you die, you give your information, because in your head you know the round is still going, but then you turn around and you start looking at him. Straight at him. And you're like, I'm just waiting for the round to be over for me to be able to tell you something. Well, thankfully, it didn't cost him the round, but this one might be a little bit different. Urban actually opens things up with a great HE and spam combo, and it's another double entry for Case. Those last 2 rounds have started so well for the CTs.
Yeah, another double opening, and Sharks now, they have a little bit more time in this round to maneuver, but not HP on DRG. That's a little bit of a problem. Snow, was he spotted out? Not yet. Oh, the flash is going to be perfect. Togs is completely blind, and DRG is in absolutely no position to trade, and he's even going to be HE'd down. Ordian's out, just sitting, cowering in the middle of Banana, hoping he can do some damage to the CT's economy, and, well, he's done that. He's stopped Urban from picking up more than the 3 kills he's already gotten on this map. But it's just the 1 kill, actually. This Case now begin to step up the chase.
Yeah, it is the same
Try and
story
catch
as for
Sharks.
Rush, right? They've started to just rack it up, and this is 2 rounds in a row in which that quick space taken from Sharks that they've been attempting so far on their T side has just been completely shut down. And I feel like this is the key to counter Sharks' T side at times, right? Because they are a team that can get a little bit ahead of themselves when they're winning a lot of rounds. They will try and just kick you while you're down, so to speak. Just up the tempo more and more and more, and see if you can keep up and find a response. But Case now showing that they can respond, they can fight back, they can fight. That's probably gonna make the Sharks take their time a little bit more with the next couple buy rounds, I guess. I would assume. Now you've been denied a second middle quick take by that aggressive play a couple rounds ago. It wasn't even the Sharks actually trying to be that proactive. It was just Case playing up in their faces, but you were shut down towards middle. Now you get shut down towards Banana. You're on an eco here, so that should be 4 on the board for Case, regardless. But Case are making them work once again. And it's nice to see.
Did you really think we weren't going to get a competitive map in this series? The answer to that...
He's asking you guys at home. Yeah, he's not asking me. No, he knows what my opinion was.
I know.
So you better start answering in front of the PC.
Okay.
Yeah, while you're alone in the room. Yeah. Risk your family members to think that you're crazy. Artie and Zhao. Oh, there's actually a player in this ritual. He's dead. He's so dead. Yeah. Get glocked. Tox gets an AK. Tox has found another one. And this one has just gone right through the window into the trash can. And Hardy and Zhao takes down Urban. They just got fully ecoed. And that hurts. It will leave a mark.
There was a deagle in the round that kind of got the ball rolling there, but man, that stinks right now if you're Case. Have a look at this from audience out.
Bang. That play here, this is the difference maker. If Tox goes down, the round is still going in favor of the CTs. Tox ended up getting 2 more kills. That was so crazy from him. It's such a nice play. And he was the bomb, by the way. If he goes down there, the round is over. Quite literally.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Oh, Snow. He's in Maxi once again.
I have no idea how he's pulling those off. And again, they have no idea. But this time, he's going to get away with 2, surely. Look at that. They're even going to line up for him. Snow is an absolute terrorist towards that second middle. What can you do about this guy? He's a magician. He just spawns in towards Mexi. You never know. And you know what you do with him. Riccioli's already pushed in towards the apps as well. It's like you're trading spawns right now. The CTs, they're not getting spawn in CT spawn. They're starting off the round in T apartments. Somehow.
Talk is terrified where anybody could be.
How can you not be? You feel
moment.
like you don't have any possession around the map if you're Sharks right now. That's happened to you twice.
Yeah, this is a great response though. Once again, I mean, you lose a Glock round like that. Yeah, okay, that it sucks, but you get an instant response, and especially out of Snow, he goes making that play once again, and this time it bears a whole lot more fruits than it did the last time. And I can probably guarantee you that next time Sharks are walking up second mid, if it happens again, they're going to be like laser focused on Mexi just to make sure.
Oh yeah,
that
no, this is the last.
He's not
this
there.
is the second and the last. That's not happening a third time in the same half. No, it's actually ludicrous that he's been able to pull it off twice. In the second time, it actually worked better, right? But yeah, this is the complete maximum, and I agree with you. I feel like it's a good time to call something like that. Try and switch it up after a pretty difficult previous round. So now, if you're Case, you're not really getting the feeling of letting this go, right? And by this, I mean the good form that you've been hitting here, because of Snow, you've just gotten a pretty much free buy round. Look at that triple kill. That was absolutely ludicrous. But it's nice to know that you've recovered, right? 6-6, still on the cards. You've still won 3 out of the last 4 rounds, and the only one that you lost was against the Glocks. Those buy rounds have still been extremely convincing by Case.
Audience out going on the aggression here. That's a good way to counter, I suppose, any push down middle. If you just send the player right through that smoke, a big risk if somebody's staring back at you, but He is now giving the information. Snow is not in Mexi. You are okay to move up second middle. But not okay to move on the A bomb site as you once were, because Riccioli and Snow are going to be residing there. RCF is going to be holding towards long once again. He's going to be smoked off though. Deploys a smoke in front of them on short. So instead of chucking the molly, which he does not have, he's just going to smoke off his mates to make sure that it's a risk if Sharks want to go through it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a good way to buy them 15 extra seconds, right? They still have a Molotov towards the back of the side. They have some util to hold on with, and that's going to give him more time to get into a comfortable position in towards library. So the defense not looking too bad, especially with Snow's Molotov. The only risk comes in if that apartments player is somehow able to walk out and take Snow down, but it's an AVP, so you got to think he's not going to be the first line of contact. No way.
Good molly. Delaying even further, 20 seconds, and the bomb needs to get out on this site, but it's still trapping the apartments. Snow stops the play up short for now, and RCF is just going to be holding. 10 seconds isn't a lot of time to get this bomb down, especially with somebody residing on the site, and especially with RCF hitting shots like this. He misses the most important one, but it won't matter. And now Riccioli will just pop up, surprise. Gaffolo could go down after time if he's not careful. Have they spotted out the upper? Well, now they have, but it won't matter. He will just get away with his life for free in that last round. If he goes down there, Ted, he is literally nothing. He's $100 in the bank account. Now they've got enough to play around with. That's a big bonus in a round like this for Sharks. But the downside is Case have won 4 out of the last 5 rounds.
Yeah, and this is a big downside, right? If you're Sharks, you're thinking that was a 5-1 lead for us, and the only round we've gotten after the fact was the full eco. That, you know, from their perspective, it doesn't really make a difference, right? Because they still pick up a round, but you just feel a little bit helpless right now on that T side. In Case have looked incredibly strong. Yes, true, they've been a little bit slow on the starts of each half so far in the series, but once they get going, man, it feels like there's nothing that could stop them. Another lower buy, the flash is great. Urban with another double, even manages to get out of dodge and deploy a Molotov. This is just pure happiness. If you're a KC Esports fan right now, it's a pleasure to watch, really.
And they're still just applying the pressure. They're still not taking their foot off the gas right now. Another molly goes down. They have to smoke it. DRG luckily had one of them, but that just wastes a lot of util that they have. And well, surprise, surprise, an A1S comes flying at you, and you are never winning that gunfight. Togs and audience out. They can hatch up a plan here if they want to. I don't think it's going to get them around though. This was just a great hole towards B once again from Urban. Audience out. Now goes running. Defensive smoke from the CTs. The rotations. More util is arriving. And it's only a matter of time before Case seal this one as a leveled up first half.
Alright.
Just okay.
Didn't even let him do anything. I mean, Ardians out was just being a good teammate there, trying to boost his friend on top of the smoke. Letting him give this one a crack. At the end of the day, though, this is exactly what RCF will give Tox with that AVP. A big crack in his skull. So we're leveled up at the end of the first half, ladies and gents. 5 alive for Case. It's been a great recovery by Snow and company. And it's not been just Snow. Snow, Riccioli. Yes, it's been a bit of a long day for RCF and Yeps maybe, but Urban's had a couple nice moments as well. To be fair to him, they didn't really go B that much, and whenever they did, he was quite good. And we go.
This would be a great time for a Case if you're able to pick up your first pistol of the series, right? I mean, this would really set the tone for the second half. Heavy util and an apps walk into a double apartments and boiler setup. This could go absolutely horribly.
It could. And it is going really, really chaotic. Actually, both teams able to get away with a lot of kills. up number one man advantage for the Keys for the time being, but they can actually slow it down here. 1 minute 10. They're in no rush. They have the bomb. They have apartments. They have a 3 versus 2. They have everything. And Sharks, they rotated one away. Polo's going to be all alone here. He needs to pick it up. First one is this. Now he's going to be under a lot of pressure. Smoking towards Moto will isolate him even further. Snow and Yeps thinking about another reroute. Now the question here is, do you want to go B or you want to go through the smoke in towards Gafolo, knowing he's pit and he might not be expecting that type of a play?
In the meantime, though, Doc is taking a few risks, just pushing down towards Banana. Gafolo hits that shot and gets it into a 1 versus 2. Snow on the site confirms the plant at least. And he's terrified where that other CT could be, but now he's heard him. Doc, instant with the Julies, shuts him down. Gafolo, what a hole towards that A bomb site. That is absolutely insane from him, just completely on his own, had to hit those shots, and it's really started off great with a super clean one onto that P250. If he doesn't get that fight as cleanly as possible, then the T's are just going to surely swarm him. And a really nice setup, to be honest. I'm a big fan of that double boiler apartment setup.
Yeah. I mean, it's a miracle that Case were able to actually get away with a comfortable, advantageous position out of there, right? You could pretty easily just get absolutely annihilated in there. It could be a meat grinder. Gonna take a look at the 1xBet odds. Still favoring Case for the end win here. I mean, they're not in a bad spot for it. They've been playing some really solid CS. Got a bomb plan for his buy coming up.
Yeah, I mean, they could reset the money pretty harshly if the CTs aren't careful. That HE does not actually do as much damage as I thought it would.
Doesn't do any. Not a single
hit
point.
Zero for 1.
Did it? Is he there?
Yeah, for 1. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Which could have netted them a lot more.
Yeah, could have been at least 5.
You're very light on util though right now if you're Case.
Oh, they're not even going to use the flash for that peak, and this is so risky. They're going to take that player off. There's the flash. Do they clear out DRG? They need to, and Urban actually collects the first one onto Dog as well. It's another massive multi-kill from Urban. Have they heard the steps? I don't think Apollo's made any. He's going to be in with another multi-kill, surely, but Snow shuts him down and says, no, Ardian's out. Thinking about getting ahead of the smoke, thinking about getting into another fight, but they've rotated away. They've heard the steps of both players, and now the CTs have realized that they've just been bamboozled.
What are being outplayed right now? Hogs making no secrets, making his way onto the site. Oh, Yeps has let him pass. RCF is in trouble, and well.
Wow.
Oh. I think
that got heated there. That was quite hot there for a second.
If RCF died again because of his teammate, you know, just letting somebody buy them where they were meant to be watching, I think he would have tilted off the face.
You know what's the thing? Even without those situations happening, he's still not having a great game. And when that happens to you, and you have no foe whatsoever, it just feels like the universe has decided that you will suffer.
It's like, man, please, just help me, man,
and it's not the same person doing it to him as well, right? It's
no,
not just
it's
Rachel,
everybody.
It's everybody, yeah. RCF is just having a howler of a game right now. He's having the worst time of his life on Inferno, but his team is doing bits.
I wouldn't describe it as a howler.
No, not a howler. He actually had a couple good rounds, right? I just mean a howler in terms of fortune, right? It's been the most unlucky game ever for him.
Literally, it's just been a game that's been full of misfortunes.
It's one of those face-it games that you just know are not going to go well for you, even 6 rounds in. And you know what? Because of how terrible luck is usually, those are the games that go into overtime. And you're like, Jesus Christ. Oh, that was a good hit. That was a great hit.
The T-nade did more damage than the CT nade last round.
It did.
Put it into perspective. Oh, yeps, that's a wonderful clear of audience out. That's the one and only rifle that Sharks have. If you want to hold on to that, you definitely can. But this is still terrifying, right? I mean, the Sharks could be absolutely anywhere. They could be down the apartments. You haven't played for second middle at all. And now you're going to walk into a stack where DRG is just going to delve into his stockpile of smokes that he's been saving for the apocalypse. Or a B hit.
Yeah, I mean, either one would work. Either one would do. That B hit. That actually starts like apocalypse. If you imagine that the Molotovs raining over the bomb site are meteors, you know, if you impersonate a dinosaur, we could go back in time. Wait and see. They go. Well, takes down a second. Kefalo's been flashed, dropped down, made noise. The bomb site will crumble, and that was a full investment from the Sharks. And again, bar that 1 HE that the CTs nailed at the start of the round. That was a great nade. Did so much damage on the T side. They couldn't do any further damage. But that nade was great. Couldn't. That nade was on the money.
On the money, perfect. Couldn't have landed any better. Okay, RCF has turned his luck around at least. If the game was completely going against him, he would have fallen there. And Gavolo will fall back with his SMG. They won't find him, so that's the only weapon, the only piece of armor that Sharks are going to have in this next round. And now we get into a little bit of dangerous territory. And we're not talking about shark-infested waters. We're talking about this case being very close to being closed.
All right, are you proud of yourself now? You feel happy?
Look, I mean, you already got to use it. You know?
You know what? You did deserve to get your time. I get it. It would have been unjust for me to expect you not to after I did.
Just a little bit of a callback, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It was quite well put together, so I'll take it. I'll give you that. Oh, I'm liking the looks of this bad boy.
Yes.
We probably won't get it. We're just getting teased right now, but it's just the prospect of it. Especially if Snow just gets every single kill. Oh, yeah, okay, that was Urban. I thought that was Snow. Well, that was Snow, and the second one as well. So that's going to be fairly clean here, and yeah, we're not going to get the Zeus. I actually rate the fact that Togs even fired the Zeus from that distance. He gave it a go. He was maybe hoping that Thor would give him a bit of an upgrade there.
Yeah, do you know when like Thor like uses his hammer and just
exactly.
Like,
he was like, "Yo, Thor, my homie, can you enhance my pocket lightning here?" I just need it to be a little bit wilder.
Imagine like they brought that out, like where they actually extended it. Like I'm not talking ridiculous range, but like, you know,
no,
mid range.
You know what? I love the Zeus, but
games would
no. I love the Zeus, but that would be too much. That would make the game look like Fortnite, or the V game that we don't name.
We can't talk about that.
Yeah, I mean Tarek can, and he's admitted which game's better. So.
Very true. We're watching it. We're living it.
Yeah, we are.
Sharks living in a world right now that if Case
you spam it
continue to walk their way up B, they might be in a perfect position to deal with this. So Doc is out of ammo. He's a very lucky boy to be alive, but the same can be said about Urban. That molly burns up Doc a little bit and just burns him to a crisp. He couldn't get out of there. He couldn't go. He had to stay. He
Surely
falls.
You just slid B through the smoke though, right? You know there's only one player there. Gafolo's completely alone, and even if he gets the kill on Urban, it doesn't make a difference, but Urban's not going to give it to him, and this is going to make Gafolo so anxious right now. He's going to hear the steps behind him. He knows that Urban is somewhere in towards Banana, but he's just not fighting him right now. Riccioli, though, doesn't seem to be aware. Now he spotted him, and oh, this is a disaster. Gafolo falls down without a single kill. This is the save for Sharks. That's Case up on 10.
Really good call from Case. Expertly played out. Riccioli sending his men on that wrap, and Urban staying alive for as long as possible. Still alive to this very moment. And Sharks are just about keeping their heads above water in this game with these rifles. RCF is going to challenge audience out for now. Oh, he's fallen. It's down to Togs now. He does have this doorway that he can just kind of hold and try and funnel them into, but it's the bullets that funnel and fill up his brain. That is the big problem. Oh, rifles dropped. No rifle in this next round for Sharks. This has to be the eco, the save. We've got a technical pause coming up, so we've a little bit more time to digest. That's now 4 in a row on the T side from KC Sports. And what's very impressive, Ted, is how close these games have been, considering that Sharks have taken every pistol. This second half is the only pistol that they've failed to take the conversion round. But Sharks have kind of taken,
But they
3,
still won the pistols.
then three. Yeah.
I mean, I think they took 2 at the start of the first half, but those are just semantics, right? The point you're making, and it's a pretty valid point. The game is extremely close. Case did win the first map, and now they're looking a lot better. Well, they're in a great position to potentially close out the game in a 2-0 fashion here in Inferno. And Sharks have still been able to pick up every single opening round of each half. So imagine a world where Sharks just lose one of those pistols. It just becomes so much more competitive. Well, not competitive. It becomes less competitive, actually. It becomes more dominant for a Case. But even with the pistols not going their way, they've been playing great. And you know what? I'm actually looking at this, and I am seeing a team that could go all the way here. I know it's too early, but at this point, if you're a Case, if you're able to close out this one in a 2-0 fashion, you've beaten 2 playoff teams from last time. Not only 2 playoff teams, you've beaten the champion of last season and the team that eliminated you in the quarterfinals. So you've beaten a semi-final team and the champions from last season. I know playoffs is different, but this is a big statement that Case is making right now.
Double nade from the CTs doesn't net that much. Snow is taking a lot of space towards top banana. Oh, Doc with that 5-7 gets an upgrade. The Utah's just going to rain on in. Urban is a very lucky man to be alive, and I've spoken too soon. 2 rifles acquired now for the Sharks, but none of them are going to be on this A bomb site to defend. In case they're moving very quickly all the way up. They're just being a little bit cautious about clearing out these angles. Gafolo is going to be the closest man to spot out this play. The molly might come in first. Oh, Riccioli nearly caught with an A in his hand, but just gets that molly down in time. And the T's now need to get on. They need to swarm the site. Riccioli needs to knock it down with the bomb. Gafolo, the information player, as Doc swings through that smoke, but the site has fallen in the meantime. Doc not good enough to find the headshot, as RCF now changing his fate in this game and trying to get this round over the line. DRG, the IGL, the big brain of Sharks, it's on his shoulders. It is down to just him, and he has information on one. He's isolated that fight and knows Riccioli is here. Hits the headshot and clutches it up. They snatched that one away. Sharks had next to nothing invested in that round, but they make do. They make it work. And Case stopped and stumped for now.
Yeah, what a play that was by DRG. He was able to overshadow the best round we've seen by RCF, hands down, right? That was absolutely massive by the captain. He was able to keep them in it. What a great opener in towards Banana. Dog finding the first one. DH of Gafolo dropping the second. Yeps does get that kill, but even the dink landed by the pistol. I mean, every single Sharks player, even if they did go down, they did so much damage to make the task a little bit more doable, and DRG just closes it out with a massive double kill. Played it so well. Got ahead of the smoke, ahead of the flash, didn't get spotted out. This is Sharks showing some lifelines here into that game, but Riccioli upping the pace, and it's actually him to get the kill, but he didn't have to shoot a bullet. Gets it off of the nade.
That's one way to take an op out of a round for sure. And Riccioli will look at that from his point of view and go, even trade. I'm happy with that. We've taken a lot of control away from them. Yes, they've taken it back, but we know that we're not going to be running into an AWP unless somebody is going to be picking it up and wielding it
I'd love an apps pop so much right now. That would be a great call. You've thrown in the deep smokes as well to make them wary of long, and one of them will get ahead of the smokes. They both need to get ahead of the smokes. The flash will come in, and unless the long player actually finds those kills as they're going down, Tox might be in a lot of trouble, but that spray transfer is absolutely atrocious. Tox, that was disgusting.
Togs, that is beautiful. Let's have a look at this once again. I mean, 1, 2, and 3 Togs just in a prime position, set up, of course, by RDN Zhao, being over towards long, taking that risk, beating the smokes, and just causing a distraction. Taking the eyes away from the star play from happening. Sharks get 9. They're close to leveling this game up. RCF. Oh, he's going to risk it going for this peak. He's so fast to drop Gafolo there. He never even saw it coming.
Lightning quick. This is honestly so impressive by RCF. He's been on the rise. He's showing us how an experienced player and how any player, how any Oper should be approaching a situation where the first half is just completely underwhelming for him. How to bounce back mentally. Don't let that phase you whatsoever. And on the T side of Inferno with an ADP, he's changing his fate, as you put it earlier. A big opening kill. Sharks have been getting away with a lot of rounds, but they've all been close. You look at the money, they don't have that financial cushion to lean on. So if they lose it here, if they lose a bomb site, this is just going to be a straight up save called in case know it. They'll just group up and execute B here. They just need even trades and the round will go in their favor. And if they get the kills without the trades needed, that would be even better than it. DRG spots out 1, but that doesn't give away too much. You've seen 1 player on the boost. That might have just been them showing some presence, but the take will come at any moment now, and there's not a lot of util left on those B players here after that smoke.
Yeah, that HE doesn't do all that much. And they're trying to pull the rotation. Yeah, they're trying to force it over towards B, but they're going in to an A bomb site where they have no idea what's going on, and this crossfire might be good enough here. Togs now in position, but Yeps clears out the first. There's the refrag. However, Togs gets a double. This is doable, and they might be thinking about it, but cooler and calmer minds prevail. They'll back away. They will save this. They need to. 11-9 case have struggled in the last few rounds for sure, but that is a great call just to make their way back. And the double entry onto the site, I mean, Togs even claiming 2. He's done his job there, but the crossfire instantly falls, and I believe it was Yeps, the first man in there. He just instantly takes down that side player. So once you deal with kind of one part of that crossfire, there's not really much that Togs can do. And even at that, for 2 kills, you have to take your hat off for him. But it's not going to be enough. Look at the investment coming back once again here. Gafolo on an XM. DRG down to just an MP9 because he has to sacrifice for the utility. But this is it. This is the series on the line here and now. You lose this, it is game over, unfortunately.
Could be. Our financial chance is just popping like a balloon. And it's RCF and everybody else just standing on the other side of that balloon with a needle each. They're just trying to pop it. You have to try and survive for a little bit longer. That nade did a whole lot of damage. Snow actually forced to use the smoke to extinguish first. So no damage exchanged early on, but you can tell how careful both teams are being right now. No one wants to be the player to go down in a round like that. No one wants to be the first one to initiate contact even. Case trying to find something in towards Banana, but that's been probably the slowest and most passive round we've seen from both sides so far this game.
Did Gafolo see him? That is the question.
I think he did on the way out. Yeah. He goes for another one, but the second flash doesn't give him more information about it. But now they've used 2 flashes, so these can make an educated guess that there could be a player up close. And if that long setup doesn't hold on, this could be the round just going through the drain.
clear out the follow here. The XM just good for one. It's not enough though right now. Snow needs to get out of that Molotov. He's burning. Togs on the balcony. This crossfire is going to be set up once again, but in a different position. Togs needs to be the hero one more time. Audience out trying to dodge the flashes. Oh, he gets a double at least. Togs falling to his death as Yeps shuts him down. And DRG and Doc move into position. The HP is so low on both of these players from Case, but one bullet is the difference. That's all that's needed. However, Case need to find the headshot when it comes down to them. DRG has a kid as well. He took the hit in terms of the weaponry, so he has one to play with. They can take their time. RCF moves off the site, goes to clear long. Burns in the Molotov now as Yeps just tries to hold on and find at least one. He's not able to do it. DRG spams down both of them. Kit's picked up, defuse pulled off, and Sharks, they will have 10. They deny Case from getting onto that map in series point, but they have struggled to keep them off a bomb site, Ted.
I have no idea how Togs doesn't get away with a single kill there. That would have been so bad for him mentally if that was the way that they lose the round and lose the map and the game. He's been having such great rounds. Ardian's out does God's work. Ardian's out gets 2 kills and nearly a third. Togs does so much damage, but doesn't finish off a single kill. And it felt like it was only just that this was exactly the way that the final 2 Sharks players actually secured the round as well, right? Both of them just getting tagged down extremely low. That was just a round of misfortunes for both teams, but Sharks have now picked up 3 out of the last 4 rounds. All of them have been so close, up in the air. And the danger of a potential reset is still up there. It's still out. Case at least getting on the bomb sites, at least getting the plants, making it competitive. This round is as important as the previous one was as well.
Pressure up towards Banana. Only 2 players here for Sharks. A lot of weight on Audience out and Togs once again, but they've faith in these players. They have been performing to a very high level in this series. It's a good molly here, Riccioli. Oh, he's not going to be able to beat it, but Snow walks right into that M4. Audience out. He's going to collect that kill. Another rotation is going to be over as Riccioli tries to upgrade his weapon. Do they want to continue to go in towards this A bomb site? It has been fortified a little bit with the rotation of DRG, but Case are being very hesitant right now, and I think you have to commit into this site.
Yeah, you can't fall back. You have no intel on what's going on in towards Banana, and this is so awful. There's a 4-man setup here. The smoke has actually failed even for Moto. This is just collapsing.
Piece of failed utility actually does help them out because Doc won't see anything coming, but the flashes need to be good here. DRG is going to be able to dodge one. The crossfire setup should be nice enough. All of a sudden the T's get out, but thankfully Doc is there, and the lack of a Moto smoke, is that the difference? No smoke. Doc has a clear line of sight and claims a double to make sure they get on to 11. And a piece of util cost Sharks map 1 arguably. Has a piece of util cost Case map 2.
Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, it's awkward to say because essentially the failed smoke transitions into being a long smoke, and this is the reason why they're able to cross into our short without Doc spotting them out, right? So it works out, but it doesn't. But still, those shots were out of this world. Doc is just on another level in some of those rounds. And Urban, again, was able to find a massive double kill in the midst of things. I mean, I thought that was going to be enough for them to pick up the round, but Doc says no. Not even a bomb plant, so the eco coming up, and the Tech 9 is already out of the equation. That should be Sharks moving up to 12. And it could be a 13-11, 13-11 exchanged here.
Togs dropping the bomb. in the apartments, and that's the round done. This is 12 for Sharks. Case need to force overtime if they want to get this one done in 2. At the perfect moment, at the perfect opportunity, Sharks come to life. 5 out of the last 6 rounds have gone in their favor. Once again, just proving the point that usually the last 2 rounds are the toughest to get.
Yeah, so many clutches, so many down to the wire moments for both those teams. And Case are now fighting for extra time. You want to force some more rounds of play, and they will try and force them out of banana, but look at the amount of utility damage done to the T's in the process.
Yeah, and you've got the counter utility to fight back for control. Once again, it's going to be Audience and Togs to try and hold on here. Audience Zhao is going to be looking for that opening kill. This time the smoke goes in. This time he does not have a molly to force a player into the fight. That molly going to be deployed for Togs now as he backs away. Yeah, they know he's down there. Here comes the flashes in. Audience Zhao tries to just get ahead of it. Togs needs to do it all, and he's claimed the double, staying alive for as long as possible. But Yeps takes him out of the round. There's going to be no saving here. Can Sharks retake, save this round, and get us onto an Ancient? Smoke is going to clear. It dissipates. There's no more to be put up towards Moto, and Sharks have got plenty of time. The molly doesn't burn. Riccioli, dude, they know he could have moved into this position anyway, so it shouldn't matter all that much, but Sharks are taking so long here. They're hoping to be given a fight, but they're not going to be given anything. The flashes are going in. The smokes are coming in. The CTs are coming. Can the T's fend them off? And Doc will fall. It's down to Gafolo. Time is not on his side, and neither is the round. Case will force an OT, and that 2-0 dream is still alive.
It's such a back and forth game. It felt like it was just justice for Case to finally get one of those pulse plants as well. Great work by Riccioli on the entries. Talks once again getting a multi-kill, but it just wasn't enough this time around. RCF with a key pickup, and Yeps was the one to put an end to it alongside Riccioli, who got a little bit fortunate with not getting caught out by the Molotov there, but still able to get away with a big double kill. A massive resurgence for Case with the amount of rounds that they lost that were down to the wire previously. Finally getting their piece of the pie. And we go again. It's MR15 once again, Jack. We're back to CSGO days. First to 16 wins. If we get 15 apiece, then we go again.
Technical pause called here. I assume this is
it could be a toilet break.
A little bit of a water closet break.
Yeah, it's been a long one.
I don't blame them. I mean, difficult to play.
Oh, really? Do you need a break?
Do I need it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not even. It's, apparently, Snow was having some loss. So.
All right. Okay. Okay. Because I actually thought about this. I'm thinking about it just now. We don't have technical timeout as a possibility as casters, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say we need it. We don't, guys, please, because I know if I say we need it, someone's gonna hate me for it. A lot of people will hate me for it. So I'm not saying we need it. I'm just concluding. You know?
Yeah. So sometimes
deducting.
It is difficult though. Sometimes you do need it, and it's like, yeah, it's why it's always good to cast in a duo rather than solo, because it's like, oh, okay, I'll be back in a minute. Little cover, and sometimes people never know. It's like, oh, this caster's talking a little bit longer than usual.
So you're screwing up your partner while chilling. Well, not chilling, but you take the point. Or you get the point.
I get the point.
You get the point. Yeah.
I mean,
but you know what?
It's just your partner doing you a favor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And maybe it's actually you doing him a favor if he likes to talk a lot. It could be either one. Well, thankfully, we're back to the swing of things, so no more technical pauses. I believe Snow's been hurt, so this is just a massive chase inside of the smoke now, and Ardenza will actually just spamming through. So it wasn't even the player that was up close to get that kill. And unfortunately for Case, they don't really realize there was 3 people in towards Banana. They just see the util, they lose Snow, and that's about it. Riccioli, he's thinking about it. Needs the flash if he wants to go through that smoke, but they're actually going to let it fade, and that creates a bit of a window for the T's, and they've snuck through. Doc realizes it, and he will find a double, even a dink onto the 3rd player. That's in towards Mexi now, and this one is just collapsing for Case right now in towards that Banana position.
Yeah, they try to go in towards Banana here, right? Because they see that Ordi Zhao picks up that kill. That's usually the A player. Usually it's Ordi Zhao and Togs being left to lock down A on their own. But because you see Ordi Zhao there early and he gets the kill, you can probably guess that the op is over towards the A bomb site. So, Case try their hand at finishing towards B this time. Does not work out. Togs will go down. RCF is 1 HP, so it's only a matter of time before he's swung and dropped. And the fact that it's going to be Gafolo to hold from the apartments. And Sharks will strike first. A little bit awkward for Case, for sure. And I mean, the argument could be made that Doc got very fortunate to land like a triple dink with 3 bullets through the smoke, but...
Oh, he spammed an entire clip, so...
He meant...
They were trying to sneak through.
Though.
Yeah, he wasn't flashed. They were just trying to walk through the smoke. It was supposed to work out, I guess. This nade does a little bit of damage. A decent amount to DRG, but the play is actually happening towards the apartments. That's an extremely quick walk from Yeps, and yeah, Togs was not ready for it. I mean, he gets tagged down a little bit, was able to deploy his Molotov. A little bit of early damage done by the T's, but Snow under a lot of pressure. There's one, there's a second, and into Snow they go, and down they follow. Finally, DRG will take him out. But Yeps is in a great position. Gafolo could get punished here. He's thinking about going for that peek. He's giving away his position. Yeps decides that he doesn't actually want to give him the fight. They've heard the Oper. Surely they know what's on. And Yeps can just catch him on the rotation. This is really intelligent by Yeps. He decides not to go for the fight straight away. Instead, just waits for Gafolo to walk into his own crosshair. And that means that DRG on 14 HP needs to hold on to that bomb site.
Yeah, if they go. No, and he's hearing the steps. He's hearing the steps going back. So he's just telling Togs to get into position. Now, it shouldn't really matter all that much unless we see a massive multi-kill from Togs, but it has to be him in this position. Usually, the guy towards balcony or pit, this time he's going to be residing on the site, isn't going to be cleared by the first. At least claims 1, but the refrag was always going to happen. The spacing good enough to deal with that, and DRG will at least give this one a go. Highly unlikely. But you've got all the money in the world, so who cares?
Yeah, I mean, if you were ever going to give a go to a 1v3 retake with 14 HP, no kit, and a flash, it would be under those circumstances. He's actually moving in towards the apartments. Now, the round has officially been lost. He's got no time to pick up the kit and go towards the side. So he's just playing for the kills right now. He's going to try and take them out of the equation, which in overtime doesn't really make that big of a difference. And Urban will actually react quickly enough. So not a lot of damage done, not enough to take anyone down. And the bomb won't even go off. So Case, we're in safe hands, so to speak. Leveled up once again, 13 apiece. And Case looking for their 14th on the board. At this point, you gotta feel like the strat book is just gone out of the window. And it's all about the call in the moment. All about just reacting to what the other team is trying to throw at you. All about those post plans and clutches. We've been getting a whole lot of them.
Snow getting aggressive. Oh, Doc is just going to shut that down though. But the players coming in towards the apartments. Gafolo has been seen. RCF does a lot of damage to his opposite number with an AK. Doesn't want to just throw caution into the wind and just sprint out through that smoke. That would be ridiculous. So Gafolo would be in a prime position to take him down, but they might run through this smoke. Riccioli tries to get out. Urban with that refrag. Gafolo's going to be taken down, and Audience there spotted towards long. They don't have to peek him, but Yep still finds the kill. RCF.
He's heard the steps.
Yeah, he can hear him jumping into the apartments. He knows this is happening. Doc with a knife out. That's as easy a kill as you are going to get. Another 1 versus 3 for DRG. This time, he has util and a lot more health. He definitely is going to try and get this one done. That's a great jiggle, though, from RCF. Just playing for the information. Deploys the util, and surely no way into this round for DRG. He's going to try and find the 1v1s if they're going to be given to him at all. But back turned, fight taken. Yeps shuts him down, and Case have that small advantage heading over onto the CT side. That was a perfect call. A big risk, but a massive reward.
That was their only choice, though, right? They realized they had lost banana. They had to get away or get ahead of that smoke. They had to go through it. If you just decide to respect that piece of util, there is a big chance that the CTs will just clear out the entire side of the other side of the map, and you're just going to walk into a stack. That was your last chance, and they knew it. That's the reason that they throw in the smoke that early without really spotting anybody in towards the apartments, right? Is the indicator. They had to get ahead of it and get that refrag. And once again, I just wanted to highlight Urban's impact in those rounds. Mid-round multi-kill, he's spectacular. And the fact that you've been able to implement and make him feel comfortable in that team in such a short period of time is impressive, right? Because Snow is the one to be putting out those crazy numbers and crazy ratings, but Urban's impact is out of this world, right? Riccioli getting into the team, I mean, he's a bit more experienced. He's played on a couple more teams. Urban had 2 teams prior to joining Case. One of them wasn't even an organization. And the other one, even if I told you the name of it, you wouldn't recognize him. He's been playing great.
Oh, this is going to be a fast A play by the looks of things from Sharks. RCF in towards Boiler with an AWP. Back turned on Doc, and he claims 1 kill but goes down. Perfect flash from Snow. Audience out past him in the smoke, and he knows this. He's relaying this information. The Snow claims yet another. The bomb dropped. He's waiting for this audience out peak. He knows it's coming, and he wants that fight. Takes it head on, wins it, and maybe the round because of it. Togs needs to produce some magic, but is he expecting Urbano to be down towards middle? He is. 1v4. Hold on a second. Sit up in your seat, but yeps, timing peak, headshot landed. Case have 2 chances to get this one done in 2.
Wow, that was so risky as well, right? Urban, no chance to actually do anything in that scenario. He just goes down straight away. That was a really, really dangerous attempt there. If Yeps doesn't get the timing right on that peak, and this is completely random, by the way, it's all up to him just having the right read on the situation and the way that he's feeling about it, right? He realizes if he just holds on, there is a good chance that he just gets pre-fired and no chance given, and then it's on. Then it's a 1 versus 1. He had to go for the peak. It was such a dangerous round. So many chances here for Case to close it out. Finally, they get into that position. They were down and out. Felt like they had to close it out in regulation. Started losing rounds. Had to fight against the map point for the Sharks. And now they found themselves in a double map and match point. Urban, a lot of damage inflicted through the smoke early on, but banana control still established for the time being for the CTs.
Yeah, a little bit of damage done from both sides, of course, but it will be the CTs coming out the better because they have all that control. They can rotate players over. They've nobody on the A site right now, which is a little bit of a problem. They can just sprint out of the apartments, and now Riccioli's realising it. Oh, a little bit of a misplay, misstep. You've lost this bomb site and you haven't even managed to pick up a single kill. You've lost 2 players, and oh, you've gotten this one horribly wrong if you're Case. This is the round done. No way back into it. Sharks will pick up 14, but you do have enough money to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you can give it a go at this point, right? You're not going to get reset. The next one is the final one of overtime, so you can still try, even though it's 3 versus 5. And you're probably looking at the Sharks just misplaying this one really badly. Follow even has another smoke. Yeah, even with the money, you just don't see a world where they let you win the round, right? Because at this point, this is one of those situations where you feel like they need to let you in. You're not going to be able to force yourself in there. RCF will still stay around and get a couple kills that don't really mean anything. So at this point, it's just him going for the style points. But that was a great response by Sharks, right? They did the exact same thing that Case did to them when they reacted and jumped out of apartments a couple rounds ago. In the round that forced this overtime. They just did the same to them, but Case, we're just not in a position to deal with it. Away with the timing, not able to get the shots to connect on the first couple players, and that ultimately led to their demise. 15-14. One more chance for Case to close it out. Or, Jack, we reload again and we go for another OT.
It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. How do Sharks want to approach this round, though? You see, passive towards Banana. They're letting the CTs get control. Case are taking a little bit of a risk already with 3 players over towards A, not playing for any real information. You've got the apartments, yes. That Molly not going to do any damage to Riccioli. He can just play behind it perfectly. That HE should land right on top of Snow, though, which is going to bother him for now. Big kill, big fight coming in. Perfect flashbang, but Riccioli holds down Mouse 1 and gets it. And now you're going to be on high alert. If you're the CT's over towards B, just dump your util as soon as you spot any information. That jiggle is perfect from Yeps. Oh, but Doc is going to send it right through. The flash blinds him from Urbano. And a second one coming in. The hit is happening, but the smokes are going to be up. Yeps tries to get in front of it. Urbano looking for more, and he will continue to get it. Eventually felled, and it now is the responsibility of Ordi Zhao to try and save his side. Nearly goes down, planting the bomb. Being chipped away at little by little. 45 HP. And the mollies are just going to rain over. He's surely going to burn. Not burning for now. It doesn't spread properly. So Ordi Zhao just sits behind it. Might be the element of surprise for one. Oh, spots out a second. Needs the insta headshot. But it does not happen. Case will get their revenge as the Sharks go belly up after 2.
What a showing from Case. What a moment to step it up. Taking down the reigning champions of Fluxo in their opening game of Group A. And now, the team that eliminated them from the competition just 2 weeks ago in the quarterfinals of the Sharks. Not dropping a map against the Sharks, dropping one against Fluxo, but still getting the dub. Man, Case, they've just made a statement, right? They are the first team to qualify for the playoffs, and they are looking like one of the big contenders to make it all the way into the grand final. I don't know if we can say that they're the big favorites to pull it off, because you're still going to have one of Sharks and Fluxo going out of this group. You still have teams like MIBR, like the Red Canids. You have a lot of capable teams in the tournament. Bestia as well, but Case, man, they've beaten 2 of the toughest teams in this tournament, and it's just the group stage. It's just their first 2 maps.
Yeah, and they've looked damn good doing it, Ted. They've looked damn good doing it. I mean, look, it's an extremely close game, but we were expecting that one to have a lot of fireworks in it, and it wasn't going to be easy for either side, whoever took it. But Case, I mean, they mean business. They mean absolute business in this event. And, you know, congratulations to them. They're the first team that we see actually move forward into the playoffs. And I'm looking at that Sharks team, you know, I don't think they played bad. It just came down to some small mistakes, in Case maybe being just that little bit better on the day, but it was very, very heavily contested. I do feel for them, though, dropping down into that lower bracket where they are going to be facing Fluxo. It's definitely not a team that you want to be meeting there for an elimination game before you even get up to playoffs. So that's going to be a tough one. Sharks are going to have to come back better than ever to beat that Fluxo side, but Case have already proved, right? They're beatable. If Case can do it, you get a close matchup versus Case, even though it is a 2-0, you definitely are in with an opportunity to beat them. But Case don't have to worry about that. They don't have to worry about dropping down into that lower bracket. They can just put their feet up, relax, watch some more of the games, and get ready for their playoff game.
Yeah, with that being said, though, folks, we are going to start getting ready for our second for me and Jack and Fort matchup of the day, actually. Second winners game. I'm gonna save it like that. It's Red Canids taking on W7M. So we're not gonna end it here. We're not gonna just send one team into the playoffs and then say goodnight and go to bed. No, we still have one more game to go. Unfortunately, though, there will be a little bit of time before the pre-game for this one goes live. It's going to be around the 30-35 minute break. So enough time for you to get a snack, get a drink, get back in front of the PC, open HOTV and get ready, you know, get familiar with the teams, with the players, some cool stats, you know, makes the game a whole lot more interesting to actually watch outside of the stats that we're giving to you. But yeah, one more coming up. Red Canids and W7M, another spot in the playoffs for grabs, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearly ready to go with our final matchup of the day here at the RES Regional LATAM Series 2. Ted, our first game, I mean, it was very close, although it was a two-mapper. Case managed to take down Sharks. They are the first team to advance forward into the playoffs. And, well, focusing on our last game of the day, we will see who is going to be joining them up there. W7M taking on Red Canids, and this one should be as exciting as the last.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't had a single three mapper so far, although we've had a couple closer games. The solid Vlogs game was actually quite exciting, and then obviously for those of you that have missed out on Sharks KC Sports, I, from the bottom of my heart, apologize. Because that game was absolutely crazy. I mean, I loved it. That was probably my favorite game so far in this tournament. For the second edition, of course. But going into the next winners matchup, obviously, Jack, for those of our audience that have missed out on the previous one, the win for Case means that they are officially the first team to actually make their way into the playoffs. So they will get a couple days off. They will get a short break. But we are moving into our fourth game of the day, which is also a winners matchup. It's just Group B. The winners matchup in Group B, W7M taking on the Red Canids. Both teams being able to win their initial games. It was actually the elimination game that we did see from this group earlier today, and Team Solid will be playing up against the loser of Red Canids and W7M for a spot in the playoffs. But before we get to that, Red Canids taking on Vlogs in a 2-0 fashion in the first round, and then W7M had a bit of a tougher one with Solid, but we're still able to get it over the finishing line. This one is about to be a pretty close game, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, W7M, as you said, ran into a little bit of trouble on the first map versus Solid. Managed to, bring it back. It was a 13-3 that they lost on Inferno. So we were thinking, oh no, this is going horribly wrong. But they managed to take their map pick of Anubis 13-9, managed to win Ancient as well. We've seen some impressive showing from FolkU, who is, such a credit to this team, because it's so refreshing to have such a fragging IGL, because he can put in an absolute shift for this W7M side, and he can be a real difference maker in a lot of rounds, especially when we look at the entries that he manages to pull off on the T side. And I think he's going to be vital for this game. Sadzin, on that AWP was probably another person that you're kind of looking at. Didn't have the best of times in that first series, but I'm expecting to see a lot more from the young Opper. I think really he is going to put it up to the other side of Red Canids. He's going to be up against Nathan, which is not an easy matchup for sure, but he's going to have to grab that opportunity and take it by the horns as we look at that Red Canids lineup. And I mean, it's full of stars, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have a lot of experience in people like Nathan and Destiny, right? Destiny is a pretty well-seasoned veteran of the Brazilian scene. You go back in time, you're looking at teams like Immortals, like Luminosity. He's been a part of those legendary organizations for the Brazilian scene. And then you have people like Hardzao and Nighton that have been playing the game for quite a while as well. And then you have the young guns of Venom Zero and Davy Deus. I feel like Davy's been around for a little bit longer now, but he's still fairly young, and that team is just looking like a pretty exciting one, right? The majority of those players were obviously a part of that Selva team, Paquetá back in the day as well. So they have been together for more than those 4 months that HOTV shows, right? It was 4 months ago they actually got picked up by the organization, but they've been playing together for a long time. They did play at the NARMR as well. Unfortunately, couldn't make it through. Got only one victory, and that was a pretty decent victory, by the way, versus Wildcard in their opening map. It was like a 13-1 or something in the best of ones. But yeah, didn't end up qualifying, sadly. But they have been posting some good numbers, and they have been showing that they can actually play some solid CS.
For sure, for sure. I mean, they definitely didn't put a foot wrong in that first game, and they're gonna hope to build off that. Now, as we look towards the veto, Ted, we can probably rule out a Vertigo. We can probably rule out an Inferno. They are the two that will go automatically because they are the permabans. Ancient is going to be the opener picked by W7M. Red Cannon's going to opt for that overpass, and we've got a Mirage as a decider. So, it's a different veto for sure from Red Cannons. We've seen them play on Anubis and Nuke, so we're going to see them on 2 new maps at least, if not 3. And for W7M, they were able to take their decider in their last game of Ancient 13-9. So a good showing from them already. And they've decided to pick into this against Red Cannons. But do you think there's a little bit of is there any kind of advantage to be gained here from either side? Or do you think this is a pretty fair matchup throughout all 3 maps?
I think it could be a 2-0 for either one of them, to be fair. I feel like the thing that saves, quote unquote, saves W7M in this game is the fact that their Inferno's been pretty lackluster recently, but this is the permaban for Red Cannons, right? So you don't really have to play it and you don't really have to think about it when you're going into the game. So you're kind of saving yourself one punish. The last time those two actually played against each other, it was a best of 1 game. In I think it was the Ace South American Masters Spring. It was essentially their Blast qualifier, and they did play Enshin. Ended up being a 13-3 victory for W7M, which was absolutely ludicrous, by the way. I wasn't expecting that result, but I feel like the Enshin is just the logical way to go. It's been a good decider for them recently. The last time they played that same team on it, they were able to run over them. Then you look at the overpass, I feel like this is just the Red Cannons trying to look for somewhat of a punishment pick going into the veto. It's not like their overpass is picture perfect, but it surely is a little bit better than W7M, which I would classify overpass as maybe the same type of tier level for W7M as Inferno. So I guess you're trying to punish them. And if it goes to a third map, I feel like it's all up in the air. So yeah, I mean, it is an intriguing veto. I feel like there might be, in my eyes, more logic behind the statement that Red Cannons could be in a position for a 2-0 if they're able to steal away that first map. But man, who knows? I mean, that tournament, those teams, whenever the level is that similar, is so tough to predict. And either team could just pick it up in the 2-0 fashion, or we could go all the way.
Yeah, it's interesting to know, actually. I'm just having a look across at like the recent results between these two organizations. Not very many close maps. I mean, there's 13-3s, there's 13-7s, 13-4s. I mean, there's a 13-11 and a 13-10, but that's usually as close as it gets. Then the rest of the time, it seems to be just absolutely domination from one side, and it's kind of even when it goes left and right. I mean, it's either W7M or Red Cannons just coming in with monstrous performances. But this game on paper to me doesn't scream like it's going to be 1 or 2 maps that is going to be dominant for one side. To be honest, I think this one goes all 3, and I think we get quite a close affair, much like we got in the case game.
I feel like the reason that there's a lot of one-sided showings when it comes down to both teams is that I believe that emotion has to do with their performance quite a lot. For whatever reason, momentum is a big thing, right? So for W7M, they are that type of a team that on a good day will play competitive CS and will be able to dominate. But then on a bad day, it will be a really bad day. So nothing's going to work out. And I feel like it's the same with the Red Cannons. Now, one thing that I actually wanted to say, the Red Cannons recently have been posting some closer matchups, and they've been doing a really good job of just not getting upset, right? So when they win dominantly, but when they lose, they still put up a fight. In the last 5 best of 3s that they've lost, I believe it was only on 1 occasion when they actually lost it without picking up a map. So 4 times they were able to actually take it to a third. And I feel like against a team like W7M, to have that resilience surely puts you in the driver's seat, because if you get underwhelmed at the start, if you get dominated in the first 8-9 rounds, even a map, you can actually come back into it because you've done it multiple times, right? You've been able to come back in those series or at least take them to a third. And then a team like W7M, a lot of the time, even if they start well, if they let the momentum slip, if they, so to speak, get or let the ball get stolen by the other team, then they're finding it really hard to actually bounce back and find their comfort zone again.
So do you think the tempers and the emotions are going to be really high in this game, running a little bit hot?
You think they've been low so far in a single matchup in this tournament? I think they haven't gone low. I don't think they've been down since the start of this tournament when I'm looking at some of the games that we've had.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's fair enough. You know, I was just wondering, I was just asking. Yeah, it is always nice when you get these matchups, especially because in this scene, you know, it's relatively small, you would say, you know, especially when you kind of get to this level. So, you know, a lot of teams have either played with some of the players that are on the other team. There's loads of different storylines to kind of go off as well, but you know, they do have, you know, a lot of games played against each other in, you know, recent memory and recent history. But it's not about the history, Ted. It is about the future. And in the future, one of these teams would be booking a place in the playoffs alongside Case Esports.
You know what they say?
Question is, who's it gonna be?
Today is a gift. And that's why it's called the present. You know who said that?
You, just now?
No, Master Uruguay from Kung Fu Panda.
Ah.
Before he passed. Yeah.
I knew that. Wise words. Well, Turtle not playing in this game, as W7M will spring out on that A-bomb site without their IGL. He's been lost, but Davis has not been able to survive and fend off this attack. The retake coming in from Donut here storms, and the jump from Venom Zero is going to be difficult to deal with, but he does so, heads out with a refrag, as now towards Big Box and Temple remain the last 3 Ts. A smoke and a kit on Nighton. They can get this down on the bomb here, as it is going to be tapped, and that's exactly what Sadson is going to try and do. Tap away, maybe the head. Nighton is so low, but he is going to be taken off at Destiny. Now trying to get something going, realizing he's not on the bomb. They're hearing that USP. W7M have won the round. It's absolute chaos to get us going in the pistol, but when the smoke clears, when the bomb explodes, it's W7M coming out on top.
And it's just Zadie left. I mean, that was if that's a sample for what to expect in the next couple hours, then we're in for another wild ride, because that pistol round was all over the place. From the early exchange to Venom Zero picking in towards Donut while jumping with the USP, to then that attempted defuse and the swings through the smoke when they were trying to hunt Destiny down. Yeah, that was all over the place. Of course, this one's just going to be the full eco, and they are going for the good old rush A. Now they realize they don't want to rush anymore because they haven't seen anybody. But I believe W7M have heard 1 or 2 steps, so they will start making their way back towards the B-bomb side. It should be a fairly easy one to convert. They are still going to take their time with using the Yuto. You want to, of course, take the necessary precautions. Not throw yourself at the will of 5 USPs. I wouldn't say it's trustworthy to put your life in their hands. They don't mean well.
No, they don't. And one of them has just snatched away an AK on you. So, yeah, that's quite the reward. Quite the bit of treasure that you've been able to discover. However, that is going to be all that you discover in this round. Other than the fact that you have now a 2-round deficit to find and get back on your opponents. But that was probably planned. Or to be expected, at least. Bomb goes off. Buyback here from Red Cannons. First gun round coming up. And now we will get to see how Red Cannons really want to approach this map.
I mean, you're looking at the amount of aggressive riflers that they have. You're looking at, because we didn't mention that when we were talking about the OP 1v1 ride between Sadzen and Nighton. I feel like Sadzen actually has a big advantage here, because you're up against a pretty passive, supportive turret of an Oper, of Nighton, right? He's got so many aggressive riflers that he doesn't really have to shine that much. But when you have people like Venom Zero, like Destiny, Harzal on the team, you're probably going to get aggressive, and you will want to fight for that middle control and lane as well later on. So yeah, Red Cannons trying to set it up. Poke you. Should be going down to Destiny, but it will be a A play coming out of the T's. The thing is, there's 2 CTs in towards Donut and 1 deep CT, and all of them are being on high alert right now.
Yeah, damage done from Nighton, just stopping JC, tagging one up, and this A take has just not worked out at all. Sadzin now left to maybe do some damage. Gonna try and maybe line up a headshot. That's the only way he really gets anything done for his side. Actually, Venom Zera is solo towards B, but might not get that far, especially with Venom Zera in this aggressive position in towards the spawn. And Sadzin knows that somebody could be creeping around any corner, but this is a fantastic first gun round, all in all, from Red Canids.
I mean, in case you were wondering whether we would get a nice CT side and a competitive one from the Red Canids here on Engine, well, there's your answer early on. A great counter. Good work. Opening kill, of course, found on Fokyu, trying to get a little bit creative, I guess, around the smoke, trying to catch a bit of a timing, but then the A play just got completely shut down. And Sadzin needs to be careful not to go down after time. I don't think there's going to be anyone actually directing himself in towards elbow. Harzao was just gonna hold the line, make sure that he holds on to the gun that he already has. So 5 alive for Red Canids. It's a dream come true, really, to start proceedings on your T side, or CT side rather, like that. W7M, because of the lack of a bomb plant, will actually suffer on some players, and it will be JZ to be downgraded to a Tech 9. Everyone else on Galil's, just 1 AK in the round. Utility's not looking too dire, but it's not ideal either. And Stormson will try and pick up the pace early on. Opening kills goes his way, and they actually line up for him. This is great for Stormson.
And he's not stopping there. He's just going to continue into this A bomb site. He's going to look for a lot of space, smoke off CT. But actually, the T's are heading over towards this B bomb site right now. Stormson is buying a lot of time and actually getting himself into a really good position. Now, Venom Zero should have been close enough to hear that.
Yeah, he should be aware.
They haven't seen or heard anything more though. W7M now are going to be grouping up and just hitting this site. Venom Zero, if he needs to go quickly and just walks right into the angle. Maybe didn't hear it at all. Maybe comms getting in the way of that one. Now, Nathan, he's going to give away his position, doing a little bit of damage, but not enough to stop this play from happening. And W7M even getting aggressive in towards Donut, making sure that is clear so they can get the bomb plant down. This should be the round over and done with, although Nathan is very interested in seeing what he can find here, but all he finds is his untimely demise. Destiny set on the save.
That was a little bit too much there from Nighton, I believe, right? I mean, you either win 2 fights, and I mean, I don't really see a way that Destiny gets involved in this round. First of all, that was great work by Stormson, by the way. This round is entirely on him, but even if Nighton gets 2 kills on paper, he's got no kit, he's got no smoke. Destiny is in towards the B bomb site, so he's not going to magically teleport to him, and it feels like Nighton just gave away his life there. Which, in that scenario, I mean, it's not going to be that big of an issue because they still have enough money for the rebuy. Davey can actually drop an AVP over as well to his IGL. But I believe some of them might actually suffer because of the lack of utility going into this one. And yeah, Harzao is going to be the one on an MP9, and Venom Zero is going to go for a FAMAS. You could have had one more person on an M4. But hey, you know what? They still have a nice buy to work with, and the IGL still has been able to get himself onto an AVP.
David is shutting down a double play out towards mid. That's a fantastic 2-piece to find. Nathan, needs to be perfect with that shot, but it's not going to happen. And we were talking about Fokyu's entries. How about that? He just carves open that B-bomb site. And Red Canids can do nothing about this situation whatsoever. W7M will get on to 4 early. And although the first gun round, I mean, was extremely competitive, Ted, since then, it has been pretty much anything but.
I mean, I'd say that we haven't really had too many competitive buy rounds. It's just been Red Canids won their one fairly cleanly, and then W7M have won their bye rounds convincingly as well, right? So we've actually seen a fairly clean game. And I know you can't see me right now, but I actually look to my to my left and my right while saying that, because I feel uncomfortable saying that about most of those matchups, because we've seen some absolute carnage in the server. But yeah, those rounds have been fairly clean, man. I mean, feels like whichever team is dominating the action is just dominating it from start to finish, right? You once again look at the sequence from W7M just winning all those fights. Of course, there was a little bit of a miss from Dioper in the mix there, but Foku still gets away with a triple. And Foku having a good performance is just a worrying sign when you're playing against W7M in this tournament. It was the first edition as well. And it's interesting because Foku's usually not putting all those types of numbers. Only in our tournament, he's going absolutely crazy every single game.
See Foku go crazy once again in towards to the bomb site and right into Venom Zera's Eagle. He's looking for a second and he will be able to get it. Hardzer strikes now with that AK as the B play being cut apart completely. Storms and Sadson are getting in on the action, but is it too little too late? As it's down to a 1 versus 2 for the Opper, and he's petrified about where these pistols and SMGs can be. Well, is he ready for Davis? A no scope, a shot in the dark, really. He's now realizing the pressure is mounting, the damage being taken, and eventually will fall. Red Canids will get back now onto the scoreboard. Finally, another round of their own, and one of the most unlikely ones that we have seen. Some great hold off really from the pistols so the rifle could get into position to do some damage.
Yeah, showing their firepower early on, right? We remember Venom's era from back in the day. I say back in the day. I mean, when he was a part of Young Gods, right? A couple of years ago, the Godsend Academy, he's always been an incredibly sharp individual player, and it's always nice to have that type of an anchor towards the bomb site. You don't want to give him clear fights. You might win them. Storms and Doe just walking through that mid smoke will catch Hearts out off guard. So a key kill, a key position as well, won by W7M. And Venom Zero, he's gonna get tested once again. He's all alone.
Destiny with a very important frag, but it doesn't matter. He's being planted over towards B. He's actually doing a lot of damage here, and this is still not a comfortable round for either side, really. I mean, the T's don't feel comfortable, the CTs definitely don't feel comfortable, especially with the position of Storms. And but Destiny's seen him. If he had a HE, this would be lovely, but he has to now wait for the peak to come to him, but doesn't want that fight because Storms wins it. Nathan is going to be ran down by that gun, but he does hit the shot to make sure that he will hold on to that AWP. W7M will answer back. After losing a round to the pistols, they win the next. And Red Canids now struggling to really find any form in the game. Consecutive rounds have eluded them so far.
You gotta do something about that middle presence.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, I guess that brings an entirely new definition to brotherly betrayal.
I mean, as well, right? So he's knifed his teammate. The money's pretty much in the bin here for W7M.
Yeah.
Like, if they lose this next round,
he looked him in the eyes.
That wasn't a misclick.
There was no doubt about it. He looked straight at him. It was like, you, my friend, are done. You've seen your last sunrise. That's one of those moments, you know, when in mafia movies, when the bad guy just goes, you know what? You're my brother. Mistakes happen. You're gonna do better next time, will you? Yes, you will. That won't repeat itself. That one mistake is not gonna happen again. And I trust you. I love you. We're brothers. And then he just shoots him straight after. That was one of those moments.
Real Tony Soprano vibes for sure.
I mean, I was going more for like the Balkan Mafia vibe, but yeah, sure.
I don't know much about them, but what I do know is the B players are in a whole load of trouble because the execute reign's over. Destiny and Venom Zero are going to try and fend them off. This Deagle in a good position once again, but it's going to be pre-fired this time around. The bomb site falls into the hands of the T's, and I think Red Cannon's fate is going to be sealed unless Nathan can do some magic with the magic stick itself. But not Kenny S. He's making a good go with this one.
Yeah. Nathan S has joined the server. I mean, at this point, this is just a game for survival. There's no one that's even remotely nearby, so he's just gonna get out of there. Picks up 2 frags on the fadeaway, and W7M are going to be extremely happy, ecstatic in fact, with picking up those rounds right now. I mean, this is looking like a pretty decent T-side already. High tempo, fast-paced, not too many slower defaults, I guess. It's just W7M taking it up a notch when it comes down to the pace. I mean, the slowest rounds so far have been whenever the team is just waiting for Stormzen to get in towards window or red room, if you want to call it, and just get an early kill so they can play towards one of the bomb sites. And that's usually been taking them around 15 to 20 seconds of waiting. So we haven't seen too many slower rounds by the T's. I assume that's not going to change here and now, knowing that Red Canids are going for another investment, and there is another quick play towards middle. This time, though, it doesn't work out for them. Sadson loses his life, does a lot of damage, but the same will happen to Jay-Z. Hards out will double up, and Stormzen doesn't really want to go for that fight. Even if he wanted to try his luck at getting one of those refrags, he is the bomb carrier, so gotta make sure you prioritize the team goals.
I don't think W7M going much further in this round. This might be just a minute-long save for them.
You say a minute-long save? I say 1 minute of calmness that we can spend together.
Especially if you're sat in T-spawn, right, when you hear
it's all about the perspective.
Whistling.
Yeah, you can just listen to the cockroaches. Enjoy nature. Are you, I don't think I've ever asked you this, but if you had to choose, like, imagine you have a great villa. Would you put it in the mountain, seaside, jungle, or forest? Like in the forest or maybe near a waterfall. Those are your options. Like, where in nature would you want to have a villa? It could be like a small building as well. It could be like a small house, just, you know, something more urbanistic. Whatever. Where would you put it?
I've never even thought about this. I mean, I like the sea, to be fair, but I think the wood, not the woods, for sure. The woods would be absolutely terrifying at night.
Really?
Yeah, the woods would be
I
terrifying.
mean, what if it's a tree house and it's really well lit on? Like,
no, but like, that's fine. But like in the woods, yeah, no, miss me with that, I'm afraid. Oh, look at this, mid-rush here. This is not going to plan whatsoever unless CD does something like that. Oh my, that is ridiculous. Nathan, stop Stormzen from taking a peek in towards B. He's just taking a little look, but that cost him his life. Sadson now going to try and walk through the smoke. Destiny's going to see him. Needs more than one, but doesn't get it. And now, B bomb site is completely open, but W7M don't know that, and they might walk backwards into the jaws of the Opper, which would be disastrous to say the least. And even if they walk into B, now they're walking into Venom's era. They have stalled a little bit, and that has cost them a lot of the map.
that's actually good though. If they're patient enough, Nathan's just gonna walk straight into them, and surely he doesn't get away with more than 1 kill out of this situation. He's gonna keep on moving forward. Oh no, Nathan decides to stop. And this is a really intelligent decision. If he doesn't give them that kill, they might have to walk back towards him. The timing's going to be really key. They might line up. Sadie gets the kill. And surely now you're alerted. Surely now you realize that Venom Zero must be towards the B-bomb side. He's the B player, for God's sake. Of course he's going to be towards the B-bomb side. He rotated away to A, went back B, and now they will plan towards the bomb side that he initially made his way to. And he will have to clutch it up in a 1 versus 2. Sadie's low on HP. Venom Zero's got a kit. He's got a smoke. He's got a good timing, but he needs to find both of those T's before he deploys the smoke. Or not.
Or just
he
stick
can just
it.
stick it. Yeah. I mean, you're right to try. Maybe not.
No, arguably I don't. Yeah.
I like it because it's unconventional. You know, how many people would just stick it in that scenario? Not a lot. I mean, you could make the point that they wouldn't because it's like you've lost your mind if you're trying to do it, but maybe that's why it's genius.
Yeah, it's usually a fine line between madness and brilliance. So
I don't think there is actually. I think it's a pretty blurry line. I believe every single genius person is crazy. Yeah.
A lot of gray area. Yeah. I mean, I can see it. I can see it for sure. But that was more so.
That's just me trying to make myself sound like I'm actually a brilliant
philosopher.
Person. Yeah.
Oh well. There it is. Now, not going to be thinking too much about that one. He's gotten away with his life for free and a kill. Considering that could have definitely gone a wrong way in a matter of moments. Much like that boost, and Venom Zero just mows 2 down through the smoke. As Red Canids, I mean, they haven't had many buy rounds that they've picked up. But when they do win them, how clean are they?
Fairly. I mean, this is going to be, I think, their second full... Oh, okay, we're in for another save. We've seen a lot of saving for a T-side engine, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it, but... I mean, you can't fault him. There's been a lot of 2v5s and 3v5s, but yeah. We can go back to the Villa question.
Yeah, okay, so what were the options? We had C, we had
You can just choose any like specific nature, habitat, or realm that you can think of.
I mean, like, if you could like a villa on the beach would just be unbelievable. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't choose the beach, actually. That's why I'm asking.
No?
No, I wouldn't.
What would you choose?
I think I wouldn't choose the jungle because it's just too deadly. It would be great, but I don't think I'd last too much. I'd actually probably go either mountain or forest. I think I would go forest, like a tree house, because again, Bulgaria doesn't really have too many dangerous animals. I mean, there's wolves and bears, but there's wolves and bears everywhere, and it's not like they're
funny enough.
Okay,
we don't have any.
really?
We don't have any bears. No.
Okay.
We have like very little in terms of what can kill you.
Yeah. No, it's the same here in Bulgaria, by the way. It's fairly safe. I mean, I say we have wolves and bears. It's not like they're walking around. It's not Australia where you can just go sit on the toilet and then there's going to be a snake below you.
Or spiders.
Oh yeah, tarantulas.
So,
No,
you know
not
what? Even tarantulas. There's like redback spiders in Australia. Like apparently they love like under toilet seats and like on like, you know, like your handle for like your bin.
Oh so, like, yeah. You know who's not going to Australia?
You.
Take a wild guess. Yeah, I'm good here, Chief.
Yeah.
EU might head over to NA, might visit South America, you know. Yeah, Australia. If I go there, it will be in and out of the hotel.
Well, I mean, spiders live there too, but you know,
they can fight me. I'll fight back.
Well, that's exactly what Red Canids are going to have to do when this B play comes in. Venom Zero loves that long angle, that long position, usually with a deagle. This time he had an AK, but only able to stop the one for now. W7M have a great grip on this final round for the moment. But still, 2 players only on pistols could be a little bit of a problem, especially with the amount of util that the CTs have to flush out all these angles. But JZ and ZD continue to play towards long. Here comes the swing from the CTs. They need to try and stop them, and it's all down to JZ trying to turn at the perfect moment to find all the fights, and he was guessing correctly, but there was just too many targets. They overwhelm him, they run, they gun him down, and Red Canids will take at least 5 on their CT side. A good half all in all, though, if you're a W7M fan.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a W7N again, or W7M, sorry, you're probably feeling like you could have gotten away with much more there, especially towards the latter stages of that first half. They could have been able to get, I don't know, an 8-4, maybe even a 9-3, but a 7-5 still puts you in a good enough position. Once you get the ball rolling on the CT side, things could start looking a lot more comfortable for you, especially if the individuals are performing nicely. We are actually going to get an insta-smoke in the pistol round. Something that you don't see too often, unless it's going to be a straight-up split towards that A-bomb side. So interesting to see what they go for. Nitons opted for a Molotov as well. We're going to take a look at the 1xbet odds. Fairly one-sided for the Red Canids. Of course, it is vice versa. We did say that W7M, if they pick up the pistol round, they're going to be in a great position. It's the same for Red Canids. And interestingly enough, this is the first time we've actually seen a team have 9 pistols on their disposal in the pistol round. 4 pairs of dual Berettas for W7M. But none of them will get to fight in that first endeavor. It will actually be Stormson, and he needs to land a couple nice shots, but it's just going to be the one.
Oh, Sad's in long range with the Julies, no problem. But Nighton now is battling back with a Glock. He's already instinct and taken down one. Venom's Era is going to try and help him out. Sadson, though, is a man not to meddle with these pistols, as Red Canids are slowly but surely finding out. David is forced. He's no other choice but to go and face these 6 pistols head on. Going to be so difficult. He's very tentative about the angles, creeping around. Focus now has been spotted out. No idea where JZ is, so that's a little bit of an unknown entity, but he has reduced the amount of pistols from 6 down to 4, and well, now he knows where both players are going to be coming from. As W7M get a little bit impatient, they try and swing him and find him out to take him out of the round, and well, they're doing the dance right now. A high-low here to be found. He instantly takes down Folk U and JZ. Now, 7 HP left on David. The wide swing isn't going to be good enough. Oh, a heavy investment on that pistol. And it got definitely a little bit too crazy for W7M's liking.
Yeah, I mean, Jay-Z's a lucky man that Davey actually took a lot of damage while he was going for those fights, right? But he was getting those headshots extremely quickly. Nice effort by the T's to actually get on hold of this round once again. I mean, a lot of fights given to Davey, and he was doing really well with the micro strafing there, or the short strafing. Just used an extremely fancy way of saying it, but yeah. Short strafes, isolating fights, insta headshot, hide back is the most awful thing that you can do to a couple people trying to take down a clock. And now W7M get to toy with the C4 a little bit, have a chit chat, switch between the Glock, normal mode, and the burst, and then probably just run out and die. It doesn't sound like a happy Saturday evening, but hey, it could get better.
Oh, definitely could.
Yeah. Play comes in. MP9's up close. An M42, so farming up that money, boy. Stacking up the cash. A lot of big dollar. Top dollar. Going into the drain here. W7M stacking up the money. And they're actually hold on to 4 SMGs. So we might be in for something a bit quicker here. Up in your face. Fight down middle. Maybe down the ramp in towards B. But they've held on to too many MP9s not to go for something out of the box, something more creative. And it is a 3-man V-star, so probably the fight for B there.
Yeah, Mollies go in. Swing out of cave. They will take control, but the Thieves are waiting for it. They'll spring into action and strike at the perfect opportunity. Talk about a counterplay. The flash is perfect. The SMGs blind and just torn apart.
Yeah, I mean, the insta-smoke that the CT is throwing there, considering that, you know, red cannons are aware of the SMGs being on W7M's disposal. The moment that you spot that insta-smoke, you have a good amount of time, I'd say between 5 and 7 seconds to actually react to it, right? It's so much quicker than the MP9. So you see that smoke, you hear the flash, you know it's not a fake, you know it's not anything else, you know they're just gonna be running at you, so you just throw the flash above, you fully blind the first 2 players coming down from cave, you get those 2 kills, and then the ramp guy that's trying to take 3rd point of contact is left with no chance for anything more than 1 kill. At least they will be able to hold on to 2 of the rifles. They were able to deal with Davey, and they will pick up his AK, so W7M will have a pretty alright purchase going into the next one. But it is a good response for Red Cannons, all things considered.
Beautiful camera shot of it here.
Yeah, it was a camera shot of a clinical shot.
Camera shot of a picture perfect play.
Camera shot of a shot.
Well, at least that was only a bonus round for W7M. They do have a little bit of money to fall back on, so they've got the rifles up here once again. However, JZ couldn't do anything with his. Destiny prize open an entry pick towards middle, thinning the defense of W7M, forcing an early rotation over towards this B bomb site, because that's where all the noise is. They want to go and figure out if there's actually going to be a play behind the echoing of util and bullets.
This is so tough to undo, though. Even with the flash, they're going to turn around. Storms in, gets 1. The refrags are not coming in. Foku actually goes huge with a double. And this is massive by Foku. He's going to even get closer. He's got a teammate to support him. Zadie is ready to swing on his contact. Nighton's dead there. And that's the bomb. He's going to try and bait them into fights. Actually, really good job to make sure that he isolates them and somehow gets away with a double. Sats in a 1 versus 2 clutch. Nighton will cross back, but the Molotov should be able to deal with him. Never mind. The flames don't even burn him. Bomb plant will come in, and Venom Zero was ready for the swing. So even if Nighton burns down, Venom Zero would have still gotten the round. But that one is just on the IGL being able to get a double kill in towards Cave.
And I mean, Foku does everything he can here, right? Zadie swings on the contact. I don't even blame him, right? Because Foku sees the shadow. He's ready. He's ready for that fight. Wants to go for that kill. Zadie does all he can, but that's just Nighton knowing that if I get this wall in between me and Foku, I have a 1v1 here. Wins that fight. That is beautiful. And look, it's reset the money at W7M. This is Red Cannon's route back into this game for sure. Oh my. I told you we were going to get a competitive game here, Ted. And it's continuing to be extremely competitive throughout. W7M, although they look comfortable for at least a moment, they do not look comfortable at all now on their map pick, with Red Cannons breathing down their necks.
Yeah, we're looking at some old school OG Destiny T side masterclass right now. I mean, he's always been a hyper aggressive rifler and always been really good at opening duels. Obviously, statistics haven't really been too fantastic for him recently, but you go back in time, you're looking at teams like Luminosity in 2016, 2017, Temple Storm, Immortals. He just made a name for himself essentially by being a hyper-aggressive rifler that's able to take on a lot of space and a lot of fights by himself. And it feels like he's just hit some great form since switching to that T side, and Red Cannons as a team have just looked way better on the offensive side of things. Now, W7M do have the money in this one, and they will be hoping for something to go in their favor, because otherwise the result will go tied and will be evened up. FoQ gets an opening. He's running out of ammo though, so sticking around could be a little bit of a risk. He's got a lot of support, but still getting tagged down.
Yeah, this time he's going to be forced away. It's a triple cave setup from the CTs, which is interesting, but that was just to be a convoy to get their IGL out of there. And they will get him out safely.
They're rotating people away.
Yeah, they think it's not going to be a B play. They think they need some information over towards middle. That's giving up the bomb site. They have a molly and the smoke though to get back on it. They're going to try and be fortunate with spam through smokes, but not as easy as that, unfortunately. One molly has to be placed nicely, but David now is spamming through. He will connect on one. And it's the T's try and fend off this retake from coming in. The smokes and mollies are going to make things difficult, of course, for the T's. But the CTs now are on the bomb site. Cards out, dinked up through the smoke once again. He's the only player left alone. He's such low HP, and they're just going to swing and take him down. That is a fantastic retake when you consider what they had to work with. They make it look so easy, Ted. That's 10 now for W7M. Red Cannons have the money to fall back on, sure. That felt like a must-win round for W7M, and even though they kind of get the timing a little bit wrong, rotating players away, they recover.
I mean, have you ever seen that amount of spam in a single round before? Because that was crazy. I feel like there was 9 people living in this post blunt. All 9 of them were just spamming through a smoke or a wall there. More than half the kills came in because of spam, or through spam. Well, now we're back to some cleaner fights here. Hardzao opens things up. FoQ will get one in return, but it's a quick 1-for-1, and Stormson needs to be careful. He's got a smoke, but gonna get walked upon on the other side of things. Talented will walk into K, but he's not ready for the elevated angle of Destiny. That leaves FoQ all alone. Stormson goes down, which means that FoQ needs to hold on once again, but so far he's been doing a fairly good job at it. And the Red Canids are not exactly united to be able to afford to go for that refrag onto FoQ, so deciding to respect him for the time being. The problem is right now that even if they give him a little bit of time, he's not going to receive any support. JC is not moving away from Donut. So if that ends up being a B play, which looks highly likely, FoQ will once again have to step it up, and he's got exactly 12 HP to spare per player if he wants to find all 3 kills.
Great shot on the first FoQ. His crosshair placement just perfect to connect on the kill, but it's not going to be enough to stop the bomb from going down. JC is very quickly going to get close, but I believe he has been heard. Judging by nobody looking towards CT, yeah, I think Red Canids are aware that JC is going to be making his way up the ramp at any moment. It's only a matter of time before on the approach he has his back turn. Even with his molly down, he is going to stick. A player is already beaten it. JZ just going to try and get it done. The spam from Venom Zero.
No way.
Oh, it needs to be perfect. JZ is still on it, and luckily Venom Zero will be able to clutch that one up. It was very close to being defused there, Ted. They get away with it. They win it. They reset some of the W7M players also. Red Canids, we haven't seen the last of them just yet.
Absolutely not. I mean, that T side has been flourishing with picking up rounds. Look at the graph. Let's not forget, W7M actually ended up winning the best round in the conversion. It's been 4 out of the last 5 rounds going in favor of Red Canids, and this is legitimately quite scary for W7M right now. You can feel how your map pick could just slip right through your fingers, and the second map is Overpass, on which you haven't really been finding too much success lately. There is a realistic chance that you let this one slip, and that's not going to be great for your overall chances going into that game. Of course, this is not elimination on the line. It's qualification for the playoffs, but still. You don't want to let the Red Canids just run away with this one from now on. The Red Canids that have lost their last 3 Ancient games in a row. It was W7M, Odic, and Legacy. One interesting thing to highlight, though. Historically, they've always been a team to win the majority of their rounds on Engine on that east side, and we're seeing why. Destiny with another opening. That was the force buy after a tactical timeout. You've already lost 2 people, and you're just putting all your money on a Deagle and an MP9 towards that A-bomb site to hold on. And now that's the worst part of it all. Venom Zero gets another one on the fadeaway, and they can just slow things down.
Yeah, they can just really take their time here. They don't need to go for the fights they don't want to. They don't need to rush in. They know the rotations are probably going to be here. And, oh, Foki is going to be caught out in the open. Here comes the swing from people. Oh, all of a sudden, David, this is the last player standing. He's nearly out of bullets. And he is. He's out of health points as well. Venom Zero versus Jay-Z in the 1v1. All it takes is a Deagle headshot. And Jay-Z, is he going to be holding the right angle? Oh, it's a game of cat and mouse. He's picked up an AK. He's got bullets in that. Oh, does Venom Zero realize it? Does Jay-Z turn around? Oh, he sees him. No way. Venom Zero is able to win that one. How did Jay-Z not realize it? Even if he just gets a small bit of doubt in his head, I understand. He's made the gamble. He's waiting to see if somebody's going to walk in late. But if he just gets curious at all to turn away, he has that kill.
I mean, you're having the same conversation if he turns around and Venom Zero
Oh,
doesn't,
yeah,
right?
exactly. It's a gamble.
It's just a 50-50, and
Yeah.
at that point, that was just a ludicrous round. A 4 versus 2 that they just peek into, and they lose their lives to the rifle when the MP9. I'm actually surprised that they let them pick up the rifles in that situation. But you know what? Round on the board is a round on the board. Red Canids level things up, and we'll potentially be up 11-10 after this one, unless, of course, the Pistols have anything to say about it. Which, at this point, might actually be on the table. I mean, they are moving, edging slightly in towards that A-bomb site, and this is where the Pistols reside as of right now. Davey, a lot of angles to check here, and he's alone.
Well, checks the first one, deals with it with ease. Jay-Z a little bit harder to find. Sadson in the meantime has collected that kill. So, you know there's at least one more player there. And Destiny is taking a lot of space up towards B. Now, he's going to hear the steps of Fuck You. No, he's not. And, oh, this is so awkward right now. Knows that there was a pistol close, and Venom Zero is going to be able to go ahead and find that. W7M recovered 2 AKs, but they're not going to be able to recover that round. Red Canids make sure that they do not steer into a stack once again. Yeah, that could have got out of hand, Ted, very quickly.
Yeah, this game's been interesting. You know how I can describe it? What's it called? MotoGP. It's like the F1, but with racing motorbikes.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so imagine, you know how in MotoGP every single time when someone turns is because of the speed they need to lean to the left or the right, and you feel like they're just gonna fall down. Yeah. This is how I'm feeling about every single round this game.
You're just so nervous about.
I'm just waiting for the moment when shit hits the fan, pretty much. Yeah. I'm out there and I'm just enjoying the ride, and I feel like there is a big chance that something crazy happens, but it sometimes does, it sometimes doesn't. I mean, you never know. In the end of the day, though, Red Canids, they've picked up 6 out of the last 7 rounds here on Ancient, and if they pick this one up, they will be in prime position to steal away the map pick of W7M. This is the real money round here for the CTs. They need to make it work, and Red Canids are looking to simplify things and just go for a straight-up B hit. JC not ready for the timing. He's too slow on the util. Venom Zero will refrag Zadie. They know exactly where Fokyu is. That B-bomb site has just collapsed.
And they know where Fokyu is. They have the information. He's spamming. He's making a lot of noise. He doesn't have a free route out of there, but he's going to need to try and find one. If you're Red Canids, you leave this for a little while, and then you go on the hunt. Fokyu's been spotted. You know that you can take another AK away from him if you want to. Still, looks like they might be in a position to retake this, but right now you just run. If you're Red Canids, right, you just try and run them down. Try and take the weapons away. And actually, they're happy enough just to save. They had an opportunity. They know that as there is at least an AK. And Sadzin's alive, so you can probably hazard a guess that he might have an AWP. But all you know for sure is you win one more round and you have stolen the map pick away from W7M, and you have righted the wrong. You got 13-3 the last time you faced off against W7M on this map. This revenge could be very sweet.
Just one more. Third and final tactical timeout here. A couple things to talk about. It has been a difficult one for sure. At least you have the M-Force and the AVP for Southzen to work with. Early fights haven't really been going too well for the CTs. I mean, other than that one round that you've picked up, you were able to win the pistol and the anti-eco. There hasn't been too many occasions on which it felt like W7M have been able to feel comfortable on that defensive side of things. It would be a great moment for an early opening kill just to install that extra sense of calmness in W7M right now, just to make them feel in control for the first time in a while.
Flashing for the CTs. That's the double that folk use after, but no more. Venom Zero keeps this one at least alive for Red Canids. Now, that nade pin being pulled, I don't believe it was heard from Sadzen.
No, you can't hear that.
But you will hear the flash. You will now have Storms in rotating over.
Oh,
Oh,
you've seen him.
jiggle. Yeah, you know Stormson's there, but are you aware about the offer? Are you aware about Sadson? He's worried about his flank, turns around, misses the shot. Venom Zero has an opportunity to find two. Stormson eventually is going to be overwhelmed, and all of a sudden, the A-bomb site has completely crumbled at the most important moment, and ZD and Jay-Z need to go quickly. Jay-Z has a kit, but you still need to find where both Davidus and Knighton reside. Your map pick is in the balance right now, and it could just tip in favor of the T's, especially with that kill. David is looking for more, and he will get it done. Red Canids finish with 5 in a row and snatch the first map away.
Yeah, on fire to end it 13-10. It looked like it was a great start for W7M. They were able to lead the charge on their T side in the first half. Getting a 7-5 score didn't feel perfect, but it was good enough, especially considering they still won the pistol, and then the second they were 9-5 up, Jack, but after getting a 9-5 lead, they were able to pick up only one round until the end of that map. T side looked spectacular for Red Canids, and I mean, we were having that conversation throughout the middle of that first map, and even before the start of the first map. If that engine somehow doesn't go the way of W7M, then you surely will be facing off against a lot of adversity on that overpass, right?
For sure, man. And well, we're going to see what that overpass does have to offer. But until then, we have to send it to a short little break. Map number 2 will be coming up in around 8 minutes' time. You definitely do not want to miss it.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
one energy, one fight, one aim, one action, one hope, one expert.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to jump into map 2 of our final game of the day. We are going to be seeing who is going to be joining Case Esports in the playoffs, as Red Canids are a map up. They're only a map away, and it is their pick of Overpass. Coming up now, W7M need to come back with an answer. At least they've got, you know, the CT side of Overpass. You know, that's probably going in their favor, Ted. But my question to you is, do you think they have the possibility? Do you think they have it in them to be able to force a decider here?
I think the question should be asked in a different way. I think the question should be, do I believe that the Red Canids can close it out in a 2-0 fashion? Hell yeah, I believe they can close it out in a 2-0 fashion. They were able to get away with a pretty impressive comeback on the T side of Enshin. If they're able to keep and hold on to that momentum going into Overpass, it is their map pick. It is what is supposed to be a quote-unquote punishment pick going into this game, even though W7M have had some closer games against decent opposition recently. I do believe that Red Canids have looked like a really solid team, but if I've learned one thing after watching W7M throughout the last month and a half or so, that is that this team can go from night to day and then from day to night in a matter of seconds. So yeah, I'm just going into this one once again, just hands up, enjoying the ride, and not really thinking about it too much. Just relaxing and having fun.
That's the most important, as it is a bit of fun, of course.
Yeah,
that,
and you can never not have fun while watching South American CS.
That is very true.
It is a rule. For me, it's like Bulgarian CS on roids. It's the same, but it gets a little bit crazier at times. It's like watching Balkan teams play, but like twice the speed. I think it's a pretty accurate description of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Also, everyone's got rapper names suddenly, right? I mean, imagine we were living in the 8th Mao. We have Jay-Z. We have, by the way, Destiny sounds like a rapper name. It's like Future's brother.
See, if the Destiny is going to be Red Canids picking up that two pistols, Destiny will actually claim the double himself. He's doing a great job of getting his team up onto the site, but it's could be all in vain, especially if the CT swing through that smoke and take Knighton off the bomb, and he is going to have to try and back away here. This is at least holding for his push, but he's eventually found out. He's eventually taken down. The defuse being stuck, no kit, so Knighton has a little bit of time to reposition, and the P250 here could make all the difference, but Sadson might be the best Julie player in the event.
I mean, every single time he's picking up the Drill Berettas, he's able to get away with at least 2 kills, which is great. I think, wasn't he the only one on the USB actually in that Enshin buy when they had the 4 pairs of Julies? I think he was the only one on the USB, and he was still able to find a couple. So he's, in general, a pretty crisp pistol player when it comes down to it. It was a nice sequence by Destiny as well. But still, the Julie is able to find the kills. That first one from Samson was just a blind shot through the smoke. But still, converting. At least the bomb plant will guarantee a full investment here for the Red Can. It's a lot of rifles on disposal. Not a lot of util, though. Just 2 smokes, 1 flash, and 1 nade. Early kills on the agenda.
If they're going to be giving them, that is. I mean, if they're going to be in a position to get some of these advantages, or rather fight. Oh, well, he's hard to jump, and that's a great reaction to actually flick round and take down Jay-Z. Funky might be called into action towards long. Doesn't want to overcommit into an angle.
Yeah. Call them into action. And yeah. That's when you get a full Q play right up against you. But Satsin's in a great position to make that a triple kill. It's actually Nighton on the Glock to take him down. And he's going to upgrade himself onto an M4. And he needs to make sure that he has that reload. There wasn't a lot of ammo left. And there you have it. Man advantage saved up. But that double kill actually makes it a lot more competitive now. Great stuff by Satsin to at least keep them in the round. It's 80 here all alone. MP9 first kill gonna give away his position. That was a low HP player either way, so it doesn't really make that big of a difference, but it gives away the whereabouts. And now they need that insta refrag. 25 seconds. Zadie is still all alone. They should know he's in towards long side right now. All that matters if he's going to be able to get at least one timing needs to favor him. That is lightning quick by the MP9. And Nighton needs to get that one cleanly. He's heard the steps of the rotating player already, so he knows what he's up against. He knows where Stormsim is coming from, and he's going to have a lot of time to actually play that as he wants to. Decides to stay around the bomb site, pick up the fight, doesn't feel comfortable trying to run back in towards long, and Stormsim will eventually catch him on the way back. A little bit of BM, picks up the M4, gonna pick up the U to potentially a defuse get dropped in towards long, and the defuse will come in. Was he looking for an AVP there? I mean, you can't find anything more. He picked up a kit, a smoke, and a molly.
You looking for util maybe? More flashes, something like that. But yeah, heard the jump here. That's just an insane reaction from Hards out to find that kill. But he does take a lot of damage, and well, it's really on Sadzin, right? I mean, claiming the double. Unfortunate not to get the triple, but he was already tied down. ZD though, that shot onto David there was ridiculous. I mean, it wasn't just. It was an absolute plethora of just fantastic headshots that we've seen in that round. And W7M do come out on top. However, Red Cannons are going to go for the reinvestment. Only one player did survive, and they got the bomb plant once again. So this time Hards out. Very fast up connector. Folky with a nade in his hand. That's going to be a free kill once again. And Hards out is going to be tagged down quite low. Triple short. David is walking into a stack here. This is a big problem. Might catch the timing as they get on out of there. So they will trade map control. And surprisingly enough, W7M do not want to overstay their welcome there and try and fight for it.
Yeah, and this is really well welcomed here for the T side. I feel like they should realize that the rotations have been pulled off, but they're actually pushing back in towards that B bomb side. But that's given a lot of time to Davey to get into a good position. If they want to retake that short control here, that would be a massive risk. So a double push monster might be in play instead, but they still have just Sadzin in towards that A bomb side. He's all alone. Now he's seen one in towards long, has a Molotov to slow them down, but that should be the alarm for some help. He's still alone and the hit is coming up. He needs rotations and he needs them now.
I like this though. He gets aggressive, pushes in towards toilets, just trying to stay alive, but he is just going to be found out, and it's the low HP Hards out. Yeah, round done. This is a save. Red Cannons are going to get on the board. They've had some pretty close calls, and a lot of them, in fact, every round has been close so far, but this one.
Yeah, quite convincing. Davey spotting a couple of those players falling back. I believe that's been heard. Yeah. Stormsim realizing what's going on. I mean, if you're Davey right now, you probably just want to stay alive, by the way. This is a chance for the Red Cannons to get a buy round with 5 alive, not losing a single one, holding on to the money, building up a nice foundation now, and then you can probably invest a little bit more in the hunt later on as the game goes on. It's too early for you to be risking your financial well-being. The bomb goes off. Money will still be a bit of an issue for W7M even without the hunt coming in play. And it's a pretty one-sided one for the Red Cannons, as we pointed out. It just came down to 2 individual fights, and Hards out wins both of them.
See what W7M can get going, if they can get anything going at all with lesser weaponry. Fokyu's been spotted out. He's going to be a lucky man to get out of this one alive. He's trying to back away with his deagle. That's a great shot on Destiny, and they are just going to flash him and swing him and take him out of the round. Needed to do exactly that, but the deagle coming away with a kill there is probably best case scenario. I don't think he was getting more than that. But it leaves W7M in a position that they've got 3 rifles up. They can go for a gamble play, and that's exactly what's going on here. Sadson is going to try and rock his way out. Here goes the Peak Knight and is asleep, and he will be taken down. He will be put to sleep, the Eternal One, for good. Refrag in. But if you're red cannons, now you get a little bit wary about where the rest of the CTs are. You've spotted one on the site at least. They double push into Banana as well. They've made this very doable.
Yeah, they have made this very doable, but I feel like if you're a red cannons walking into the bomb site from long and uncontested, I think you plant for bank right now. I think you're looking for that player in towards Banana, and they should be. Hearts out, gonna go for the peak, instant headshot, great execution onto Zadie, and now it's just JC left. He hasn't found a kill yet, so this is good for him. I mean, they don't know exactly where he's coming from. They're gonna make an educated guess, and it will be the right one. Jay-Z has a smoke, has a molly, needs to navigate himself around fairly quickly though. Has he realized that a player has crossed in towards long? He's still waiting, doesn't want to give away his position. Would have dreamt to find the kill before tapping the bomb. There goes the tap though. Molly in towards long, and it's Tars out to get ahead of it. And this is a great play. That's actually given Venom Zero now a chance to just play for the round, and he spotted him. He knows he's not on the bomb. He's not going to give him the peek. There's not enough time. JC is going down to that bomb explosion. Surely both of them should be going down, and the round is for Red Cannons.
Terrorists win.
Just very well played. Venom Zero just caught a glimpse of him. Just seeing him after he tapped that bomb. That was it. The round was sealed and delivered to Red Cannons. W7M made a great bash, and they definitely made a fantastic goal. Especially that double push towards Banana there. And Hard's out. I mean, a word has to be said for him so far this game. You know, not only finding entries, but the important kill in that round to get them up on the bomb site.
Yeah.
He needed that insta headshot. He pulls it off.
He's a really clinical player. They have a lot of clinical players, right? Venom Zero, Hardzal, Destiny, all of them just quite capable of getting kills in a pretty dominant fashion. Just instant headshots, right? That sharp aim. You just know that when he has to, he can get it. I mean, it gets messy at times, but that's alright. It's just the default pistols on the other side. And now I guess you can tell that the Red Cannons are starting to get a feel of that T side. Getting that pace up. And those are not great news for W7M. Quite the opposite.
Bad news. Alright. Very bad news. I'm not talking about the Bears. Or the Eagles.
Yeah, I thought about the Eagles. Does Bad News Bears actually exist as a team still? It probably does, right?
I don't think they do. I'm not sure.
Oh no, they don't, yeah. The last official they played was on the 15th of January. They played DSL Challenger League Season 46 North America Relegation, and I think they lost it, and that's when they changed up things, so yeah. I don't actually know the players that played on the last iteration of Bad News Bears. I don't think I've seen them before, so yeah, it has been some time. Let me check out 2023. Okay, they still had Sonic played on the Bad News Bears, Steel 2, at the end of 2023. Okay, I didn't know that.
Joy of HLTV, you'll discover some mad things and some mad teams that some players have played on. Oh, Fokyu has caught the perfect timing on Destiny. He's just going to walk behind him here. Destiny's a dead man. He's never turning around in this situation. Free kill. 1-2. Into the side of the head. Nathan.
He's made steps, and he is the one with the bombs, so probably don't want to get in that fight. He's a crazy person to actually peek into that. He's got some support, but will go down. And now they need to get that kill onto Sadzin, but they will miss him. And now this is a bit of a blunder here. You've lost the bomb. Yes, it's under your possession, but you know there's so many gaps to be exploited around the map. But Davey has been able to find one of those. Stormson goes down. This is a big kill. Zadie is alone towards B as of right now. Rotations need to come in any moment now, but they are gambling on A. Just now, JC will start moving down. The thing is, if Zadie tries to cross in towards barrels, which he shouldn't, he's going to expose himself so badly. He's thinking about it. Now he's heard the players going out of Monster. He knows what's going on. He's giving away his position, though. Bomb will go down. They will try and take him off. It's so messy all over the place once again. But the tease, has Davey lagged out? I think he has.
Yeah, he lagged out. This is a 2v3. Oh, this is so dangerous. Davey's just going to be a decoy there. Like, why is this guy shooting on short? They have no idea. ZD's going to peek him and collect the kill. Then Hardsour's going to strike. They're baiting their teammate perfect. And Hardsour's going to try and pull off the clutch. He lands the HE on top, and that's what seals it. What a ridiculous round that Red Cannons are after winning. Oh my goodness. Davey Deuce is just sitting there holding down mouse 1, just being a human decoy. And Hardsour has baited him perfectly, man. That is incredible.
Hardsour just refragged the lagged out person, by the way. And then look at the way he throws the nade in the 1 versus 1. Look at that. And he just speaks with it. He just needed 1 bullet. He was already dead practically. He lost that fight straight up. But won it because of the nade.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brazil.
Oh my goodness. You know, that makes it, you know, these are pretty late nights for me and you, but that makes it all worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Like
if you're stuck in, because it's 2 a.m. for me right now. If I was stuck at 2 a.m. watching the slowest ever CAS type game, I would be losing my mind. Yeah,
I'd go mad.
This though,
no thanks.
This is prime entertainment right there.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, man. It really is.
It's beautiful.
Oh, that's ridiculous though. That is so funny. Just the fact that he's martyr-domed them as well as just fully baited a lagged out player, refragged his teammate. Like, I take my hat off. I tip it to you, Hardsour. You're incredible. You're absolutely incredible. But if you're W7M, like we were thinking about, or rather talking about in the pregame, the high emotions of both of these sides, that is one that is going to get your blood boiling when you realize what has happened.
Yeah, I mean, you realize you just got completely tunnel vision because you focused on a guy that was AFK. It wasn't even there.
And you know it now as well, because you've seen that he's lagged out, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I've got the last kill.
Yeah.
And kaboom. Dead.
Yeah. Kaboom's right. Quite right. And now you have no money to work with, so it's down to the down and back to the Deagles, 5.7s, MP9s, the T's. I've already lost a lot in towards that specific fight long, but now they've spotted the flash, and that's actually going to be great. Venom Zero gets 1, spots out, and here's the players up close, so now they can just take their time and just execute on this one with a lot of util. Flashes, Molotovs, everything that you need. Just make sure you don't give them any more kills. Then, oh, Poku's actually collected a double somehow, so Nighton will have to clutch in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, this is where you go back and pick up an AK. You leave that AWP on the ground and do not touch it for the rest of the round until you go back maybe to collect it a little bit later on. Pistols, oh, they're going to give him the fight. It was an unintentional high load that they ended up playing, but that worked perfectly. They will claim that kill. Stormson will not get close enough to snatch away that AWP. However, they will be close enough to snatch away the round. So, really nicely done. if you're the T's, though, man, I mean, you should not be letting Voku get away with 2 kills here. He should have been a dead man a long, long time ago. And that is one that is going to hurt if you're Red Canids.
Yeah. Should have been a 5-2, but now it's a 4-3 instead. They still have enough to reinvest once again. Quick boost. Might actually catch Stormson off guard, and it will catch Stormson off guard. He had no idea. Davey takes him out of the equation. It is an early opening, and that's forced a dramatic rotation, actually. They've just let go of everything that they had in towards that A bomb side extremities and rotated Fokyu down B. So afraid of a potential execution off the back of that opening, and that's left Sadson all alone. Now, thankfully, he's got a great reaction to deal with the first one, and that's Davey. That's the short player, so surely now you just rotate Fokyu back.
He's going to rotate up. He's going to be here to defend, as Red Canids are pretty committed to going towards this bomb site. Destiny is in big trouble if he doesn't jiggle this angle. He might play a little bit later on, though, as Red Canids are still going to be exploring. There's the swing. Destiny surely has spotted him out, and will actually Sadzin just backpedals into Venom Zero's AK, which is a big problem. His Fokyu now completely alone, and he won't even get a chance to shoot a bullet. None of the A players did there that time around. ZD and JZ, this is just the save. And we're just seeing instant reaction after instant reaction. Red Canids will be able to strike back. Once again, it is extremely convincing.
Yeah, you can tell that the Red Canids are trying to capitalize on, I guess, the few possibilities that you have for aggression on the CT side now with the lesser spawns, if you can call them like this, right? A lot of their rounds have just been primarily focused on taking some control in towards A early on, or just gambling on the fact that the CTs are not feeling too comfortable with it. So if they want to let it go, they feel comfortable with retaking A later on. And that changes so much, right? Because you can just focus on short connector B early on, and then you can take A, just making an educated guess that the CTs wouldn't have taken that all of that space for free early on, because it's not for free anymore. They are actually risking quite a lot. A couple of nice shots from Venom Zero and Night On, of course. 5 now on the T side. Once again, W7M win the pistol, win the conversion, and after the fact, it's just the Red Canids T side has been so strong on both Ancient and Overpass. I mean, we can forget about the eco. We can definitely forget about the round against the pistols. Other than this, it's been a solid offense.
Oh, no entries for Hearts out this time around. David now knows there's 2 players into connector and deals with both of them. Started good for W7M. Now it begins to fall apart a little bit. A hairy peak. Oh, GC though. Look at this. The quick down connector. Nathan. Oh, he's lightning quick. Needed to be to survive there for now. Destiny knife out. Good thing there's a rock placed in the middle along, because he's going to be taking a duck dive, dip diving, and dodging behind this cover, trying to find the headshot. It's an awkward engagement, and ZD just wanted out of it. And Destiny will be happy to adhere to that.
Yeah, he just wanted out. I mean, he got out indefinitely. Yeah, inevitably got out of there. Yeah. Biologically, he's out of there. And now it's just Stormson left. An MP9 up close. That was another investment, by the way. This could be Red Canids' way into a 7-3 lead even. Okay, they are going A, so this is the first step. The second one would be for Stormson to pick up a rifle, come in on the flank, get the first one, drop a rifle, pick it up, and then get 2 more kills and win the round. But all of that would have been possible if it wasn't for Destiny. Unfortunately, though, Destiny always catches up with you. And it did in that scenario, too. That's another tactical timeout coming up for W7M. And at this point, you gotta feel like you need a tactical timeout. That was a good play in towards connector early on, but then Davey just walks in and kills 2 people as if it was nothing. He should have never been allowed to get away with a double there.
No way. Absolutely no way.
It just had to be a high-low double peak from the two CTs, and Davey just going down and saying, "Yeah, there's two here."
Too busy
Davey.
fumbling with nades.
Oh yeah.
Was what went on to try to get the smoke down. Not expecting him. Punished.
One of the few Chilean players out there, right? Used to play on 9Z. He was a part of that Paquetá lineup in 2021 as well. Was actually a part of Red Canids in 2020, 2021 too. Obviously, it was a bit of a different lineup back then. Destiny and Nighton were already here, but you had people like Tex and Togs as well, who's on Sharks as of right now.
I just love how you always like go off on a tangent talking about a player, and they're instantly the first person to be taken down around.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
80%
curse.
time.
I'm throwing on them. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Like 80% of the time, I want to say. I think your strike rate is incredible, by the way. So,
Yeah.
I take my hat off to you. I really do.
I am given
especially-
interesting information about the players. And
You
then,
are, yeah,
And then
no.
people are getting the time to think about it because that said person is not in the server anymore. So you're not interested in actually looking at them play, and you're opening Headshot TV and you're like, oh yeah.
Well, here's an interesting bit of information. There's an A stack on the other side of this execute. Sad's in. He's gonna be up close with a 5-7. Oh, that's a lovely spray for 2 for Venom Zero. Does he realize that ZD's up close? Oh, Hearts Out might be in a position to find him. The timing is everything, but ZD now has collected an AK, but not for long. Hearts Out is there. Down into a 2v2. Time not their friend, and neither is Storms in. Headshot instant on to the bomb carrier, and Nighton now with that AWP barely gets a chance to scope in as W7M honestly look better with the pistols than they do with the rifles in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, they've won the pistol. They've won one more. 3 out of their last 4 rounds, they've won with the pistols. And the one that they didn't win with the pistols, they played against the full eco. Oh, no, it was a forest buy. But they conceded the bomb plan. So technically, they've won 1 buy round out of 4 rounds that they picked up. Once they've had guns. And 4 times, or 3 times, they had pistols. And they're still making this one look fairly competitive. I mean, fair enough to them. A lot of teams in their situation, or in their position, would have been losing, I don't know, 1-9, 2-8. Davey, though, he's caught a phenomenal timing once again. A freebie. He's gonna get away with murder. And now the opener needs to be careful. Harzal's on the other side of the wall with a Mac-10, and he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Probably doesn't want to chase him down. Realizes he's in a big disadvantage going into this one, but again, the Red Canids have been able to get away with a kill. Venom Zero is looking for another.
Everything. Oh, that jiggle is good, and Stormsin is able to pick up that kill because of it. Sadsin continues just to push in, and they must have heard what I said, because this is a much better gun round from W7M for sure. Destiny thrown into a 1v4 situation that he has, I want to say, about a 5% chance of winning, probably less.
I'm still thinking about the way that Venom Zero tried to chase him down while spraying, and he never stopped.
Holding that mouse one,
Yeah.
not letting go.
That was
Yeah,
something.
it's an interesting approach.
I
have seen it work.
You know what? I just hope that production didn't take a picture of me and my reaction to that play, because that was, yeah,
Mouth open.
yeah.
Catching flies.
I was in a position where I could have caught a lot of flies there, and I had my eyes closed as well. It was mouth open, eyes closed, silent screaming. Fuck you. A big nade. Doing a whole lot of damage. Needs a lot of help though. The flash is great, and he's gonna get run down by the pistol. Jay-Z in a good position, but needs to be careful not to go down. Gets a triple, and that should be great. Jay-Z switches to the Deagle. This is class right now. A great performance by Jay-Z, and we're not talking about a rapper on a big stage. We're talking about the CS player on a bit of a smaller, but still considerably bigger stage, and might be in for the ace here. There it goes. Jay-Z will get 5 kills. to level things up at the end of that first half. W7M finally get around with the guns on that CT side. And it's worked quite a lot.
Not just one. I mean, they got 2 in a row there, so that
Yeah.
was, you know, pretty
Impressive
solid.
recovery.
I mean, fair play to Jay-Z for being able to pick up those kills. Great flash from Venom Zero. Good opening from Knighton. Let's have a look at this. This was the cherry on top. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. 2 1-taps to finish it. Right cannons. A CT side now. This is definitely still not over and done with just yet. W7M are going to be happy enough they were able to recover from that one really spiraling out of control, but we know how dangerous it can be when you're on the T side of overpass. Very little resistance over towards the B bomb site. Just Venom Zero for the moment. You've dealt with him, but it has cost you one of your players. You will get up, you will take the site, and you will be able to get that bomb plant down towards heaven. Arnzel is not going to be able to deny it from that position. And there's 3 players now coming in from the flank, including him. But no kit in play, and you've got Jay-Z boosted up in heaven now to strike Davidus. Yeah, you just wrap upon him, you crunch upon him, and you try and get this pistol round over the line. Knighton and Destiny, I mean, they're looking left and right. They're panicking in terms of the gunfights they're going into. Knighton eventually is going to win one, but with no kit, there just surely is not enough time. There's the peak. Jay-Z double dink down. Knighton will fall. And W7M, Ted, they continue their perfect record in pistols.
Yeah, once again, they picked up both pistol rounds here. T side, momentum's a big thing on overpass. You obviously want to delay the moment in which the red cannons will get their guns out here. There's the replay. Great boost as well. We never know how many kills Davey could have found there in towards CT if it wasn't for Jay-Z's position. I mean, he was probably getting run down by the Glogs, but even 2 kills would have made a difference. Even 1 kill could have probably made a slight one. So you're looking at 8 on the board right now for W7M. And you know, if you're wondering whether you should be a believer or not, I can give you some context to what we're seeing right now. How the overpasses have recently gone for W7M. So they did win their most recent one, which was in that last qualifier, which was at the start of February. So quite a long time ago against 9C. That was a 16-12 overtime victory. But before that, they did lose to both 9Z and Bestia, respectively, which was, I think, the RMR close qualifier. 7-13 for 13, and they haven't played an overpass in quite a while. Then, obviously, you look at the Red Canis, things are a little bit different. They did play it at the RMR. They beat Odex 16 or 13-6 on it, sorry. Lost it to Pain, 10-13, beat Imperial, won it 13-3 in the ESL Challenger League. So for them, things have been significantly better when it comes down to overpass, even though it's not a clean cut. They have been playing against some pretty decent opposition. Exciting to see if they're going to be able to kick things up here on the CT side. Nighton picks up that AVP. We haven't really seen too much of him on that AWP, to be fair. Not too many massive rounds on the previous map here as well. His best work, I'd say, has been done on the rifle, actually. It would be a good moment for him to step it up on the big green, of course. He's got all the experience in the world. Probably more than his entire enemy team combined, if you take him and Destiny.
Good time to delve into that experience for sure. This is where you need your most experienced players to step up and be counted. Flash into mid, they will take control of that. Do not want to overstay your welcome for sure, as W7M are not going to be respecting that smoke for very much longer. As they go for a mid play themselves, Nathan, losing vision, is going to have to reposition. This glass cannon could shatter, especially with the toilets walk that he doesn't see coming, but Hardzair now has the timing to deal with 1 and 2 just like that. He makes it look so easy.
Yeah, that was a great decision as well from Harzao. He just realizes that he was standing on the other side of that smoke and nothing happened for such a long time. Didn't want to expose his Oper potentially. That was just great awareness by him. And Destiny will drop Jay-Z in towards shore. This one's just collapsing for W7M right now. Harzao still alive and kicking. Looking for something more. Looking for another victim to take down. And he hasn't heard a lot. But the awareness has been good so far, and he still has the Oper to just jump spot towards the back of the side. Now I think they've heard him switch guns to throw the bomb. Harzao will actually start moving forward, and he's picked up another. Surely he goes down, though. Surely Sazin just spams him down. With 20 seconds, though, I think he might be hoping to get away with a save. And Harzao, once again, is on the prowl for another kill.
I don't blame him. I mean, he's made every gunfight there look extremely easy. I mean, he blindsides one, but the other two, I mean, we're facing him head on. He still manages to deal with both of them. That's going to be a clean CT round to start Red Cannons on the guns, which is a massive bonus. It's a massive boost to your confidence as well. And that is what looks, you know, a little bit strange. You know, it looks like he has caught the perfect timing, which he has, but that is just such great awareness, man. That's, you know, experience on this map and realizing, you know, what can be given up, what might be going on around the map at certain times, where T's can be. And it's just beautiful to look at.
Switching things up, though. W7M gathering up in front of that B-bomb side, and Venom Zero is to be tested.
Flashes out Monster. Barrel smoke deployed. Venom Zero now is going to try and just get over on top of it. He shuts down 2 instantly, holding down S1. He's going to run out of bullets, but he will not run out of supporting teammates. David claims a double for himself, and Sadson now his position known to Red Cannons for sure. He's just going to molly him off, actually. Molly bounces, doesn't land flush, and Sadson tucks himself in the corner just to make sure if a flash comes in, he is going to dodge it. The Red Cannons are just happy enough to leave him there. They don't have to play for him. Eventually, he will reveal himself, and Destiny is going to peek out in a timing. Yes, he's seen him now. Molly will come in, and Destiny will have to swing a little bit wide, but it's the perfect bait into the op of Nathan, who holds strong, much like the B-bomb site.
Yeah, that was a great defense by Venom Zero. It doesn't really get any better than that, does it? I mean, you deploy your Molotov, you deploy your smoke, you get on top of the barrel, you get 2 kills. The flash from Davey was absolutely great as well. Zadie and Poke, you just couldn't see a thing. And Venom Zero, even fully flashed after getting that double kill, still did some bonus damage on the 2 players trying to climb on top of the barrel and take him down. Of course, he had a lot of teammates nearby to finish off those kills, but the Red Cannons looking quite powerful now on that CT side, starting to kick things off, and this one is already giving me some ancient second half vibes here, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't blame you. I would be inclined to agree as well. Yeah, this is definitely scary for W7M. This is always a possibility. You know, if you lose your map pick, you go over onto the stomping ground of your opponents. And a team like Red Cannons, excuse me, are a threat on any map you are going to face them on. Oh, has Folky caught a nice timing here? It's going to be checked here by Harzao or Destiny. Oh, well, Destiny should turn around anyway and deal with him regardless. It's only a matter of time before Red Cannons find out these pistols and put themselves into the lead. And if you're W7M, you need to stay with Red Cannons for as long as possible. You need to level this game up here. If you don't, that seed of doubt will begin to creep in.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even describe it as a seed of doubt. I would just describe it as a sense of helplessness, maybe, on that T side. The fact that the moment that Red Cannons got the guns out, things just started working out for them. You go to a bomb site, you get completely shut down. First, Harzao just shuts you down through the smoke, just coming in from behind. Then you decide to switch it up with a B play. Venom Zero just mows you down. You just need something to work out for you. Even a closer round that you end up losing would still give you some leverage going forward. At least you can work your way out of something that worked out. And, you know, this is not a bad start. Zadie dropping Hards out, you punish that aggressive rifle in towards the A-bomb side, but you still need to take the presence of an AVP into account. Nighton gonna get flashed off the angle, decides to actually stay around, and there's no AVP on the other side to actually challenge him. And with all that information that Nighton's getting right now, they can start rotating people back towards the B-bomb side and support Venom Zero. I'm not sure if the rotations will arrive in time, though.
Well, the flash is going to give you all the information you need. Barrel smoke going to be put down once again. Oh, Venom Zero already claims a kill. He won't stick around for the double, but he's happy enough with one. And the util is just raining on top of the T's as they try and make their way out. The T's are throwing some back to try and create some space for themselves. And while Stormsin is the furthest man forward, the rest of them haven't got through the pipe, but now they will come through forcefully. And there's nothing that Red Cannons can do about it but fall. Nighton taken down towards heaven. And W7M level this one up. The damage was there for Red Cannons, but they just couldn't get that final bullet into each player.
Yeah, that was all over the place there for Venom Zero. He finds the first one. He's waiting for the flashes. The moment that he swings, it kind of felt like he just threw himself at 4 players, right? Even though they were flashed, even though he had the advantage, even though the damage was going in favor of the Red Cannons, the rotations were able to go in time. They just couldn't finish off the frags. And that miss from the AVP of Nighton was just the cherry on top. W7M leveled things up once again, trying to keep it quick, trying to keep it dynamic here. And Harzao was thinking about giving them the fight once again. Maybe realizes he's far too exposed with Connector being a threat as well. So it's time to back off.
Oh, Nighton wanted to stick around on that angle. Sights against it. Hards out. He's going to be waiting this time towards long. Oh, turns around. Folk you will claim one for free. Nighton now waiting here in the stats. Folk you is up close. Oh, the flash in. Folk you taking lots of damage. And Nighton's just going to run in and quick scope him. David is hoping that a trailing bullet is going to land. Destiny realizing he's got a perfect timing might line up too. And indeed he has. He shut them down. Stormsin is a million miles away. He's got out monstered, but it doesn't matter. He's got no teammates, and more importantly, he doesn't have the bomb.
Oh, and this is so devastating for Stormsim right now. Surely he just realizes that both CTs must have been in towards Connector, right? He was hoping to actually get a flank on and play later on, but his teammates just fall down. They get the kills, but they were just not ready for the Connector play. They didn't hear it. And Stormsim will have to come and clutch. 30 seconds on the clock. One player spotted previously. Second one is a completely unknown entity, and he might get caught on the timing here. He's gonna get spotted. Surely Destiny shoots him down. It's a triple for Destiny. 10 on the board for the Red Cannons, and W7M back to square one with barely any money to work with.
Man, you mentioned Game of Thrones earlier today. Never mind Game of Thrones, Game of Timings. This has been full of them. I mean, such important times. You think about that first kill, you think about that timing up Connector that Davidus has managed to get to save the round. Oh, this is a ridiculous game right now. Stormsin getting super risky, sending it up short with that AK. It's going to be another early B play. Oh, it might just work out. They've got 4 kills in a matter of seconds. Minute 30. It's just Harzao left. What a call. This is a crazy game.
What's happened there? I mean, Stormsin just walked out of short and found a double, and Fokyu going out of monster took down 2 as well on the deke.
He ran through a molly, and they didn't hear him run through the short molly, so he's tanked a full Molotov pretty much down to 46 HP, I want to say.
And he catches 2 people on nades?
And he's killed 2 on nades, yeah, because they have no idea. Because they didn't hear the smoke.
Wow.
And then you got free upgrades for everybody instead of your money being absolutely shattered.
Yeah, now the money on the CT side is gone.
Yeah.
That is
Watch it
awkward.
again.
We're gonna see a replay of that. Yeah, no one's looking towards short. They have no idea. Oper goes down. Folku got a kill onto Venom Zero instantly as well. I mean, if Venom Zero wins that fight, this is an entirely different round as well, because then the short player, or the one that was playing in front of the pillar, stays alive. But this could be us going back to square one. This could be us going to a third map here. Completely realistically, I mean, you look at such a late reset. The red cannons at 10 apiece, go for a force buy, Hearts Out being the only gun. You need a hero right now.
This is some crazy Counter-Strike. I can't lie. I'm all in for it though. I'm here for it. We did say LATAM CS is entertaining. And we have front row tickets right now, and I have a funny feeling there might be another twist in this one. Knighton towards long. Oh, fuck you, just dinks him up though. There goes the element of surprise. Knighton will be lucky to get out of this one alive, and he has actually gotten away. Hearts out in towards connector.
That's dangerous.
Yeah. There's an alien as well here. Oh, Jay-Z could be the big problem though. Look at this position from him. Hearts out, needed to find that kill, and does flash towards long. Destiny, up close with the 5-7. David just gives away his position. Stormson's going to go up and try and take the site. That's exactly what happens, and now they know where Venom Zero is coming from. Claims only one. Sadson shuts him down, and W7M survive a massive jump scare.
That should be 12 rounds for W7M straight away. They've won 3 out of the last 4. That's going to be 4 out of the last 5. And we could be going to the third and final map. That game has just been a shooting gallery. And if we go to the third map, let me remind you, we're in for a Mirage, potentially. So, keeping it up with the individual performances from both teams, I guess. That is, unless the Red Cannons are going to be able to close things out here in overtime. Because at this point, it feels like regulation is not really an option anymore. Davy Dales was trying to get ahead of the Molotov, but the flash didn't really make it a possibility, so he's gonna hit the ground running straight away. Knighton with a couple nice shots.
Double dink. Bad, I suppose. Another dink landed. That's a really good reaction though from Sadson. Knighton's gonna be dropped. Destiny has caught a timing in towards short here. But Jay-Z has just exposed him, actually gets caught by surprise, but ZD makes sure he doesn't get out alive. This is going down to just Hearts out on a CZ. Not for long. 12-10. W7M are 1 round away from forcing this Mirage. Red Cannons were very close, Ted, but have they come up short?
Seems like it. I mean, unless you have some Case magic left in you, right? That's a pretty... It's pretty much the same situation that Case found themselves in on Inferno, being down 10-12. Of course, it was a different case scenario. It was Sharks' map pick, and now it's actually the Red Cannons that have picked into that overpass. But still, 2 rounds needed for OT. If one of those doesn't go your way, then we're going to a Mirage. It's been a great resurgence by that T side for W7M. Sadson leading the charge with 20-12. We wanted to see a better performance from him individually, and he's delivered. But he's been getting a lot of support by the rifles of Jay-Z, Sadie, Folku once again being outstanding in important moments. That could be it. Hearts out. Thinking about going for something aggressive. It's actually the AVP of Sadson to hit the ground running first.
Yeah, didn't even get a chance to go for that short peek because he was dropped. Advantage with red cannons. W7M going to try to respond. Hardzo's given up that angle at an unfortunate timing. If he stuck around, he might have been able to collect a kill. Jay-Z now creeping extremely close as of right now, and Hardzo hasn't seen him. Stormson's going to run right in. Jay-Z's going to take him down, and Knighton now needs the rotations to come in. The flashes are perfect. It's smelling like a third map, unless Davidus can do something special. Destiny on the flank. Venom Zero up from CT. They've heard him rotate surely. Jay-Z spots out Destiny and takes his head off. As Venom Zero now walking forward. Folkyou takes him down, and W set the Emmy. They have forced a deciding map. Mirage, Ted, I didn't think this was going to happen. I thought Red Cannons were going to be able to close this one out in 2, and then all of a sudden a round like that happens over towards the big bomb site. Man, that is just ridiculous Counter-Strike to get you back in the game, and not only that, to spiral you into winning a map.
Yeah, W7M just showing us that they apparently won that playoff spot extremely badly and don't want to be playing that lower bracket elimination game. A great recovery, 4 rounds in a row, 5 out of the last 6 here on the T side of Overpass to be able to close it out. Red Cannons looked in prime position, in pole position to run away with this in the 2-0 fashion, but it was not meant to be. Mirage, ladies and gentlemen, coming out straight after the break to figure out which one, or find out actually, which one of those 2 teams will qualify for the playoffs and which one will get one more shot at an elimination game later on. See you then.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearly ready to go with our final map of the day. It's a decider on Mirage between Red Canids and W7M. And well, we are really intrigued to see who is going to be joining KC Sports in the playoffs. I mean, it was looking like it was going to be Red Canids done in 2, Ted, but all of a sudden, W7M, they battled back. They've got it onto a decider now, and it is all down to these next 24 rounds or maybe more, who knows. But my question to you is, who do you got?
I mean, at this point, it's really hard to say. I thought that Red Canids would have it in the bag. I thought we were just moving into another swift 2-0 there, but yeah, man, at this point, I feel like I gotta back W7M. They were able to bounce back in a position where I really thought it was impossible. The T side looked incredible. It felt like they were just all on the right, I guess, page, all on the same page, just not letting themselves get out of control and allowing themselves to believe and feel defeated. So yeah, I mean, going into Mirage just looked fairly solid for the W7M boys recently, and I'm expecting something similar. FoQ opens things up really nicely already in that pistol.
Instant on the first player. Does a little bit of damage to the next, but won't be able to stop the T's from spilling into jungle. However, he has claimed destiny in the meantime as I am talking. Looking for more. Fuck you with 3 as Stormson swings out onto the site. He's got some backup, but the backup dealt with. Oh, but Sadson now takes down Venom Zero. Back turn. Knighton has to get off the bomb, and this is a straight up 1v1. Red Canids are still in search of their first pistol of the series, and Knighton is going to gift it to them as he takes down 4 on his own. The captain leading by example.
Yeah, what a 4K by Knighton. It felt like there was nothing more that FoQ could have done to secure that round, right? He goes for the aggressive Palace Peak, repositions towards Ticket, goes on top of the smoke, there's another, swings through to get a third. And then suddenly, that second shot from Knighton, that was absolutely crisp. In the zone right now, and you know, that could be the defense reaction here, the defense mechanism for the Red Canids, realizing that they let this previous map go away. So now it's time for business. Now it's time to make this one a clean one, show dominance. OneXBet favoring Red Canids for the window, supporting the favorites. Let's see if they will be able to step up to those expectations. Can't really expect anything more of this one, but a 2-0 lead. Maybe if you're able to get your hands on a gun, you will be happy for W7M. One of the things that I wanted to actually ask you about, because we've seen a lot of mirages on second, third map for those types of teams. When you're looking at the record for W7M, because obviously it's looking quite impeccable, right? They've won, what, like 4 out of their last 5. The only one that they lost was against Bestia, but they've looked great against other Brazilian teams. And then you look at Red Canids' 5 games, but against arguably tougher opposition, because you're looking at just like teams of the caliber of Imperial, 9Z, and Legacy. Are you getting worried about Red Canids? Because even though they've played it against a lot of teams, this is the first time they're playing Mirage in around a month. The last time they played it was in the Challenger League against Imperial on the 14th of February. You think there might be some rust when it comes down to it?
Oh, I don't think a month is long enough to warrant some rust. But it's entirely possible if the T's weren't shooting back, if Red Canids actually, you know, weren't playing to such a high level that we've already seen from them, I would be a little bit more worried. But the fact that all the individuals have really been showing up in the important rounds does ease that little bit of worry about Rust. Now, they are going to get a bomb down here in this first gun round. They've lost Destiny in the meantime. They've taken jungle control. The CTs are going to try and make their way out and retake this bomb site. They're going to have to do so with a lack of a kit. Flash over towards Palace here. Hard's out, trying to just cause a little bit of a distraction and maybe find a kill or two. He's got one. Bomb not even tapped just yet, as Jay-Z will not get near it. Himself and Sadson need to get on out of there, as Nathan is going to try and box in these CTs from saving. And Sadson does not want to make a sound. He's going to be as silent as a mouse as he hides in under, as W7M go 3 rounds behind.
Yeah, at least you hold on to that AVP, but in a 5 versus 4 retake, you would have felt like you wanted to get away with it a little bit more, especially after JC gets that kill through the smoke, but then great work by Venom, Zero, Nighton. The connector jungle presence made most of the work there to at least get the attention away so the Palace B could get enabled. Sadson has actually dropped over an M4 to Fokyu, but he's lost his captain straight away, and now the AWP has been spotted out. Surely they're not letting him get out of there, but he actually recovers from that initial jump. Has managed to fall back. Now they've lost one gun, and I'm not sure if that's in a position to get picked up. I believe that was oh, it's actually in towards window, so they will be able to get their hands on it, but a straight up play in towards the B bomb side might be the right call, even though the AWP is actually one step ahead with our rotation. Satson's already here.
It comes down to this shot though. Well, Nathan, oh, just over the top of the shoulder, Sadson, and now he's just going to be ran down by the guns. But will they get close to him? He's got assistance, he's got his team there, he's eventually taken down. But this M4 that was picked up in window is going to make sure that W7M are going to claim their first round. AWP dropped. They didn't get it.
Yeah, and well, I guess Stormson has enough money to drop one over.
But it was thrown to his teammate so he could get his hands on it.
Yeah.
And his teammate didn't make it out the window. So it's a big weapon to buy back in. Like, to buy back on. And Red Canids are going to go ahead and call a tactical timeout here. They're going to buy regardless. But, Ted, that's a very big investment that W7M have to go for in this round. And if Red Canids are able to get number 4 on the board here, that just really reduces what W7M can have in the following round.
Yeah, I mean, still, I feel like we might be looking too much into it because it was a half buy in the end of the day for W7M. So in the first place, they weren't supposed to get away with this round. So the fact that you're not holding on to the AVP, obviously it's not great. It's nearly $5,000 that you need to spend. But you still get away with a round that you shouldn't be winning. You still have the big green, you have the rifles, and everybody's Zadie's got a little bit of a bank to work with. So yeah, it could have been better, but it's still alright. It's still fine. It's all about the consecutive rounds. You just want to make sure you don't lose this, because either way you would have been in a pretty worse for wear position. There is a way back though, early on, especially with the 2 pistols on the side of Red Canids. Early mid control established by the T's, not really contested by the CT side of things. That is instead focused the majority of its attention in towards that A bomb side.
On nades go in. Fokyu actually takes that smoke on the chest there. So Venom Zero knows that he is probably playing close to this. Is he going to be able to see him over the top of that smoke? Not yet. Fokyu keeping a head down, making sure if a flash comes over, he's not going to be blinded. He's going to try and make their way out now. The smoke is going to clear, and Fokyu will have that kill for now, but he's not ready for Destiny. However, it doesn't matter. His teammates doing a great job of holding this bomb site. Stormson takes a lot of damage from Destiny, and Sadson has the escape route covered. That's a lot cleaner this time around, and they won't be punished. So that was all just theory that we were talking about not saving the AWP.
Yeah.
Didn't matter in the end. They repurchase, they hold on. Red Canids now should be on an eco.
It was a good defense. It's always a lot easier when you're able to cut off one of those avenues of attack when the T's are trying to go for a split through connector and coming out of ramp and palace. The moment that you deal with the ramp and palace players, then you can focus entirely on connector and vice versa. If you can isolate those and just pick up the fights one after the other, quite methodically, it is a lot easier. Stormson actually receives 2 flashes to go for those peaks, and there's another for Zadie. A lot of Uto dropped in. He's just jiggling for the time being, trying to bait out the peak. Might actually bait a couple more players than he might be ready for. The flash should come in any moment now. It is a little bit late for the first 2 though, but no issues for the rifle. And it will be a clean one. A little bit of BM there being shown in by Stormson. He's letting them know how he feels about this 3rd and final map. And W7M, I think it's a safe assumption to make, have woke it up and entered Mirage here. It is about the time to figure out whether the red Candice will be for real and will be able to hold on and keep up with the pace.
Definitely no love lost between the two teams for sure. Fast approach out towards middle. W7M are quite happy to give this up, but Red Cannons are now in a really good position to do something with that control. Last time it didn't really work out. They went over towards A, they split, and W7M were able to hold on, especially FoQ towards stairs. Was a real danger and a real threat. I think Red Cannons are now going to explore their options up towards this B bomb site. It's a little bit of a split because they've got hards out in towards the apartments. But it is going to come down to ZD and Stormson if they can win their duels, if they can win their fights. Sadson. He's going to check above. Oh, the flick was nearly there. He takes quite an unhealthy amount of damage, but he is still in the round.
Yeah, and he's holding for it. He's going to go for the wall bang. That was a whisker away. Stormson, in the meantime, gets 1, but goes down. And Sadson now needs to rotate back and try and support ZD, who's towards the back of the bench. If he peeks the timing right, he might get away with more than 1 here. They're not going to be ready. There's the first one. That's the player off the bomb, and that makes it indefinitely more uncomfortable for the remaining 2 Ts. Now they need to make their way on the bomb site, get that bomb, plant it, and then try and fight their way out of that position. Molotov will force Davey into a fight that he actually wins against FoQ though. That leaves Sadson in a 1 versus 2. 3 HP to work with. And the question here is, do you really want to give this one a crack? Or you just want to hold on to the big green? And I think it's the latter of the 2.
Hey, you're going to have to get your runners on as well to get out of here, right? I mean, you've reloaded, you've stepped, and David knows that this fight is coming. He's going to hold, and it didn't matter that Sadson was low HP. He's going to instantly find the headshot. Red Cannons are going to answer back. They're going to put themselves into the lead once again. It's W7M rebuy and try and get back to winning ways themselves. Red Cannons opting for their second tactical timeout extremely early on, Ted. This is a little bit surprising.
I feel like it's because they realize how important the magnitude of this round is for their well-being in the first half. Another reset on the CT side economy here could just be another momentum shift in favor of the Red Cannons, and it could be them just guaranteeing themselves at least a tied-up score at halftime. Also, I think they realize how all over the place those rounds have been, right? Because we haven't necessarily seen the cleanest game of CS. I mean, you compare it to the first map. I think on map 1 we just saw the team that was just playing the better game to just win the round. It felt a lot more convincing. Here though, it just feels like it's always going down to the wire. It's always down to a clutch post plan, and that's resulting into a pretty worse for wear economical situation for both those teams. A lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to discuss going forward, I'm sure, for both those squads. For now, though, a bit of a mid-aggression. The timing was awful on that unscope there, and it actually cost Destiny's life, but the T's are able to respond back in towards middle and in towards the A bomb site that has fully collapsed after FoQ's been dealt with.
Oh, David is giving Sadson a chance. Smoke is going to go down. CTs can actually beat this. CD is going to be playing around it for sure. Nathan wants to get in behind Firebox. He can be double naded out of position. There's one. There's two. And there's the bomb down.
And no plant. That was a second away from actually going down, but now it becomes so much more uncomfortable for those two players. And Venom is not ready for the swing. He's gonna get tagged down. Doesn't actually go down. But his position compromised, his HP dwindling away. Zadie actually sticks around, but that's only because Stormzen is close by and he can join the party. Look at the HP, it's so low for the side of W7M, but it doesn't make a difference. Stormzen gets the final 2 kills. We're leveled up once again. No bomb plant for Red Canids means that after that tactical timeout that they went for, they actually need to lean back and have a bit of an eco coming up. So W7M still looking in control here after the pissed around in the initial 3. We've seen a really good performance from Stormzen. I mean, we did want to see something better from the AVP of Sadzin, but I feel like just rifle-wise, we've just received some great rounds in this game so far. Great plays individually from both those teams.
I don't think that we've seen, you know, bad plays from anybody. I think everybody is living up to the expectation and the hype in this game for sure. We're getting some really, really entertaining rounds of Counter-Strike. Getting some extremely close, clutch moments. I think a decider now, although it is going a little bit late for us, Ted, but I think we needed to see it for sure, and I'm excited to see what the rest of these rounds bring. This should just be a complete and utter domination towards middle, in which it is. David will be the last player to fall. W7M will continue to push through their CT side. 5-4. 5 out of the last 6 as well. So the tide and the shift in momentum is definitely on the side of W7M. It's up to Red Canids now to try and flip that.
Haven't seen too many dedicated off of spawn calls from the Red Canids so far, by the way. A lot of mid-oriented defaults. Some lurks in towards the bomb sites whenever they felt like mid has created enough of an opening, but we haven't seen an off-spawn commitment, and this one's not going to be different. Hearts out, good for 1 kill, counters that aggression, gets refried by the AVP, and spotting the up close round means that you have all that space to take in towards mid and all those fights that you can get into and win comfortably, and that's exactly what Destiny does as he holds on to the man advantage of the Red Canids into the round. The thing is, the bomb is yet to be recovered and final decision is yet to be committed to, but it does look like it might be on the cards. Venom Zero spotted Storms and they've seen each other, so that aggression has been spotted out, but now they've heard the steps of the player walking out and in towards kitchen, and the CTs should be aware that there could have been a player in a good position. Davy's gonna walk his way in towards jungle. They actually call the bomb back.
It's all on Sads in here though. It's just the AWP towards Palace. It's not really the weapon you'd want in this situation, and it's already been spotted. They already know. Missed shot. This might as well just be the save here for W7M. Unless you find the kills instantly on the site, this is not going to happen. And with ZD walking right through the murder hole, this round is done. Red Canids will level this one up. Oh, it's so quick onto Stormzen as well. And I mean, the damage being done to the economy here for sure isn't going to help things for W7M. You keep the AWP alive. You get that one wrong, you still have a little bit of time now to fix what went wrong, fix maybe a little bit of a gap in the defense there. Red Canids for sure are going to be looking to exploit that once again. Extremely, extremely close half.
Yeah, it just feels like we were going blow for blow, round for round. Of course, a lot of it has to do with the fact that the red cannons were able to pick up the pistol as well and get a good start. It's been pretty obvious what the red cannons want to go for. A bit of a switch up from W7M though without under aggression. Venom Zero aware of the possibility on the first one. Focus still manages to hold strong, but look at that reaction. They're just gonna walk through the connector smoke. This is complete madness. Tatsun on the other side switches to the pistol. It's so awkward, still able to get away with one. Fokyu needs to go down and will go down. And now the issue is Tatsun is extremely low on HP as well, but up close AVP doesn't matter, doesn't miss. Finally, Nighton's gonna get that refrag, but there goes Storms in from behind. W7M get a 6.
That was ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous towards middle. The double push towards under, I mean, you get a good kill out of that. Fuck you. It's crazy how he still comes back out under and still manages to do as much damage. But I think that's just kind of fuck you in a nutshell, right? I mean, unless you 100% kill him, he is going to hurt you and punish you. And Sad's not even sticking around here in connector to find Hards out. It's a big risk because he's low HP. The HE actually could have taken him out of the round, but he still sticks there. Oh, Hards out's dead. Folk you once again finding an entry for his side. But the double palace push means that there is a gap out ramp for red cannons now to make their way. The smokes are up. Nade will not expose anybody now. Nighton aggressive to try and take care of one player. You know Fokyu is there as well, so you need to go and look for him. You need to go and find him. Nighton is going to be the man to do just that. A battle of the IGLs, a meeting of the minds in towards Palace, but it's Fokyu to come out on top in Destiny. Now thrown into a 1 versus 3, sprays down ZD, waiting for the repeak of Fokyu. Might want to do it on the reload, and Fokyu, that is a amazing round to finish off on. 3 for the IGL, 12 and 10 he finishes the half on, and a 2-round advantage for W7M.
It is a great end to that half. A lot of proactivity in towards the bomb sites early on. This is the way to counter that mid presence that the red cannons have been trying to condition them to throughout this entire half. And even though the red cannons wanted to actually group up and hit the bomb site for once, they still lost their palace presence, and that was quite tough to overcome later on. So look at the way that the rounds have been going. For the first time in a while, and for the first time I believe in the series, W7M are actually the favorites according to 1xBet to pick this one up. The first best round did go in favor of the T side of the red cannons. And after the switch, W7M will be hoping for the exact same outcome. No Molotov for under Palace though, so it has to be the wild swing out of there with the flash.
Oh, 1, 2. As easy as that, and David is now going to strike from underneath the balcony. And if you're Fokyu now, this might feel the smallest place in the world, but oh, I don't want to rule him out. Oh, especially of a pistol. He can shine in rounds like these. With a P250 in hand, it's a fair fight up against the USP. So he's getting these fights that he wants happen away. Red cannons 1 by 1, but eventually Hartsow is going to stop him. Red cannons will take 2 pistols on Mirage. They are now only just 1 behind. Talk about this double though from Venom Zero to get the ball rolling. Mid-air and then instantly set on the second. That is lovely from him.
Yeah, that's what we call a surger's precision. I mean, that was... yeah. That was that. That was precise. As precise as it gets in a position like that. And that's gonna set up your team for a leveled up score once again. 1 the ego, 1 hope, and it's Fokyu. First one in line. You need a 1 D from him. Otherwise, everything's just gonna fall flat. And unfortunately, you're out of hope already. And out of people.
That Deagle changed hands 3 times. Didn't add a single kill, unfortunately. But nice to see that W7M do like to recycle. Won't be able to reuse around like that because you've got the guns up this time. This is where we will begin to maybe separate the two sides. Wonder how W7M are going to make their move. Smoking towards under there from Nathan. Just to get the illusion that maybe there's a boost going on over towards middle just to keep the T's occupied. This is looking like a straight up B play though. And it is coming sooner rather than later. Fuck you. Grabs that kill. His team is mollied out. And that might be the cancel.
That's actually better for them, I believe. The fact that the CTs were able to stop them. Focus now going to rotate in. They will realize there's so many CTs towards the back of the site, but they find all the kills. Destiny goes down, same for Knighton, and Hard's House not getting out of there alive. It's just Venom 0 left. W7M just shut them down.
Well, I thought they were going to cancel it, but instead, they just wait. FoQ gets into a great position to help out and just causes enough distraction for his team to run out, find all the kills. That is definitely the way you do a B play.
Yeah,
and that is a dominant first gun round.
Out the bat as well, right? You get a first buy. You're not going for a default. You're not going for anything slower, more methodical. You're not trying to get a feel of the game. You just send it out with a B-pop, right? You just send Fokyu out mid all alone. He gets that first kill, and then you go for a B-pop straight away. You even do that into a 3-man stacked bomb site, and it still works out wonders because of Fokyu's job in towards middle, because of that first kill, and the fact that he gets in towards short, and it makes those players just get a bit more nervous about there being a possibility of a second position getting involved in that main execute here for the W7M Esports lineup. And a tactical timeout coming out from the Red Canids. That's their final one. 3 out of 3. I mean, technically, they'll get one more if we get into an overtime. And to be fair, this game has been extremely close. But I think the Red Canids can feel how it could slip right through their fingertips.
For sure. They can definitely maybe feel it passing them by if they're not careful. And if this round is going to fall into the hands of W7M, that fear will become more and more real.
They've called the same round.
Yeah, the exact same round.
They're doing the same thing. Vulcan towards top middle. Lurkin trying to find a kill. Everyone else lining up for a B-pop. And Fokyu, this time, falls down. Didn't realize what's going on. Now they do. Now they hear the nades. Now they see everyone going in towards their direction. Hard's out. Passes the first test. Hard's out with a double. And this time, the B defense stands strong and holds on. Yes, they will lose maybe one more. But the defense looking a lot better. Great reaction. And Nighton will put an end to it. Just one victim for the Red Canids. We're leveled up once again. And W7M did try and hit him with the same thing after a tactical timeout. It didn't work out, though.
Yeah, I mean, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. And you get punished for that, unfortunately.
I think it's the other way around.
What's the other way around?
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
What way did I say it?
The other way around.
Ah, sleepy brain, unfortunately. You get what I meant.
Yeah.
Oh, Destiny. Well, he's gonna meet Storms and in towards under. Big nade onto him. Doesn't take him down. Oh, that exit towards connector was covered up by Jay-Z perfectly. A man advantage becomes 2, and Red Canids become 3.
Yeah, JC was just playing whack-a-mole there. He just peeks, you're dead. And now he can slow it down. He's got a great position in towards Palace. Finding that first kill, just staying alive for a little bit longer. Allowing his teammates to get closer and closer. Question here is, how do you want to use Storms in? And Venom Zero is called with a nade in his hand on the top of Ticket. Fokyu takes him down. This is the save being called in already. And Storms is in a great position. I mean, they are holding towards the B apartments right now. And yeah, Nightle's going to shut him down. So no further casualties. But look at W7M on the minimap. They realize how important those guns are. They're going on the hunt.
And they're dead right to, I mean, try and take these weapons away. Yeah, sure, but don't use too many of them. If you lose too many of them, that's a big problem. That's a failed piece of util. Hard's there is just going to take Fokyu's head clean off. Now, if you send anybody else through that smoke, I'm going to be a little bit annoyed. And you don't. So, W7M will take this round. It will survive with 3, which isn't going to break their bank accounts. So that's fine. One more would have been a little bit ridiculous. But I can understand it. It's worth the risk.
There's the replay, trying to counter that mid-presence early on, but the response was really, really good by W7M. And this is a good way to actually switch it up here. I mean, you're conditioning them to the fact that every single time there's going to be the exact same middle nades, and 1 or maximum 2 players just fighting for middle, and then a bomb side execution. So the red cannons, you can clearly tell they're not feeling comfortable in challenging middle. They're just going to post Nighton on that angle, but countering with some bomb side aggression. This one is quite rapid. Minute 30, and you're already in towards T-spawn. So not only you're going to hear everything in towards top middle, but you're given extra information. You got to feel like 1 more rotate should go in towards that B-bomb side.
Nighton drops Fokyu early. Venom Zero is going to catch Storms in with his knife in his hand. And that gives it away. You see him walking back from B, you know this is going to be the A play. It's going to be spotted towards the apartments, though,